Futures back to the upside once again here this morning as we continue to watch for a deal or no deal potentially to end this government shutdown, the longest in history. That's how things are shaping up so far this morning for the NASDAQ. Nice little extension from that rally into the close on Friday. If you missed it late yesterday, we're close. We're close on a funding deal that could end this, again, the longest government shutdown in history. Lots to talk about this morning on the individual front as well. Tesla back higher with the overall market after a weak couple of days going into the weekend. The leader of the Cybertruck division walking away from Tesla. Is that a positive or a negative? We'll find out. Meanwhile, Rivian, RJ Randy over at Rivian wants to get paid in the same sense as Elon, coming up with his own Elon-esque type compensation deal that it's a lot. I mean, for Rivian, it was 4.8 billion or something that it would total in the end when all is said and done. Welcome to Blue Shirt Monday.
I know, Brendo. We didn't plan this, and we got the red poppy on the navy blue. Hey, man, it's all good, looking good. Let's talk about this Monday morning. Good morning, guys. There's a whole lot to talk about. Nvidia up nicely here to start the morning, 3 1/3%. After Jensen Huang says, look, and demand for Blackwell is still explosive. Don't get it twisted. Tesla, as Brendo mentioned, with their Cybertruck lead leaving, but they also had data come out of China with respect to sales still bleeding there. Matsera, Brendo, and Pfizer. Finally, Pfizer is going to win that one out. NVO pulling their hat of the ring out of anti-competitive concerns, and some of the materials names popping off this morning as well after a very, very weak last weekend. We got to mention some of the earnings names, Brendo. Monday.com here, down almost 20%. Start the morning.
Yeah, we're obviously getting to the end of earnings season, but that's a big mover so far this morning. Also a big mover so far this morning, the meme stock, I guess, of gold back to all-time highs. That's a 15-minute chart, but it's just absolutely wild if you zoom out on this thing to even a weekly chart. Here we go, back to the upside again. I'll continue to zoom out here if you haven't done this. Again, this is a weekly chart going back to the beginning of 2024, just straight higher for gold, guys. Looking good to start off the week. Everything related to the U.S. essentially downside this morning. U.S. dollar Treasury's got a little bit higher to start things off. I just saw as we were coming on the 10-year and the 30-year pulling back a little bit though, but 10-year back to 4.5 here. So a little bit of negative pressure on the macro side of things, helping to send gold higher.
Yeah, welcome everybody. It is a update Monday. Pretty much everything is getting the bump.
Yeah.
AI trade gets the bump. Obviously, you just mentioned the metals. Bitcoin is back at 106.5K, so that's looking incredibly strong. The bills look terrible, but yeah, the bills are like the healthcare stocks today. The president he doesn't tweet about it. He truths about some valuations since the ACA, and of course, all the healthcare stocks are down. But I kind of think those could be a nice little bounce spot. So I actually have an idea for some of that for a bounce play to the long side. But yeah, it's seeming like it's going to be a rebound day. I was just pulling up the quote board, and literally everything on my quote board is green, with the exception of probably VIX and TLT, which I have on there for reasons I don't even know why I have it on there. But look, realistically, we had that pullback. I mean, a lot of things went 15, 20% down. But if this is as big as the dip got, there's a lot of missed opportunities out there if you didn't pick anything up.
Yeah, I don't even really, that wasn't, yeah, like you were saying, that wasn't really too much of a dip. The only thing I was able to buy, I bought SMR at 30, it's at 32, so that's 5%. That's the only thing that I was able to pick up. But I'm still supporting like all the longs that we've had for a minute. So Marvell's nicely cooking up here too, up another 3%. As some of these names just continue to rock, right? We had Rivian up to 1550 again. And I'm trying to watch out. We talked about some of those healthcare names. UNH back down to 317 off a high of 381. So that one continues to move lower here. And then, yeah, I bid in Bitcoin like 106.3 right there. Yeah, not great again. And in our fantasy football pool, this is 2 weeks in a row now. We play each other, and you play one matchup. So last week I was number 2 and out of 10, and I played number 1. This week I'm number 2 again, and I played number 1 again. So I go 0-2 when I should be 2-0. SMR, yeah, Julie.
See, that's in my other league. That's happened to me twice, but we play two matchups.
Yeah, so you go 1-1.
So like you'll go 1-1.
We'll still go 1-1 in our pool too.
I know,
we
but
go against odds.
Yeah, but still.
But yeah, it still sucks. The odds of doing that, I don't think. And it's back-to-back weeks. That's the crazy thing about it. But yeah, no, we're excited. Yeah, the Bills, Packers tonight against Eagles. That's a huge game. And Bills right now sitting in the 6th seed. But you know what? The Chiefs aren't even in the playoffs, so hopefully.
Yeah, well, that'll all resolve itself.
Everything, all of that will
I'm still
resolve.
mad about those Panthers, man.
What is
Are you kidding me, Carolina?
I mean, they beat the Saints. The Saints beat them. Other show or whatever.
Did you know
first win?
The first win
Getty up 2%.
by a rookie quarterback for New Orleans since 1981. They haven't had a rookie quarterback win a game in over 40 years.
yeah,
And of course, when we have them in suicide, or well, I guess, yeah, whatever, it doesn't matter. And when we have the Panthers, then we get eliminated. So we're out of that Wall Street suicide league.
Yeah, we always get eliminated from them. Oh, good, the Plums. They were good. The Plums are. Lots of snow around here. Randy said he got his snow tires in. I'm going to try to grab some of those tonight or tomorrow. Well, tomorrow, I guess, at this point.
You guys play, well, the second the snow came out, my daughter's like, she sees it in the Sunday morning and is like, we're going outside, right? I'm like, you know we're going outside. First,
it wasn't that much snow.
Oh, we got.
Oh, did you? We didn't get enough to do anything outside.
I'll find some pictures, but we had a snowball fight. We went to the school and we're like making stuff in the snow. It wasn't the best packing snow, but it was good enough that, you know, get that right arm going and a little bit of a battle. Erin's getting good at dodging. She's very good at dodging.
We didn't even have enough to shovel.
Oh, well, I didn't shovel. Well, I could have shoveled a bit, but I decided not to.
Yeah. Okay, let's get back over to the desk here at 8:36. We should have Michael Noss coming through soon.
Yeah, he will be joining us here in a second. We'll talk a little bit about this government shutdown versus the reopen, what the market does in the past on a government shutdown versus when it does reopen. So apparently it's very, very positive. So yeah, stick around for that. Here's Rivian, as we were saying, back to 15.5 this morning. Nice rally off the lows going back to Friday. I guess it was 14.50. If you zoom out on a daily chart, you'll see why. Yeah, again, if you missed it, $4.8 billion worth of a CEO payday potentially coming through to RJ, taking a tip or two, I guess, from Elon's playbook.
Hey, there's not going to be outdone, Breno. Just on the quantum, because there's a fundamental difference between these two. So $4.6 billion, up to, of course, if performance goals are met, very much structured similarly to Elon Musk's pay package. Look, so here's the deal. The package includes 36.5 million stock options priced at $15.22 a share, up to 16 million share increase from the prior award. The vesting is tied to Rivian hitting share or price targets from $40 to $140, along with new operating income and cash flow objective through 2032. But if you've been involved with Rivian since the IPO, you'll know that this one was around $140. Anyway, it was above 100 for sure. And then, you know, after that 2022 year when everything dropped down, we were markedly lower, Brendo. So we'll have to see how it does. Really good last week for Rivian, though.
Yeah, more and more of them appearing around this city as well on the streets of Toronto. Here's Robinhood gapping to the upside. Interesting story here this morning for Robinhood as well. We've heard this in the past from them, but finally setting up something that could potentially allow investors with Robinhood access to early stage IPOs before they come to market, which is interesting.
Absolutely, and I think Joe will be really pumped about this, Brendo, because we've been talking a lot about this on the Midday show. He's already kind of thrown his hat into the ring there when it comes to these non-public equities that he's trying to tokenize on the blockchain to give, you know, retail investors, non-institutional, non-accredited investors. Sorry, there's a fly in my face. Access to some of these private markets. We're talking about the SpaceX's as well as, you know, the OpenAI's.
Yeah, Coinbase, interesting with a similar type of headline this morning as well. Not doing as much though, but nice gap here, guys, for both Rivian and Hood so far.
Yeah, and look, it seems like it's a bit of a theme that you have more people wanting to and actually investing in private funds, and like the reality is, it's just another way to get growth. You have companies that are going a lot longer, getting much more mature before they IPO. Like SpaceX is a good example. OpenAI might be an example. We'll see about that. But Robinhood, I think Robinhood's more of technical. Randy in the house. than anything else for me. Like, is this headline really 4%? No, we're 4% because everything is up. But I think it has more to do with that. But it held to 50, so like I'm just looking for, and a lot of stocks are going to have a similar setup. Like Thursday was day one of that. We had a nasty flush in the morning, and there was really only that one bounce midday. And where you got to, like 133 here was also morning resistance. So spots like this, and then you make that same kind of top on Friday, that's the spot. If we dip by and hold over that, then you're good to go. And some stocks, when you look at the rebound and look at that same structure, they kind of lost that Thursday support level or Thursday resistance level and held on to it underneath. So this one's above. I like Robinhood. It's above the 50 period back again. It needs to close there, really, but that 132.5, 133 is going to be the dip spot for me. As long as you're above there, there's a nice little gap that can get filled in to the upside. So look, it's following a trend of what I think makes sense, which is to get the average investor and retail investor the ability to put their money where they want to, because people want to be in SpaceX. Why not? I mean, at the end of the day, like, why should you have Big Brother telling you where you can and can't put your money? I understand the whole do your due diligence and make sure that you're safe, but I'm all for this in a sense. But as far as the stock moves, it's more technical than anything else. I don't know that store is really the reason Robinhood's up.
I mean, it's a huge bounce back, like you were saying, in all the markets right now. I mean, the Nasdaq being up, what, 1.5 now? Yeah, 1.5% here for the Nasdaq just shoots up a lot of names, right? So, but for me, I keep on talking about SoFi versus Robinhood. I prefer SoFi. You bounced into the 50-period moving average again and held one more time. So my basket's pretty full for SoFi right now, but this is one that if it does, if the VIX can really spike and, the market does come back in for a little bit, I'm waiting for SoFi at this $25 mark. So we didn't get anything on that. I don't know if that was even real down to 26, but there it is, now bouncing up higher. So I really like it back into anywhere where we close. So 28 to 28.50, somewhere into here for SoFi. The 1 minute will play at some point. Here today, it seems to always do that. 28.50 is where that is. I just wrote down 28 here on the sticky note, and I was actually just looking here. That's the pullback. It's basically into the 200. That's 27.50, but the 200 here on the 5-minute chart just looks like we have some decent support in and around 28. Obviously, there's that dip into 25, like we were just talking about, and just didn't. The only thing I bought on Friday was SMRs. And that's I'm not in it, so I wanted to get back into SMR, so we did that. But down here is a great little level. So if we can fall back into $28, I just think a lot of this garbage is now gone. With the government shutdown looking like it's going to end pretty soon, SoFi will be a beneficiary of that with the government loans, student loans and whatnot. So I think that we move higher here for SoFi, up 3% on not, any dramatic headlines or anything. I like SoFi here. I like the bank names. We continue to like JP Morgan is my favorite one. That's back to all-time highs right now as well after momentarily dipping. Like JP Morgan here went to 295, and since then it's been 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, almost a week and a half or 2 weeks of straight upside, getting right back up to days to all-time highs again. So the bank stocks have really, really rebounded, led by, I think, JP Morgan, I think, is the strongest rebound back up. This is 94 to 101. Bank of America had some dip buy opportunities last week as well, as they had their investor day. So, some opportunities maybe to pick up some Bank of America was last week, but they only went from 50 to 53. So I like the way JP Morgan is pacing out, but they're an expensive name. Robinhood still like it. And then Webull right now underneath $10. I'm still in this name, but I definitely did not buy any more of Webull. So, but that name's just been getting hit to the downside as well. So, there's lots to buy. There wasn't too many dips there. I mean, it was a good dip, but
the biggest dips were in
3 to 5%.
Yeah, the biggest dips were in stuff like MP or Rigetti. Like, it was that was the stuff where you got the real dip. Like, most of these big caps.
The frothy stuff, right? Like the quantum, the nuclear. That's why I bought SMR. Like quantum, the nuclear.
Yeah.
Like I bought SMR for half of what I sold it for.
MP's up like 15 bucks. Oh.
Yeah, MP's great.
But that was a huge dip in MP.
Yeah, MP dropped almost 50% or more, I think. Same as SMR. So. Oklo, Rigetti, all those names. All right, we got Michael Noss here, so let's go see what he's talking about.
With some interesting data, let's bring him right in, and we'll talk about this government shutdown. We mentioned going into this, Mr. Noss, that this was not necessarily a negative for the market if you look back in time, but now we can kind of flip the script here as we get close to what could potentially be a deal or no deal kind of week. What has the market done as we go from a government shutdown back to reopening?
Yeah, it's funny. I'm so confused. I thought there was a deal, so I thought it was done, but I guess it's not. But this will still apply anyway. So the first slide I have here is exactly what Brendan was talking about. I just grabbed it from a tweet of mine, but I remember showing you guys the same data here. Surprisingly kind of angry responses to this tweet where I just said buy the government shutdown, because as we talked about in the last, we went back to 1990 and looked at all the shutdowns, and overwhelmingly pretty positive, one that was negative, one that was flat, and the longest one being kind of the best one that you saw there, just showing that either the market sees this stuff coming and it's already priced in, or however you want to look at this, but it's not necessarily, oh, it's really bad, the government's going to shut down, let's sell stocks. And then this next chart is kind of the exact opposite of that, like Brendan was talking about. What happens when we open back up? And for that first chart, it was for the length of the shutdown. So for how long the shutdown was from when it shut down to when it opened back up. That was the initial chart. This one, I just did 1 month out. So what happens kind of roughly 1 month after most shutdowns, or after the same particular shutdowns that we were looking at above there. And in all cases, you can see positive, right? I wouldn't say that that's a 100% chance that we're going to move higher, just because that's a very small sample size, right? And anything could obviously happen from there. But seems like when it shuts down, it's a good thing. And when it opens back up, it's a good thing. And one thing that I wanted to note right off the bat is if you average all of these returns kind of 1 month out, it's roughly 3.5% to 4% across the board if you go a little bit further than that. So it's not huge. And when I'm looking down at the futures and I'm seeing 1% to maybe 1.5% already, I wonder if some of these might actually already be baked in, right? So this is from kind of the moment that it's open, which I know it's not yet, to what happened further. So I wonder if maybe the market knows this data and is looking. Just something I wanted to throw out there, because if you see the 1991 was like 1.2%, then we had 1.5%, we had 3%. So these aren't huge returns, but again, generally still positive there. So next, I just wanted to go through two charts. I went through the last two shutdowns just to see what they looked like, kind of on a chart how volatile they were when the shutdown was lifted. So the next chart was the 2018 shutdown that ended the end of 2019. And we moved up a little bit from there, just on the next chart here. And then we had if anyone remembers, the very end of 2018 and the very end of 2019 were pretty ugly markets. I remember especially Christmas, I think it was 2019, was pretty bad, but a nice solid trend into that. And then again, the end of 2018, what I cut off from this chart was we kind of came and gave it all back, and then 2019. But I think that's maybe far enough removed that it wasn't shutdown related. Then this next one was the end of the one that when we reopened in 2019. I just put a little orange circle for what happened next. So you can see a gap up on that day, and then we kind of gave it back and we acted as normal, and nice uptrend from there. But I think that it might be more external factor related. So the way I was looking at this data when I was going through it all is it seems like there is an initial shock higher, an initial move higher after the actual report, which again, we might be front running or we might be seeing now. And then the market just kind of goes back to normal and just starts doing what it normally does. It's not like we have a screaming rip higher for weeks and weeks and weeks. It's okay, we've moved up a little bit and now we just continue to move on. So very quickly, I think we're going to get past this. We're going to look at it in the rearview mirror. We're going to forget all about it. And then we'll look forward to whatever is next for us in the trading world.
Yeah, two aspects that come to mind right off bat that could be positively influenced. I was actually surprised to see that airlines specifically were higher this morning, given what happened going into last weekend, given that, there was so much fear ahead of the travel holiday around Thanksgiving, U.S. Thanksgiving, to come. So if they get that cleared up and travel normal, should be positive for them. The second was the simple fact that if you go back to the first chart you showed there, one of the first charts you showed there, the prior longest period of a government shutdown actually produced the biggest return going out that 1 month or period after the reopening. So if that's any kind of indication, as you said, very small sample size, but if that's any kind of indication, maybe some sort of positivity to come. The other is obviously government data. We haven't had really any significant government data in a few weeks, and we're CPI inflation data coming up this week. So let's see if that happens.
Yeah, and I think it's an interesting point that you did there, that both the longest shutdown generate the most results during the shutdown and the best results after the shutdown. So I wonder, if you go back and look at this, does that mean that there was the best deals for the market that were sorted out during those period of time? That's what I think could kind of be the next focus, is we don't have a deal and it's not technically signed yet, but what does the deal include? What sectors could that benefit? Things like that. So, for example, healthcare, obviously, there's a little tantrum on healthcare this morning, and that's kind of carrying forward through this stock. And like I talk about, healthcare is an important sector for the S&P 500, where if that can't get going, that's going to drive returns. So when the actual deal is done, if people are looking for kind of what's the next move or what's the next alpha from this, I would dive into it and see, okay, who is getting the money and potentially who is not getting the money, and there might be some trades in there in order to take.
Great stuff, Michael Noss. We'll catch you again after the close tonight. Best of luck today.
Talk to you then. Have a good day.
Yeah, thanks, Michael. And look, obviously, get through the House. Never a done deal, but would like to see the shutdown ended. I think maybe these last hurdles are wild. Like, I looked at AAL. It was kind of one of those prime opportunities for it to be potentially breaking back out. It was strong going into this, kind of a triple top here, but nothing yet. You can see just a little trepidation, and it can't seem to get through. And oddly enough, it's 1420. Can't make these numbers up. It always, I don't know, 420 just pops up everywhere, but 1420, thought that would be a potential breakaway runner on signs of a deal, but it might actually wait till we get a pen to paper. So not out of the clear yet, but obviously the market has other reasons why it's trying to bounce. And I would suspect you're going to see some repricing and some upgrades and some downgrades and lots of options action, which is why we go to Joe.
Good morning, everyone, and happy Monday. I hope everyone had a fantastic weekend. Let's get it started. Blue Ocean, lots of volume last night, but let's take a look at the upgrades and downgrades. To start it off, we got Canopy Growth Corp getting that that rating raised from a sell to a hold up 0.5% by benchmark. And then Eli Lilly by Leerink Partners getting that price target raised to $1,100. Now, MP Materials also getting the nod as well, too, guys, getting that price target raised to $71. And Piper Sandler by Goldman Sachs price target to $386. Now, as for Cleveland Cliffs, we're going to look at that as a downgrade, guys. Price target to $13 by KeyCorp. And then we have Chevron by Piper Sandler lowering that target to $869. Now, as for DraftKings, guys, Sanford C. Bernstein, $41 is going to be that price target. And green across the board, you can see we're positive on the session. And then Moderna, the last on the list, price target lowered to $21. Still fractionally up here, guys, by Bank of America. Now, as for some of the options activity, take a look at Open Door. I like this one from an open interest standpoint. There was quite a bit there, and the volume was relatively cool. So I'm going to look at this as some potential options writing for now. This is going to be expiring at the end of the week, so November 14th. At that $10 strike price, we have 12,800 contracts with 4,800 roughly traded and closed on that session. Now, as for some of the Bitcoin activity, MicroStrategy, looking at it as a leveraged product, open interest around 16,100, but the volume at that 65 strike price was very attractive, guys. 23,400 contracts traded, and once again expiring at the end of the week. Now, as for NVDA, guys, open interest at that 205 level. I'm going to be looking at this as a potential call while we had 39,400 contracts traded at that specific level. Until we have the ability to breach that, I'm looking at as 205 as potential resistance zones, guys.
That would be spicy Open Door at $10. Because, well, at $5 on Friday, that was the shot after earnings, and it's only back to the upside. This one, it's kind of asking for $7 to break out today. That's probably the only, like, look, it's pretty clear. Like $7 was the support level before that Thursday resistance. Stocks have yet to break that Thursday resistance, some above, some below. This one seems like a 7 break. I don't know if the volume's okay on it today, but there's nothing specific about it that really stands out. But it's got to be on the radar because that's a pretty big gap to fill if it can hold on to 7. And this one, the other thing to keep in mind about Open Door is it opened down over 10% on Friday. So it is going to be the uptick rule in effect. It's SSR today. That's another reason to kind of look at this one for potential breakup play. It's a little harder for the shorts to hammer down on the stock, but if it doesn't 7, I'm not really interested in it today.
I looked at Nvidia there for that 205 coming there for the Friday. I mean, I think it's possible, but this is a name though where I don't think we like really get back up to all-time highs. I mean, that would be 212, 213 here. You're less than 2 weeks away now from earnings for Nvidia. I'm not like 100% convinced that this wants to get back up into these levels until we get to earnings. There hasn't been like a name that's announced more deals, I feel like, than Nvidia from their last till now. So this is a name where we want to wait to see how they're accruing some of those, what those numbers look like. We have some highlights today about Blackwell in China and things like that. So for me, I think that 205 would be amazing if we get back to anywhere near here, near all-time highs by this Friday. So that's an interesting call there when we looked at some of those options. So yeah, I think is it possible? Yes. I kind of want to short if we can get into this area, which happens to be like right near that level, 204, 205. And I don't mean short in the long term. I'm not selling anything of it, but just, looking to see if we can bounce back. It was just 170, 178 at the very lows. Back up to 195 there, that's $20. You need another 10 to get back up here. Is it possible? Yes, but that's an interesting one for me. The Open Door, you never know with those kind of stocks. I think that's interesting. And then we just had MSTR. They've had quite a move down. We still know that Bitcoin is about 20% off of its all-time high still. So, MicroStrategy similarly, but they're down way more than its all-time high. So I think if there is going to be some get up to Bitcoin, probably MSTR has some reasons to go back to the upside there as well. So yeah, all very interesting names, Open Door, Bitcoin, and then with MicroStrategy or strategy, and then back over with our first one there in Nvidia. So yeah, I like Nvidia in the chip space. With their earnings, we still have to have.
Yeah.
So an interesting one. I have Nvidia written down as my top stock here today, but it's going to have to dip by before we buy it. So, all right, 857. The lockdown here. Let's go over to Kalshi because right now it's basically saying that we're almost over. It's 44 days, so that's midweek. So Thursday, about the 14th. It started on October 1st, so we are predicting now with Kalshi here that this gets, you still have 36 cents to the yes. We're looking at this week. So hopefully if the betting markets are right or the predictive markets are right, then you'll get that shutdown. I think that bodes well for banks, which is why I have SoFi written on here, and I'll continue to watch out for XLF and some names even like a Robinhood and whatnot. So
before we head back, we have a super chat from Ruchi Shah. Any ideas for SanDisk and Corning, GLW, going forward? Long it for which one are you long it for? There's a very big difference between being long Corning at 40. And being long SanDisk at 40, because this one's going insane. Like this is like Captain Insano over here.
September, that was $60.
Yeah, like these memory names have been going ham. I think we had a question about this last week. I don't know how you don't ring some register up here when you have a move like this. Like this one would be 6x if this is the one you have at 40. I don't know. I mean, the way it's worded seems like maybe it's Corning, but either way, this feels like a take profit type of place. There's not even on Thursday and Friday, this didn't even dip. So it's a lot of strength happening here, and I get it. Like Micron's sort of a similar thing where Micron's already back at its all-time high, just like SanDisk is. But I'd be more of a take the profits. You got to bring some register on something like this. It's just been it's so far so fast. But that's just me. For GLW, I can't remember the last time I looked at Corning. To be honest, this is. Yeah, it's holding the 50. It's holding structure and holding the 50 period. But again, it has that look like you've made a top, head and shoulders style pattern. So many things look like if you haven't taken profit, you should be looking to bring some register. But especially on SanDisk, it's been a monster, no doubt. But wow, a little too far for me.
Yeah, just the like Micron, some of the storage names like SanDisk and all this kind of stuff continue to be higher. So I think that's about right, man. If you're in those names, I like taking profit at levels. We talk about that all the time, and I think that SNDK is definitely. I mean, that had a huge candle on Friday, so I would take that. Big earnings. We talked about that last week. So yeah, this is forever. We're up on. Sticky Notes up. It's up on X, so go find it. All right, man, it's 9 o'clock. Time to go through the rundown.
All right, guys, 67.54. That's where we closed out Friday on the ES December contract. We're above 6,800 right now. What a move up here. A gap up over the weekend and a very, very strong close on Friday. The overnight high is 23. But we're printing 17 right now. So we're basically a few points away from the overnight high. So what we're going to say is if we continue trending up, we're looking at 68.50 as that first area of resistance. Brendo, if we sell off for whatever reason, let's see if 6,800 catches us as support.
Big week ahead, potentially. Potentially. We'll see what happens with this deal or no deal concept. If you haven't done so yet, make sure you grab the free watch list. Comes right to your inbox every single morning. All you need is your email address. Hit the link. It's in the description below. Top link will get you to the sign up page, and then you get that for free. A lot to understand here this morning on an individual basis, in addition to what's happening with the overall market. Let's go. Nvidia here. Nice move back to 194 after a bottom, to say the least, on Friday. It was straight higher after the morning rush. We get through 190 and then a big $4 cap here this morning.
Look at that.
I know. Demand still
aggressive.
through the roof, according to Jensen.
That was an aggressive. I wasn't here on Friday, obviously, but Brendo, I had to keep my eye on things. And wow, that was a beautiful move. Let's talk about what Jensen is doing, where he's at, and what he's saying. Well, he's back in Taiwan, and he's speaking to CC Wei, obviously the CEO of Taiwan Semi, and he confirmed during question period that there are very strong demand still for the company's next-gen Blackwell chips. As we know, Blackwell integrates GPU, CPU, and networking. He praised Taiwan Semi's manufacturing excellence, saying there would be no Nvidia success with Taiwan Semi, and this marks his 4th trip, Brendo, to Taiwan this year, marking the importance of the island, of course, for his build-out. He did acknowledge that there's going to be potential component shortages, noting that as demand scales, there's always going to be shortages in different things. He's specifically citing, though, high bandwidth memory, which we know he sources from SK Hynix, Samsung, and Micron. And just to give you an idea, Brendo, SK Hynix has sold their entire 26 inventory for high bandwidth memory. They don't even have anything to sell unless they can get new capacity online, giving you how much demand is still strong.
And echoing Elon's sentiment from the investor call last week, or the investor day presentation last week, where he said, we'll take all they can give us and then anything else they can find on top of that. So the narrative continues here, guys, for production shortages.
Bye, apparently, on all this stuff. And look, obviously, Nvidia already had that move on more than a V-shaped recovery. See, there needs to be a name for it goes, you know, when you get the complete V and then you break out the top in the afternoon as well. Like, it's just something a little better than that. But the 50 period held pretty gorgeously. Now the only issue I have with Nvidia today is you're kind of consolidating a little bit in the middle. Like, I can make a good argument about 193.5, but I looked and I was like, okay, well, 190 to 191 I like, and that's going to be $4 down, $3.50 to $4 down for that prior resistance to support. So I just came over and looked over at AMD, because AMD has a break of that level. So at least with AMD, I can play breakout, and if we never break out, I guess it ends up being short underneath 243. But I'll let that settle out itself on the first 15-minute candle. If it closes underneath, then I start thinking about short. Otherwise, I want to play a little catch-up here. Because that Thursday resistance, like that bounce resistance, like Nvidia's through it and would take a couple bucks to pull back, whereas AMD can break this one out relatively early. But most of the chips have a very similar pattern going to them. I'm going to stay away from things like, there's something about the Micron, and we were talking about this just a second ago with like SNDK, and then I guess you could also throw in Western Digital with this. But like the things that have already made like fresh highs, I'm a little bit more skeptical about them today. So I'm going to stay away from them for a day. But AMD setting up for that potential break, 43.5.
I have Nvidia marked down here, and we're going to talk about it a little bit. This is my number one trade between 188 and 190. I think these are buy zones here. Jensen talking nicely about China and Blackwell here again today. Yeah, like if we can, so I wrote down 188 to 190. So we closed, obviously, right Friday at 188. I don't think we're going to dip back into those levels. But if we could, you know, we can fall. Like just to see, I just don't know if we're out of the clear yet. Like, it's a nice story. Sure, we've got some sort of olive branches here for the shutdown, but like Nvidia on Friday opened up at 185, and then just momentarily it was at 182 before obviously, you know, hitting the skids down there to 179. I don't think we're going to get anything dramatic like that, but if you do get that $2 or $3 move down, that brings us into the 200 period moving average. Let's see what winds up happening. I'm going to use 190 as some sort of support, but then I don't, the reason why I wrote down 188 is I want to make sure that we can hold something if it does get back into those kind of levels. I don't want to punch out immediately. I want to shares. Once we get into here, this is where that last support area is, 190. Get all this garbage out of here and then get higher into, like I said, I think we can drift into some of these levels. That's why that 205 for Friday is pretty interesting for me on that options call. I think we just kind of drift higher, and then next week we worry about earnings, right, as they're coming next week. So I still really like Nvidia down here. I think it's, you know, the dog that wags this whole tail. And right now the market, Nvidia's up 3.5%, market's up 1.5%. If there's a sell-off early, this is the name I want to dip by. It's strong, and we know there's buyers here. Like, look what happened once the market turned around on Friday, right? This thing just absolutely ripped up. This and Palantir, we smoked Palantir on Friday. It was a great trade to the long, and it just kept on going. So if there's those good feels, I like it, but I'm not ready to say, let's just get in there and just hop in and buy immediately. Like, this is a big recovery, right? The ES is only up 0.9, which is still great, but it's trying to fade back a little bit. Nasdaq's trying to fade back. Let's wait to see what these imbalances are. I could see a little bit of a sell. A lot of long there on Friday. We're waking up to some nice profits. Could hit some of these names back down a little bit. So I like Nvidia. I think the demand's going to be there. Obviously, we like the AI story, and I don't think it ends right here. Nvidia, I think I like the AMD look. Intel probably be traded here today as well.
Shoot. Yeah, Intel has a good level too. But
yeah, lots of names here to look at. Just a matter of picking your poison and seeing what sets up. Sometimes they all don't move together, and then hopefully we'll be able to find, like, if AMD's ripping and Nvidia's not, you know, then we can switch up our mind and maybe go to the strong one versus the weak one, depending on what you're doing.
Maybe SMCI is the one that's the most in play today.
Yeah, SMCI is great. SMCI or Dell or maybe even Tesla with some cyber exec news. Yes.
Maybe. Yeah.
Heading to the doors. They are.
The Rivian.
Tesla here. Back downside right now, but we did get a nice gap. After 2 days on the negative side of things coming off of that investor presentation last week, if you missed it, I mean, it's all over the internet. It's worth going back and watching, specifically Elon's part and the Q&A I thought was very, very interesting.
Fantastic.
Some of the questions that he was getting. But anyways, yeah, head of Cybertruck division walks out.
He's out, Brendo, and he's been with the company for 8 years. He actually had a little bit to do with the Model 3 program as well, so he had a bit of a dual role. I'm not going to try to pronounce his name, but yeah, he was the head of Tesla's Cybertruck program. He's gone now. He was the head of Cybertruck engineering, product strategy, quality control, and he is leaving the company. There's also demand headwinds right now with Tesla. So as we know, they posted record Q3 because of the bring forward of the expiration of the $7,500 EV tax credit. Now analysts are expecting a sharp drop-off in Q4 with respect to sales. We'll have to see if that materializes. But we do have data out of China, and the October China sales plunged to 26,000 vehicles, the lowest it's been since 2021, and a 35.8% year-over-year decline. The Tesla market share collapsed to 3.2%, down from 8.7% in September. Well, how come? Because there was a huge pull forward of demand, Brendo, in September when they launched the Model Y L, which is that long wheelbase, longer range. And they're saying, despite that, you know, we'll have to see how the winter goes.
Which brings up an interesting point. And that was one of the things I thought they didn't really touch on during that investor presentation last week was not necessarily the Model Y L, but the cheaper versions of the Model Y and the Model 3. There really wasn't any kind of data or Q&A even on either of those as far as sales have gone.
None. And what caught my attention was exactly as you mentioned, the lack of information about anything to do Model Y L coming to North America. There's good demand for 3-row SUVs, as we see with the R1S, with all the other ones. And who can say no to more range? Yeah. And so I didn't get that.
It was clear his plan was to talk mostly robots and AI and autonomous everything across the board. But not a lot of price action here so far this morning, guys, for Tesla.
Okay, so hold on a second. First off, we'll get to Tesla in a second, but Roger in the chat, Gap, I like this, Gap and Trap versus Go. Which one do we have?
From?
But where did you, like, this is, I'm not going to search the emojis. Can we show this? Yeah, I'm not going to search the emojis, but like, it even has like the mouse trap emoji, which I was saying to Sean, the cheese is way too big. Like, the cheese is like the size of the opening of the box.
Catch a bear?
Like, that doesn't, it's like way too big. Like, like what kind, I don't know what kind of rat you're trying to catch there, but that would be a little bit intense. The good news for Tesla is, did anyone carry a Cybertruck?
No.
So then...
Well, the Cybertruck's the #1 selling truck in North America.
Okay, fine, fair enough. That's true. But in terms of growth for Tesla, like the reason this gets to all-time highs again is not going to be, it's not going to be because the Cybertruck. So I think maybe that ends up not being the biggest story. I think a lot of what else, Sharif was saying with regards to sales, that might matter a little bit more. You have this like juxtaposition where like some people are looking farther ahead to, it's really only about robotics and Optimus, and it's really only about automated self-driving, and others are looking at quarterly sales numbers and saying, hey, well, what about this story that doesn't look so good? Well, the stock's telling you which one is being priced in. For the reason Tesla wasn't like big time on my radar is I think our support's down at 420, and that 50-period moving average proven. It's on the verge of diddling in the middle, but the thing about Tesla, like it's right at that key price level, 438, and if Tesla's right there, I don't trust it. Well, there is that fly.
How did the fly come all the way over here?
Yeah, it's decent size.
It's like one fly in here. It's like -4 degrees outside.
And it's very slow, so that's killable today. But if we're too tight to this 438, so I want us trading away from it, maybe breaking away from 432 to fill in the gap. I feel like if you lose this bid, you're heading down a little bit too quickly there. So I'm gonna stay away from Tesla. I think the 420 is the spot to wait for on Tesla if you like the long, and impossible. Well, pretty much every single open has had to move that big in Tesla for the last week.
So for Tesla right here, we talked about it being a sell the news event there, that vote, and I think that is what you got. And if you just believed that was the case, then you had great buying opportunity down here at the 50-period moving average right there. So you came really close. I mean, there's been a few names. You talked about SoFi getting down to that $26 and a nice bounce there. Now you have 421, 422 here as a low for Tesla. We talked about that as possibly being a great buy zone, and it looks like you're being rewarded right here, but you're only halfway back right now. So I like the stock. It looks to me kind of like it wants to fade through a little bit right here. I don't want to get too excited about any of these plays. Like I said, I think we want to wait to see this market open up today before we really get excited on this. So I'm going to wait to see what Tesla can give us here. But for me, yeah, wait on this one. The 200 period is enough for me on the 200 on the 1 minute chart. That's only at 436. I think we got to get significantly lower. Into 430 or so for me is something on Tesla. I'm gonna wait to see if we can get down to there. That's the close from Friday. So to me, it's just like that's the top, 439. Then we got to 439, then 438.75, then 438.50. So seems like we're trying to get a little lower here in TSLA. Let's give it a breath off the open and not try to jump immediately into this name.
If anyone wondering what the noise in the back is, that's the staple gun. Now, I don't know if Russell's using the same one that Snoop picked up in The Wire, but that is one of the best cold open scenes of a season of all time.
I still haven't seen The Wire.
Trust, when Snoop goes a staple gun, it's legit. Like, that's the best written show of all time.
Yeah, okay. I still have to get to that.
And speaking of,
I just got a message, there's a package that I have to pick up still. I just have to answer this call and push 1, and it will send me directly.
Oh, that's...
there has to be amazing package.
That's perfect.
Yeah, that's coming up right here. I think I'm definitely going to phone the person back.
I think you should.
Delete.
Definitely.
Crazy.
They're getting less creative, I find.
I know. The good thing about it is, like it doesn't really ring through anymore on Apple. They have to tell you what they want, so it just went right to voicemail, and the guy left a message, which was, I guess, turned into text, so I was able to read it.
Yeah.
Okay, so Hood is apparently very strong today.
Back and forth we go here. If you zoom out a little bit, going back to Thursday over here, a big red day, and then Friday a little bit more selling and it'll close. So about halfway back through that entire round trip at this point. It's interesting, as I was saying, this headline is very similar to the one that Coinbase has right now, which it seems like they're both going to, that was the Tesla headline you started there, but they're both going to allow investors through tokenized assets access to pre-IPO type businesses.
Yeah, I can remember that EO that Donald Trump put in where he allowed, kind of private equity and private credit into retirement plans, kind of building that, Breno, that deregulatory push. So let's talk about it. Robinhood plans to launch a new fund under Robinhood Ventures, everyday investors to buy shares in private AI companies, not just private companies in general. For now, they're keeping the niche to AI companies. The fund will target a concentrated portfolio of about 5+ what they're calling best-in-class AI firms. Vlad Tenev saying this gives normal people exposure to the drivers of AI disruption rather than just the institutional or the qualified investors. As I mentioned, Brendo, this builds on the Trump EO, which eased access of private equity and private credit into retirement plans. The number of U.S. private companies, give you this data point, very interesting. The number of U.S. private companies valued at over $1 billion has exploded from 20 in 2016, Brendo, to over 1,000 because we don't have, obviously, the data for all of 2025 quite yet. And the fund is going to be closed-ended, meaning investors can't redeem shares freely, right? Raising liquidity concerns, but that is always an issue with the private markets. You can't punch in and punch out as quickly as you can some of these public names.
Just quickly, this is the Coinbase headline, more of a platform angle to essentially the same concept. So Coinbase was starting to move as well, guys.
Yes, they are. But you know what? There's something you guys have been asking for a long time. And that is a big opportunity, which is launching soon. It's like, well, how do we learn? What do we use? How can you take advantage of our knowledge and the platform here? And that's the Trader TV Academy. And it's launching very, very soon. This is a learning platform, and it's based on the same training materials used when we first started trading. It's built for traders around the world, no matter what your experience level might be. So starting, medium, you can be almost expert, and you can still find something valuable for you. So stay tuned for more info. Make sure you're subscribed, and also make sure that you're following us on all socials for updates. Trader TV Academy is launching soon. We're very excited about it, and hope you guys are too. And maybe in that learning, you'll see things like moving averages. I don't know, like Robinhood, bouncing off the 50-period moving average. I like that. I don't know if this story is what gets it back to all-time highs, but hey, after earnings, this was a mini did a huge, more than V-shaped recovery on Friday. That was the thing. Like, there are a few stocks that really broke it out. This one did over a 132.5 to 133 support level. I think the dip is into that area this morning. And that's where it has to hold. It's got to hold these tops from Friday, which is also resistance on Thursday. You can do that, then you're holding on 50 period on the daily, which is about 131, and it's kind of like a bounce and go. Will it break out that triple top at the highs? For a day trade, it doesn't really matter to me. I'm a little bit skeptical of that, but for now, looking for that bounce here in the hooded one.
Yeah, I have SoFi here rather than Robinhood. I always go back to SoFi. I mean, I like the price action a little bit better on it. It's only a $28 or $29 name, but I said we're waiting for a pullback here. As I really like the space. We just bounced off the 200, so you can go find that. I'll put that maybe in the chat again, the sticky. But yeah, just a pullback into 28 bucks and change here for SoFi. I like that level. It's where we closed on Friday. We closed really 28.50, but if we can get back, well, that's kind of where we bumped into in the after hours. But if we can get back down to there, I think the government reopening, it looks like in the next 4 or 5 days, we should be getting that according to predicting markets. I like SoFi. I like the banks in this environment. And look, man, it's hanging out. It's holding up pretty good. I do expect a little bit of a flush off the open, so I want to sit here. I'm already bidding SoFi. I'm bidding 28.25. I know that means it needs to fall 75 cents. I think we could do that on SoFi, right? I mean, it's that before. I think every open, and I sometimes get stopped out of SoFi because I take too many shares too early. and then it drifts on me a little bit. But right into here, I'm pretty confident with it. If we can get anything into this $28 mark, there's $27.50. I really think that would maybe be where I decide to jump out of it. That's sort of where we stopped before we gapped down there on Friday. So $7.50 I think would be my pain point here, but I'm going to start it at 28.25. I like SoFi on any dip downs. I mean, we could check XLF. We've done that already. Or really thinking that honestly, wow, JP Morgan's up another 50 cents since we last looked at it, but no volume. I think that this could be a good break too. It doesn't move multiple dollars in a day, really, JP. It kind of moved $1, $1.50, $2, but if we can get up into that area here today, 318, I think we break through on JP Morgan. I like this level there. But yeah, I don't know what was going on. Like, we actually got into like 280. Is that even happened on JP Morgan? Sometimes I just don't trust these charts because I look back.
I think
yeah, we did.
we got
to 290. Yeah, so that wick was not right. We didn't get anywhere near the 200 period. But there's JP Morgan down into 290 and change, back up to now 14,315, looking to break higher. So I like all the bank names, so I'm going to take a baby bank with SoFi. Just, again, I like the millennial push. I like their younger clientele. And I really thought their quarter was great. So on any weakness in the market, I know that SoFi will get hit because it's considered a frothy name. And it does have about a 7 to 8% short flow last time I checked. I like SoFi here today. Dip by gold, not at all-time highs, but we're approaching them right now. And gold's had a big move back. And I think that's part of Bitcoin as well, as a lot of these asset classes seem to calm down a little bit here today. Gold back to only where I bought it, in 377. So GLD. Maybe there's some value in the miners. We had Raheem on talking about that a couple weeks ago as well. So let's go find the story here with gold and see what Sharif and Brendan's opinions are.
Yeah, there's a macro argument towards potentially at some point this week, but we'll see what happens. I wanted to start with this. Here's the dollar, 3 red days in a row. As I was mentioning early on when we came on, we started a lot lower this morning, but we are starting to bounce here. If you go to some of the treasuries, you're going to see basically the same thing. Oh, we're back to lows now on the 10-year, but even the 10-year and the 30-year were trying to bounce as we came on at 8:30. Not the case right now, back lower after hitting 4.15, 4.5 on the 30-year, 4.15 on the 10-year. So a little bit of pressure on the higher end of the scale to start things off this morning is helping gold. Big green candle so far today for gold.
Yeah, and that 4,000 hold was, I don't think I saw too many prints below that level. Good look there. Barrick Gold as well, reporting earnings this morning. Q3, look, record cash flow and higher gold prices are some of the reasons it's up 4 2/3 despite a miss, guys, on the top and bottom lines. Talk about it. Pennies per share, missing the 61 expected on revenue of 4.15 billion, also missing on the top line. Street was looking for 4.36, but look, it's up 4 2/3 as traders focused on strong operational metrics than the top bottom line miss, and they also reaffirmed their full 2025 year guidance. Brendo, they're extracting less gold than they were last year. Somehow the market likes that, even though they took about 829,000 ounces of gold in Q3, excuse me. That's down from the 943 they took home this quarter year. But copper output, they're not just a one-trick pony. 55,000 tons, Brendo. That's a 15% jump year. We're seeing copper obviously very much in play now with AI.
Yeah, this is how gold futures are looking so far. As you mentioned, 4,000 a key level there. 4,000 for a week and a half. Starting to get that bounce, guys. Volume a little bit light here so far this morning.
You can get away with extracting less if the value of what you were extracting continues to go up. So that certainly does seem to be the case. I actually like silver for a trade a little bit more today. But look, you can say great pullback and then what was a week's long worth of resistance for both gold and silver. SLV, I've just been tracking this one a little closer, and I thought there was a 44.80 breakout happening last week. It obviously never did. I'm like, it's setting up pretty well, and we've got through it. So as we're dipping back, because hey, we're underneath VWAP here, both gold and silver have been falling pretty much most of the morning since we sat down here. I think a gap to this prior high 44.8 or these prior highs 44.3. Right, so either Friday's highs or the gap high from, I guess this will be like the third if you're trying to follow along. That's where I'm looking on silver in particular. So that's what I'm going to be trading. It's 44.8, 44.3 for dip and rip. I think it might require a little bit of patience. Certainly, it was trend down on Thursday and Friday. Really good bounces both times. Now that you're through resistance, I want to play the dip into said resistance.
I mean, like I was saying, I didn't buy too much in this dip, right? And it's going to look like it's not the great call to be doing that. By the way, the imbalances just came out. I think they're bids. I mean, look at the NASDAQ, really starting to go right now. Anyways, I'm going to call that up in a minute, but gold down at 360. Next time we'll dip. Now that we've seen some kind of support, let's make that kind of move. We're just long right here, right now, but it's underneath VWAP. 50 underneath everything. Just the 200 is the only support that we have left, so maybe 374 for GLD, but we don't really trade it too much. But I do like gold as not necessarily a hedge, just another piece of the pie in the portfolio. You know, have some gold exposure. It's been on a mission all year, up more than the S&P 500. Oh, what I want to do is quickly, we got to go back over. We only have Rivian. I'm holding sneeze, but I do want to have a quick little look here. Archer, there's Nvidia. So part of Big Bear AI reporting later on today as well. And we'll talk about that. Nvidia mover here. That's the only name of any real significance. I mean, there's lots of names that we'll talk about. MP Metals, we talked about dip buy opportunity as well. That's starting to move up. I just saw SMR. SMR is the only name that I bought on Friday, and that's up 5%, so we're happy with that one. Beyond Meat, maybe getting a bid a little bit there, up to 140. Joby, LAC, Sour comes with the report as well, I believe, soon, so that's coming out. That might be today. We'll double check on that as well. But SQQ, which is the sell side, is a sell. So maybe a buy then coming for the NASDAQ. So look what's happening here. All buys, except for whatever PCSA is, which is 30 cents. So we've seen all sells before. We let it sort of come down and then buy that dip. But right now with all buys on here, it's almost the other way around, as we'll wait to see if the NASDAQ now obviously gets a little bit, not seeing a huge move or anything, but maybe these buy orders rally us a little bit and then we come back in here. So I'm looking for fading the be early and see if we can catch up on some bids as the market falls after those buy imbalances are sort of paired off. So, all right, 9:27 right now. Hi, Randy and Russ. There they are. Hey, guys. All right, it's Rivian Day. So there we go. Let's go find out what this payday is for RJ possibly. RJ. It's only just south of $5 billion.
Nah.
I mean, what are you going to do with $5 billion?
Will he ever get it?
He should be asking for at least 7 or 8. I mean, $5 billion, he barely gets me out of bed.
If it ain't a trillion, it doesn't.
Yeah, what's up?
Come home crying.
Yeah. Let's go to Rivian, back to the top end of the range here if you zoom out. This is a daily chart. That's the high. A lot of people have been eyeing over the past week or so, 16. RJ taking a page out of Elon's playbook here with his latest proposal for pay.
Yeah, and he couldn't have done it without a good report, and that's what they had last. So Randy, very happy as he's been bag holding. Rivian, let's talk about this, guys. Rivian unveiled a revised 10-year pay package for Robert Scaringe, potentially worth up to $4.6 billion only if performance goals are met. Very similar to Elon's pay package. Let's talk about those. So the package includes 36.5 million stock options priced at $15.22 a pop, about a 16 million share increase from his prior award. The vesting is tied to Rivian hitting share price targets from $40 all the way up to $140, several tranches along the way, alongside a new operating income and cash flow objectives, Brendo, through 2032.
So we'll see how things pan out today, but again, this thing's been kind of back and forth, guys, for quite some time now.
It is, and you know what? I didn't have this one on the list for like a breakout. I don't know if I think this will be a join if it ends up breaking out this top. It's just not as clean as the 14. Like up here at about like $16 could get spicy, but you got a little bit of overhead resistance right in this top. It would be like a stay away, and then willing to join any trend if it does. I feel like the biggest move kind of already happened last week, and I wouldn't want to get too wrapped up. With only 1 minute to go, we literally didn't talk about the healthcare names that are down. It's going to quickly throw out that Oscar will be third period, and at $15.95, it's SSR. So I'm looking for a 200 period bounce, an SSR bounce. The president essentially just truth about healthcare valuations, and that's why they're down. If that's the big reason they're down, and of course, you know, ACA spending, you know, obviously going to be a bit of contentious recently. But I think you can get a bounce off this. I'm just looking for an SSR bounce. Could happen relatively early. Again, at $15.95, this one is SSR.
Nvidia is starting to go back upside right now as we get with only 20 seconds to go. I was watching SoFi, so I'm bidding SoFi, bidding Nvidia, but Nvidia is going right now. We may have to take even 193. But here we go with only 10 seconds left. Apple's on my mind. We didn't get to that. SMR down at 30. This opening bell is brought to you by Oragenics. Make sure you do scan that QR code. Find out all about the concussion treatment market. Thank you, Orgen, for one more time. All right, so Apple's on my mind as well here today, but we'll watch out to see if Nvidia does anything. Apple just took off right there off the open. So it was down 269, now breaking through 270 goes Apple, looking to take out those. We don't have too many highs that we have to worry about until 273, but there it goes right now. Apple off to the races. Bitcoin coming down a little bit right now, so that's something to watch out for. I don't need to get involved immediately, as we did have a lot of those buy imbalances trying to sort of come off right now. It looks like so our 200 period moving average and bounces right back. That's normally a buy zone, but we were waiting for lower, so 28.25 right now for SoFi. But Tesla, good luck to everybody. Yeah, Tesla's doing something.
Tesla looks like it's making the biggest move. I have Oscar up right now because it's challenging that SSR bounce. But I'll show you Tesla breaking $442, 3% to the upside. Yeah. So that man, well, it's not going to get him the $1 trillion, but certainly making a power move in here. So you're getting a little bit of that down move right now on Oscar. It's now SSR, but I need to see that recovery first, and that recovery coming back through 16 on the way back to the upside. All the healthcare names getting a little bit of a ding. Also, this stock is not open yet, I just realized. So yeah, I'm not taking, yeah, it's a New York name. So I just looked over the book. This one doesn't have the opening print on the NYSE, so I might come back after it had said opening print. AMD, kind of a nothing, I don't want to call it a nothing burger, but it tried to break out 43.5 is a big resistance, so has not taken out that key resistance point yet in AMD. But 243.5 is the zone. I just realized I got to put my order in.
I'm going to try just quickly here for a quick little short in the market. Just we've seen that top. We did have that big buy imbalance there, so let's just give this a chance to see. We're going to get out here at 111 if it does break. That high wick today
still not open?
Oh, we don't even have it on there marked down. That's basically 111 flat. Let's give it just a little bit more. Again, this is just to see if there is sort of any kind of a bid sort of exhaustion happening right now. It's, you know, we have a good position on, but with a very, very tight stop. It's not something that we're, you know, too nervous about right now, but if we could take 15 cents or so on this, if we get into the low 70s, let's take a little bit off there because that's where we bounced last time on this name. And again, just trying to wait to see if some of those buy imbalances eventually sort of come off a little bit. It was a nice rally up, but you could see that like a name like Nvidia is going to have to fall in. That's not really happening for this trade to work out yet. We've seen Apple start to sort of moon a little bit. Wow, moon a little bit. Apple's really starting to go. Okay, well, we did just get those. So we just did get 74 out a little bit there on the TQs, but again, that's just kind of going like a little bit of 1-to-1 there on that trade. If this breaks through 111, we're going to be not like resting on a short in today's market. Just trying it off of some of these wick high tops right off the open here for the NASDAQ. This is not like, okay, here it goes. I was going to say, well, maybe this is not going to be that trade that you know, we really nail. We're just, well, we'd hope we did, but we're trying it. There it goes. To the upside, we tried that short early, did not work. Let's just continue with, we only have longs written on here, so let's go back to what we're thinking about and try to find some value plays, if anything.
Well, Oscar opened up finally, and okay. No, there's no SSR bounce to say. You can see the second it opened up, this is why you always wait for a New York stock to actually give you the open. Okay, AMD just broke so through. Early. I'll go back AMD to Oscar in a quick little second. If it, whoa, that could be a failed break. Right away.
What did Apple do?
Yeah, I don't want this getting all the way to VWAP. If it loses the 43, VWAP is at 242. So I'll give it a little bit, but I'm not giving it back to 242. Like the moment that broke, I was looking at like down prints in like Tesla, down prints in Nvidia. So we need to hold back above a second time. I might nibble the second time through, but that was a pretty hefty sell, at least initially. And with Nvidia kind of coming back in here. Oh, okay, well, it's going to go anyways. Well, okay, never mind. It's going to go anyways. I was just saying, like, Nvidia is heading back to the volume weighted average price, and this one's actually trying to go. So I'm going to try to dip by in front of VWAP if we can, but this is breaking, like, Nvidia's breaking lower, which always gives me a little bit of pause for concern when you're in a different chip name. So eyeballs on this if it can hold on to VWAP. And Oscar, shoot, of course, I knew that was going to happen. I knew the second I looked away from Oscar, it would put in a massive bottoming tail kick. Like this just jumped up. I looked over, it jumped up like 25 pennies on a $15 stock in essentially one shot. So I'm hoping I didn't miss this SSR bounce here in Oscar. But they happen really, really quickly.
I'm going to try the short now on the futures. I might be wrong, but we have a nice little trade rate here as well. This is actually the one that we wrote down, SMR. So there goes SMR, trying to go to the. We want to buy some 30s over here on this name. So that's what we did, man. We bought some. We're waiting at 30. Well, we should be waiting at 30.40s there. We're waiting at 30.50s. It just got to 30.45 there for SMR. So let's just go into the 40s. There it is. Well, there it is. We get it. So a nice little move now for SMR. As again, we waited for $30 buy. It came in. We first took 30.25 small. We got a little bit more down there at 30, giving us our average price of $30.11. So a nice little take right there on SM. Okay, there goes SMR. Now we just got 50. So we finally get our 50 fill right there right now. Okay, we only went small into it, but I was thinking like, I really want to play this futures on the way back, but it looks like the NASDAQ wants to continue higher here. So go SMR for now, as that's 50 cents. And, you know, the slow grind up in the futures, like I said, it's 936. Don't need to like get smoked onto this, but if we are going to look for some areas of the TQQs, maybe right into here, we're sort of thinking about a short, but I don't really want to play the momentum short if it's not there. And right now the momentum seems to be upside in this name. So we'll just give it maybe just a couple more breaths upside here. Trying to let like some of these 5-minute bars actually close, because right now it's upside. Now we're waiting for a pullback. It doesn't look like it's happening just this yet here on the futures. So a little bit of a second and a breath, but right now, man, it's taking my breath away to the upside. So I'm going to put one more offer right now and then see if it can get going through 23, maybe get stopped at 11.40, something like that. But for right now, this is what the futures are doing upside.
Well, that's so weird, because at the same moment you said that, AMD lost VWAP. I just got filled at 44. So it was breaking back out, and I actually reloaded on the way back in, which probably was a mistake because that'll turn me red on it. I want it holding VWAP, but it blew all the way down to 241.5 or so on AMD. So tried to break out, got to 44. It's still up 4%. So let's see if we can't buy another dip in here. Tesla lost a bit in a big way. You know what? It's frustrating on Oscar, but Oscar at the open is not as liquid as I thought it was going to be. But I might have missed the shot there on Oscar. It's trying to pick it up at 15.25, and now it just broke through 15.5. And when it broke back through, because I'm finding a sneeze, when it broke back through, I did not get filled. I'm still sitting at 15.58, trying to get picked up here and play back into VWAP. So a lot of the healthcare names got beaten up today. This one was SSR and at a big support on the daily chart. Don't know if we're going to be able to get back into that one. Also has to be very, very patient here. I said, wait for silver. I think it's 44.8. It was the number I told you guys. Prior highs. It's still trending down. So market's going up. This is still trending back in. So unless it breaks trend or gives me that 44.8, just going to have to wait on silver. And Tesla, one more before I throw back.
Yeah, take your time.
Tesla is outside chance at that 420. Immediate fail break at the open and heading lower. So while the market is going high, Tesla and a few other names. I mean, gold I'm assuming, because I see silver going down. That's looking relatively weak. Nvidia at the volume weighted average price. AMD struggling with it so far as we speak. So it's a bit of a choppy start to the day is what I would say.
Yeah, I'm going to just restart my signal a little bit, make sure we get the right signals here. Okay, so I'm getting some more out here. I just got a couple outs there at 30.30 right here for SMR. It's, you know, the market's rallying, and this name actually fell back in. So not too in love with some of the action here on Sam Michael Roberts here with SMR. So I'm going to have to hold off on that one just a little bit right now as well. We're getting very, very close to, again, going 0 for 2, I guess, here on the NASDAQ. Just, you know, probably should have. The reason why we got short again is we saw that big buy imbalance. There it is, right off the open. So we were like to take something short, but the market right now does not want to be short. It wants to be long. So we should just flip over into something. But look at Nvidia. This is why I'm trying to catch this market short.
Nvidia's weak.
Nvidia's pretty weak. We saw Apple was pretty strong. SoFi back up through $30 now. So we had that play right, but didn't have the right level on. We talked about Robinhood earlier.
It's the same thing, but Robinhood there was no dip buy.
Yeah, there wasn't much dip buy either. There wasn't much dip buy either in
SoFi.
In SoFi, that kept going, and then it would look like it was Apple, is the name that I guess is trying to rally this market. I only looked at SoFi at TQ's long, but longer, much lower levels. So that's why I was like, yeah, maybe the short is here somewhere. But yeah, man, it's still ripping up here on this NASDAQ. So basically, the bigger trades I put on have just been NASDAQ so far, and they've both been wrong trying to catch a short. So I don't really see an area now, zoom back out here, where we may want to short the NASDAQ. I mean, the TQs, 115 are those tops, and now we're kind of just in the middle right now. So I'd like to play an exhaustion move here, but the market just keeps on going higher. So potentially no play in the short now. SMR just came right back into 30 again. So we reloaded that, but we're going to give this one to 29.75. So if SMR is going to be weak, then it looks like this name's also going to give it up as the market continues long. So we don't have the right names here in my book today. Okay, well, there it goes. Was up 11%. Palantir, maybe? I don't know.
Oh, I'm sorry. Open Door was up 11%, now starting to pull back. Alphabet, relatively strong as well. Microsoft looking pretty decent. But I'm looking over, I'm going to go back to the well, because when I got stopped out in the prior high on AMD, it's now testing right back into those. So it's looking relatively strong, at least compared to, Nvidia's starting to creep up a little bit here, but this is going to close. It's a 15-minute bar. Whoops, there you go. It's going to close this first 15-minute bar holding on to that 233 area from Thursday's high. So that'll be a pretty big key to try to get in. Oscar's trying to double bottom. Feel like that SSR bounce, like that initial bounce to VWAP, it probably happened right away at the open. I might take a shot at a double bottom here on Oscar, but I think I missed a trade the first time through. So Oscar down 13 points. I think there's a chance that this can still get to VWAP one more time. We're going to have to be really, really quick on it, and then still patient when it comes to silver. This is not one with the market blasting higher and this slowly trending down. I've seen this story before where the biggest move is after like a long morning consolidation or after something parabolic. So I want to wait for our opportunity to push into it. And then one of yours is one of the strongest names this morning, and that's Palantir. 6% up, and on a 3-minute, this one looks like it's leading the way for the market here. So strength now coming into Nvidia. Well, now it goes. Now Nvidia is starting to go. AMD might not give us that chance at a pullback if Nvidia does this.
Yeah, Palantir is really strong. Okay. Just looking here, SMR just kept on bouncing off of $30.10. We're long at $30.02. But I don't know, this name again, as the market keeps going, we just got faded twice right there. So now I have an offer there, but now way back up. Looks like the short's gonna win here on SMR. But let's talk about something else. Quickly, AMD continues to go, man. Google, talk about buying the best companies and don't even worry about it. I mean, goes Google up again another 3%. So Google's rocking now up to 288 and looks like it wants to continue with its expansion higher there. So yeah, almost back to all-time highs goes Google. Tesla fading off that open push into 434. So again, kind of not much. We looked at Tesla earlier today. These are kind of the levels that we had looked at, but a nice dip in. Find a little bit of a bottom there in the market. The NASDAQ having a little bit of a problem now, but not much of one, I don't think. Just mentioned Nvidia, maybe starting to go, nah, not really. AMD is the one that busted higher so far there. I want to think about a short in this NASDAQ. This 1160 area might be something. So let's give it a little bit of a shot here at 45s and give it to that top again. I am chasing obviously this short, but I just keep on just making little small cuts here, but they're adding up. We just don't want to get, again, at some point, the market falls back in right now. I'm not, maybe it's wrong. NASDAQ being up 2% here, I just feel like there's a fade at some point here. It just doesn't look like it's right now. UK Finance Minister, I don't know if we have anything going on right now as far as Fed speak, but Fed's Muslim maybe speaking.
It was really
It was really light on the economic front and everything here today.
Light.
But look, this just keeps on going against me here. We're not trading huge amount of shares, top, but you know, it's like a needle in a haystack here today. There's only real upside now. So that to me just thinks that there's some question about to happen, but you know, trying to predict a top when it doesn't show it to you is very, very tough. So taking things out. That might have been something a little wick up to 172, but other than that, 111.72. Other than that, let's just see if this one can work out for us. You know, averaging in has not been working out. Other than that, like, I don't know if there's anything going on in China names, but I know I want to buy Alibaba if it gets a little low, and there's a nice dip down for Alibaba right now as well. That could be a trade there. But Tesla, AMD, you're in that Oscar, which is moving around. UNH did have, again, there was sort of some of those, that healthcare talk today. That's battling back. So maybe Oscar is about.
What's crazy is all the president did was post or truth a chart showing, like, since the Obamacare, well, ACA, I should say ACA.
Yeah.
Since the ACA, like, the healthcare stocks gains. That's it. It was like 100. It was like 100% on UNH or whatever, which is all ridiculous numbers. So basically, I think he was calling the implication is that they shouldn't be that valuable, I suppose. So to me, I'm looking at that as a buy opportunity. But the first shot on Oscar to that 15 area, it did get the VWAP. The second one, it did wick the bottom, closed, opened the next candle above, so I along there, but then gave it to the bottom wick. It just doesn't want to go. So if I miss the first SSR bounce, then I'm going to jump over to something strong, and that's Open Door. It's above $7. It broke out to $7. Maybe you get VWAP, but if this can just hold on to trend, I think anything above 7, when you realize that this has a couple of gaps to try to fill, the gap to 7.5, and then if it breaks 7.5, there's 1 to 8, and then I guess there's even one above there. So there's still some room for it to get to that 750 zone on the next dip, and then potential rip. Open Door. This is really just about the fact that it's SSR and bouncing after earnings. Let's go to it, Eric.
Starting to see comments coming in here from Fed's Muslim. He's saying that he's looking forward to seeing official data because, of course, as he says, more data is better than less data. But he did say that inflation to him feels closer to 3% than the FOMC target of 2%. So again, we have some comments coming from Fed's Muslim saying inflation is a little bit hotter than maybe they would like. But he did say that labor market is around full employment and that it's actually cooling. Again, comments coming here from Fed's Muslim. We'll keep you posted. Back to you.
Okay, but he
thank you very much.
I didn't see any Bills highlights.
No, but Josh Allen, look, it is what it is.
Well, they go. Yeah,
all you have to do is go down.
With him. Yeah.
He push, and then he just keeps on going for like 15 more yards. They stand him up, and there was a fumble, and that was basically.
They should have blown the whistle, maybe.
No, but he should have gone down. Yeah, when you're being stood up like that, everyone's trying to strip the ball, man. I love Josh Allen, but sometimes his Superman antics, which is fine. You win by it, you lose by it. It's better.
And the Dolphins are just a better team than the Bills, you know. No. Oh, man, I can't believe the Bills. I hope that they don't.
You know, we did try to trade for Waddle, by the way.
Oh, yeah. Well, that was he. There we go.
The Bills.
I just think it's the defense. I like their offense is going to score points.
We can't stop the run.
Yeah. Tonight's game should be a good game. Yeah, I'm excited for tonight's game. Oh, no, I'm not. Not ready yet there, Andre. But, all right. So
on Golden's yards.
Right now we are, I don't even know if they're playing. I don't know. I don't like, Jordan Love's not it. Be a big Josh Jacobs game. Possibly tonight. So, okay, 1 second here, Andre, as we get this all loaded up here to talk about Beta Pro. So let's go with it. If you scan that QR code right there, there is some exciting news because Global X here in Canada has launched 3 new, well, they're not new now, you guys have known a lot about this, but triple levered ETFs, including 3 times bull and 3 times bear to the S&P and the TSX 60 semiconductors, and of course U.S. Treasuries. They are also offering, by the way, I got to get some out here as the futures are falling. They're also offering a here to just 65 basis points until December 31st. So you go check them out again. It's Beta Pro. Scan that QR code there if you are a sophisticated trader and looking for some exposure to U.S. names without that currency. Get their hedging program there. Global X, Beta Pro, we want to thank them for their continued sponsorship. And as we were doing that, the market did drop down and we were able to get out of some of our TQQ position there in the 40s and the 30s. We got a thick at 35 or a 38 there and a 41. So basically the same kind of values there getting out as we approach that 21 period moving average. So we'll go 0 for 2 and then 1 for, but we still have 80% of the trade on. So this is still something that we to let it work. And I'm trying to let this thing work back down into 111 or so. I'm actually here at 111.21, which is where this 21 period was, but now it's coming back in just a little bit. Let's see if it fades. Just looking for some more here. Fed's Muslim, I just saw it now saying the U.S. economy is pretty resilient. The labor market is around full employment, so that's interesting to hear. Inflation potentially closer to 3% than to 2% target. So maybe that's what sent this market down a little bit. We don't want to see a big inflation print. And especially now that we are hoping getting this government back in, we can get some more numbers. And if those numbers are not what we expect, then we do look, okay, here we go. Do look for a little lower expectations here. And here it comes right back in the futures. Big trade. We've already gone 0 for 2, so looking to make this one sing a little bit more.
Yeah, have it sing. But you know what never got to the upside is SMCI. Oh, about it's a you-know-what till it's not. That stock just continues to be I don't know what, I was going to say a joke, but continue to be relatively weak compared to some of the chip news. I was looking over at some of the chips, and I might have missed something in Intel, but I'll get to that in a second. At this point in the day, if there's obvious strength, relative strength or weakness, then you got to respect it. This might be up percent, but the market was breaking out. This is only breaking down. First available pop, I'm shorting. I did get into Open Door on a bit of a dip. It didn't get to the volume weighted average price, so there's still a little bit of a ways for it to maybe 10 cents lower. If it gets down into that 710 to 715 area, I have the quarters right now or just underneath it. Bit of a bull flag. Technical breakout is, I suppose, the name of the game here. So first available pop on SMCI, and I this one. It's done this before, where regardless of what the market is doing, it just trends down for the entirety of the morning and gives you ample opportunity to get in. Was not free locates. We had to pay 1/4 of not even that, 3 cents for 100 shares. Yeah, okay. I was about to say it's 1/4 of a cent. It's not. It's like
sometimes it's short of us.
It's actually 1/4 of. No, it's even less than that. Okay, ridiculous. It should just be free.
Yeah, we're now at 80% of this TQQ trade because it did come into our prices. I was telling you we're sitting at 11111, so we actually wind up getting that price. So that was a nice move back in there for the NASDAQ. And again, just catching a quick 50 cents on that, but trying to hold out in case, that maybe that was the top there for today. And let's just give it a second. I'd like to see it come back into VWAP. So this is where I am sitting at I'm sitting with, now it's going to be about 20% of an out at 111 flat. So right into here, right where VWAP is. So if we can get a trade on the futures, that's something that we're looking at. I'm looking at right there anyways. Palantir go boom, man. I mean, that went all the way to 190. Like, that was a huge breakout level. Palantir's now up 7%. Like, this was the dip buy that we were all looking for. This went down to 170, low 170s on Friday, now 190, and we know that this name can run, especially, if the futures, it's very well tied to the NASDAQ and to the whole sort of government reopening theme, whatnot there. Okay. Now I'm going to take another fill here, honestly, at 15. So we just take another one on the TQs because this is that level. But like I had said, we are still waiting for a significant part here at 111. So we'll wait for that. Let's just go have a quick check on what gold's doing. We talked about that a little earlier as well. Not doing too much. It's fading out, but bouncing off that 200 period moving average. So gold's still up 2%. I know you were looking at silver.
Silver's back to holding VWAP. It's close. It broke the trend on silver. SMCI refusing to pop here. It's kind of frustrating. But silver's trying to close and hold VWAP and break it out. If I don't get 4.8, which it never even came all that close to, then I'll play something off the volume weighted average price. Okay, SMCI is trying to go a little bit higher here. I'm sitting at 41.25. Might nibble if it gets closer to the 41 level. I just missed that super chat. There, Andre, if you had that one up there, my head was looking. Kentish. What up, fellas? In Brampton for a couple of days, visiting the fam. What's some good spots to check out to eat? Always love visiting the Six. Well, my favorite restaurant in Brampton is gone now. Unfortunately, it was La Caponina, but they closed it, unfortunately. So I don't eat out in Brampton as much as I used to. I couldn't even give you a good recommendation. It depends on what type of food you're trying to eat. DM me and I'll give you answers, because I have to actually think about it.
Yeah, okay, I haven't been to Brampton in a minute, so.
CRM.
Yeah, and it's not, Brampton is, yeah, I guess kind of like the 6th there, a little outskirt there.
Can you tell me about seems bull, but so choppy?
Okay, so Salesforce, I mean, they were the ones that really should have been one of the bigger winners of this whole AI race, because they had Agentforce AI, and they've been talking, you know, for forever. This is their whole model, is, you know, taking data, reworking it, giving you everything you need, customer relations management, right? CRM. So it had a huge move over the last little while, and I like where these levels are, but why, you know, Agentforce is not a story. I guess it's just not being well adopted. I'm thinking that just with the way AI is now, I'm wondering, like, does Copilot, is there some other solutions here where Salesforce's product is, I don't want to say slowly becoming obsolete, but I think it's expensive maybe for what it is, and without knowing much other than it's just on the chart-wise not working when it should be, that's a disappointment. So I don't really want to get into Salesforce right now, but these levels are pretty awesome. It goes all the way back to May here. This is May, April, May, February, yeah, so basically of last year, where we're right back into the tariff lows. There's not too that are there. I think it's never great betting on losing stocks, and right now this is a losing stock. So I would say hold off on CRM. Yeah, you know, we're through earnings, and it's not winning. Has not been reacting properly. I don't know. There's a lot of great companies out there, and just Salesforce can't seem to get out of its own way. Now I don't know what PE is of this name. I think if it does get beat up enough, maybe there's some value here for Salesforce, CRM. It's a good thing we got out of some of that futures as it came back down, because now we're starting to go back up. Yeah, so its forward PE is only 18. Like, it's current PE 34. You know, not crazy on the valuation side of things. So I think you're right, but looking into it. But Salesforce continues to get hit there. Can't say I recommend it. Just doesn't look very healthy. More work needed to figure out what's going on with Salesforce.
Like, outside of that support, what do you have going for it? Oh, my poppy keeps falling off. It's hilarious. I'll get that in a second. I did pick up, as it did hold on to VWAP. It's now breaking that consolidation a little bit higher. So there's this, and there is gold, and I just typed in, really? Muscle memory is unbelievable. If I start typing G, like, it doesn't even matter that I just said gold. Like, I typed Google. You guys all saw me do it live. The brain just kind of works that way. No, GLD is gold's trying to VWAP. Silver just a little bit stronger. It just moves more. So it tends to have like a little bit, if we're going upside, and I think silver gives you a better percent return, so I like SLV. And try to add to this in VWAP, at VWAP, and see if we can play into the pre-market highs. And then I'm reminding myself that some of my keys are different on the Amex. So instead of offering out, I almost sort of stop order in. So I'm going to try to buy more at VWAP, see if we can't get to the high of the day. AMD is now no longer, this is a frustrating one for me, because I'm the worst wick possible. It did, when I got out, it did go like another $1 lower, but there was never a chance to get back in at VWAP. AMD is on an absolute tear, up 5%, not the only one, because Micron is up 7%. The chips are having their morning. That much is for sure. Open's kind of doing the same thing as before, and I'm very close to getting this SMCI short. So yeah, SMCI is weak in putting in lower highs, but remember, the chips are going higher. This one's just more of a relative weakness type play.
Yeah, Nvidia is one of the ones that's not going, but it's only starting to go a little bit here. So there goes the TQs right back up to the upside. So those were some good outs, man, down there. We just took another one when it fell back in, and we were like, well, we're waiting for O2s. That didn't come through, so we did take another 15, but it looks like we're about to get stopped out here near the highs one more time. I'm giving it a little bit of a runway here, maybe up to 11. Let's 1191 or so 111.91. Just, I want to give it a little bit of breath above its highs, just in case we get there and run a little bit. It's only going to be 10 cents. So it's, whoopsies, it's literally nothing, 111.91. We've done good getting some out, and I think it'll be, it's never worth a hit. Like, you always get them all out down there, but at least we were able to do, okay, here it goes, man. So I think now this market, we've tested back. We basically bounced off VWAP pretty clean there. So now we got to flip up our sort of our cap here and say we just have to look for those. We just bounced off VWAP right now, so we got to find. There it goes. It's going to come out. Okay, it's going to. okay, it was like it came out before we broke 90s there, but 91s. And remember, like it'll trigger out on any sort of a print. You get something on the dark pool or something like that, it gets triggered out. But there it goes upside. We made money on our last short there, but it was the reload there that ended up getting stopped out of that last little piece. So if it is a chip kind of a day, you know, Nvidia just bottomed out there. I just wasn't convinced on the long, but what a good long that was at 194, and now trying to break out through the top. So it gets kind of like meme crazy a little bit there, then maybe it is time to start to go back up to the upside now with Nvidia. So back into 194. Oscar's trying to bounce off 115 right now. So oopsies, or sorry, 115 as that's thinking about it down quite a lot. SSR already happening there. Maybe we get an SSR bounce in and around 15. It looks like 15 flat or so is that level. All right, let's go back over to Adair. Right back in, of course.
Yeah, we had quite the recovery on Friday, and today gapping up, and 2 green 15-minute candles so far for the day for that NASDAQ. We did have commentary coming from Fed's Muslim. He just finished his remarks a couple of minutes ago. Not getting any more Fed speakers that I'm seeing on the calendar later today, though. U.S. President Donald Trump is set to meet with the president of Syria at 11 a.m. So I'll cover that for you guys in case anything market moving is happening. Now, speaking of politics, we know one of the things we're watching is the potential end of the shutdown. Well, we have a reporter from Punchbowl on X suggesting that a top Democrat here from the Ways and Means Committee saying that they are not for the Senate's new deal to end the shutdown. So looks like the shutdown could continue a bit longer. Of course, I'll keep you guys posted with any updates. Nvidia, speaking of long, a nice upside push here, gapping up and holding relatively strong today as we have Huang indicate there's still a lot of demand for the company's AI chips. Now I want to talk here about another Make 7 named TSLA. Tesla on watch for a couple different reasons. Still having some struggling China sales, but we also have news that the company's Cybertruck leader actually leaving the company. And speaking of TSLA, we know we had that pay package for CEO Elon Musk approved last week. Now Rivian CEO RJ Scaron set to get his own pay package, which much like the deal with Musk is going to be tied to performance. Before we send you back to Sean and Neil, we'll take a moment to thank our friends at Origenics. Each year, 3.8 million concussions are reported in the U.S., but there is still no FDA-approved treatment. NYSE-listed Origenics, or OGEN, is changing that with its first in-class intranasal drug designed for rapid brain access. With the concussion treatment market projected to reach $8.9 billion by 2027, Origenics is to lead the way. Learn more and schedule a meeting today. Make sure to like and make sure to subscribe as we send you back to the guys.
I did it, and then they get
Nvidia, well, sorry, not Nvidia. Tesla is just ramping back up to the highs. Looks like that one's going to break out. I'm reminded of one thing that we didn't do this morning. I do this every single day, and we haven't even looked at the visualizer. And I'm guilty, and thank you guys for calling me out. This morning when I about silver, I typed in the chat SLV, and I didn't use the $. So that was on me because it didn't show up. But right now it's Palantir and Open Door, and if you want to contribute by letting us know what symbols are hot or you're interested in, type $ and the ticker, hop into the chat. You need to be a subscriber, so make sure you subscribe, like and subscribe. But these two are, it's not even close. It's Palantir, and then you get Meta, Robinhood, SoFi, MU, GLTO, Netflix. Move is on the move, apparently. 144% to the upside move. That could be my chance to see the new halt bands, this stock.
Oh, yeah, that halt bands.
Yeah, this is going to be, I have to have this one up on the level 2 because we have the halt bands. It's a new feature here on P Pro. So I want to take a shot to look at this. It's already halted like multiple times. I'm not going to bother counting. So that's why people are interested. By the way, this is halted down with a tap of 1120, so it looks like it might be on the back end. Unfortunately, just to recap a couple of things, silver bouncing off VWAP. I have yet to take any profit. I haven't gotten the fills on the dip back into VWAP either. SMCI did come into the volume average price. We shorted it. I'll give it to the quarters. But if the market's going to roll over, this thing, you know, it didn't break the highs and is making lower highs. So I want to play this for what it's been doing recently, which is, you know, essentially pop and fade almost every single day. So relative weakness here in that name. Open Door is still more or less in the same range. It's holding 7. Just wanted to quickly look. I want to look at this on SMCI for a target at the bottom. We should be trying to get to $40 really and almost filling the gap. So 40 quarter is the target. Always, when in doubt, zoom out. I just realized I hadn't done that on the short. Silver is still trending to the upside. And open, it's above 7. It was just able to hold the dip, holding on to 7. So in this consolidation, I'm looking to be long in between 7 and 7.25, and then adding on dips for the play into 750. I think that's kind of an obvious area for this to get. It's kind of chilling out here in the quarter range. Want to see this 15-minute close green, and I'm already on the dip, and then probably add to it. But open door up 11%. No real catalyst here. It was just SSR on Friday, and then continuation today after earnings.
Okay, I mean, is there some individual news about Palantir? Maybe not. I mean, I guess we talked about it earlier.
Government contract thing? I don't know.
I don't know. Just the government, potentially reopening soon, I guess, is good for more government contracts. I mean, I don't know, but Palantir now up 7 and a bit. And I almost wrote on the sticky note today, Palantir like 190. Look out for. I just didn't really think we would get there, to be honest with you. But now you're at to 190, and maybe if you're looking for some kind of a short if the market peels back, because I've just been shorting the market, which hasn't worked. This name, and again, to fight the trend and unique trading group, man, I really appreciate what you're mentioning there, because fighting the trend here, not necessarily something that's been pay dirt here by any stretch of the imagination, especially over the last couple weeks. I'm kind of waiting for someone to come out and be like, you know what, this government shutdown is not as close as we thought to be ended. And that's kind of what but that's just waiting for something to happen like that. We're not getting anything to issue that kind of a warning or anything. IBIT, though, right now is kind of firing off a little bit. We came in, it was at 106.5. Now it's at 105 flat. This is what it looks like today. It's been pretty, well beat up to the downside. I mean, you're not huge, but we were up, and we haven't really caught too much of a bid. But maybe looking at that 59.4, it is the 50-period moving average. On the 5-minute chart, there is like a little bit of a gapping level there that we're looking to sort of fill again, and we might have just done that at $59. So yeah, looking for maybe a bounce back here in crypto off of 105 right now. So now you're back up already to 105.2 as that looks to bounce around just a little bit here as well. So I'm going to sit in this to see if it wants to work. SMR is now down to 29.50. So that could be a good little level there. Oscar, we talked about that at 15. And then before I go to Adair, just quickly a little look here on Robinhood as, again, come on, chart for Robinhood. Yeah, so nice move up to 139, then right back into 135 change. So let's give this a shot right now on Robinhood to see if we can hold in and around that 130 days low right now for Robinhood coming through. What's up, Adara?
I do have one story here, Sean, that's potentially tangentially related to Palantir. So Surf Air Mobility announced a $100 million strategic financing. Well, now, why would this be related to PLTR? Because apparently, as a result of this deal, Palantir is going to be receiving $6 million in common stock from Surf Air Mobility, or SRFM, as prepayment services as part of this deal. So PLTR, due to a tie-up here with SRFM, that could potentially have something to do here. I do want to talk about the shutdown as well, because I know, Sean, you were mentioning potential shutdown talks. As I mentioned earlier, there's a report here from Punchbowl News on X suggesting that one of the Democrats, who's the leader of one of the heads of the Ways and Means, suggesting that they are not a fan of this deal to end the shutdown. But then we have U.S. Speaker of the House Mike Johnson saying that apparently the nightmare is near over with regards to the shutdown. So conflicting shutdown talks still here from both sides of the aisle as we await a potential end to the U.S. government shutdown. Back to you.
Sounds more positive than negative on that shutdown news.
Yeah, but the House is always tricky. So, yeah, end of open. It did do an over-under at 750, broke 750, came back. I trailed out when it lost 750. That was the first kind of upside target. So I'm going to be out everything in front, looking for available dip as open door just continues to go. I know we got some super chats in here that we missed. So if we can throw that up. Cheers to buying Palantir. Call at 169 last Friday. Thanks to your channel.
Great call.
Shout out to you. That's a big one for sure, as that's headed toward. I mean, we can. It's not a jinx it to say it's headed toward potentially that 200.
No, I mean, it has it'll get there.
But before it gets there, 191 resistance right here. And then it's literally a gap filled almost 200. And then if we have another super chat, Oscar Ruiz. Good morning, guys. Opinion on Adobe. Uh-oh. I think Fabian likes Adobe. That's the positive thing I'm going to say about Adobe, because my not too great with them, because it's been like, this has just been kind of like CRM, right, where just nothing about it has been working, and you've just been trend down forever. I can't remember the last time this was in an upward trend. Everyone tries to pick bottoms here. It's a triple bottom. That's nice, but if this doesn't get above the 200 period moving average, I'm not 10-foot pole. Like, if you're not working, you're not working. I know you like them. I
mean, it's a great tool. It's necessary. We rely on it here. A lot of people rely on it, but there's a lot of options also.
Right.
Yeah.
A lot of they're losing market share slowly. And I don't, who knows how long they'll last, but they're very innovative but very expensive. Mm-hmm. Like enough where if you're alone, it's not really worth it. You have to find the free options.
There you go. You just heard it from the horses. He use it all the time, but he's giving you all of the reasons why they're a little bit weak. He doesn't pay for it. There's a big difference sometimes between like a quality going concern that's going to be able to generate revenues, and they're not going anywhere, but they're also not going anywhere when it comes to. Think of how long Intel was in that fashion before people start seeing a little bit of a light at the tunnel for them to be able to turn it around. This is still trying to make some kind of a bottoming pattern. That's the best I can do for you there. So kind of let it do that. Ooh, when you're short, you got to try to get that scalp profit. And we just closed another candle underneath VWAP without hitting me on the bid on SMCI. Still looking weak, but it's going to have to start filling some of these bids before heading back down. NASDAQ looking good. About the only chip name that looks weak to me right now is SMCI, so shout out to you guys for making that in the chat. And even TPS reports saying Adobe is expensive.
Yeah, apparently they want the House to be opened AAP here to get that vote going. So it looks like they probably will come up with a settlement, which is great right there for the market. And so that means that we are very now close to finally stopping out as this name just continues. We haven't been able to get anything out of this last little effort here, but I was hoping that some of that talk was going to be the other way around, that they weren't super close and that we would have a monster move to the back here for the futures. But that's just, it looks like, as I was saying, as Adair was reporting it, we just heard in our ear there that it's, looking like they want to make a vote. So I think that confident to vote on both sides there, then maybe something will come through. So it's just a matter of floating around now. I think something does, I don't know. Look, it's the government. I don't know if something gets done or not, but it's not looking right now for that long or for the short here in the TQs. And should have just been a long. We saw all those bids earlier, and that's what sort of switched me, because I was like, okay, there's a bunch of bids. It should eventually give it up, but it didn't really ever have a dip. We did take a little bit of advantage of that first. I guess that was the only dip that happened there around 940. Here we go, extension through. I'm just using 112 as our route because the market just wants to break through. We should have reverted into the long, so now we'll wait and be and grab that long on any dips, because right now, there it go. Okay, well, apparently I got stopped out there. I don't know. O's or O1s. That's sometimes the problem there when we play those dark pools. It looks like it maybe didn't break, but at the end of the day, it's okay. Well, okay.
SanDisk is.
I don't know if that broke or not, but it looks like we did obviously get out of our position there on a 112 break. So that kind of sucks. But either way, nice upside play there for the TQs. Looks like it does break that level, and well, I don't think it did, but we got out for some reason there, and just didn't want to hold it for much longer. And of course, there it goes. There's the retracement back in, but
Intel was such a.
So that one fell down. I don't know.
Like, you've got to be kidding me. I remember.
Why is this now going?
But 20 minutes ago, I was like, I think I missed something on Intel. It was just a trend break. And it was a little bit late because you had to be on this one when it broke trend. Now heading to its lows. If a stock is at the low of the day when the market's testing high of the day, it is relatively weak. And so I went over to SMCI, which is also relatively weak, but it's not as day. That's the only reason I'll be a little upset. Like, the Intel was just a better short because it gave you a failed breakout on a Monday morning. So I half out on the way to the low. I'll get another leg out and then look to reload VWAP on SMCI, sort of play that game to the downside. But I just look at SNDK. SanDisk, whoops, that's Blue Ocean. SanDisk is up 10%.
What? Didn't we look at that before and was like, oh my God, this is a huge stock?
This is, okay, look, I get it. Congratulations, everyone's got this. This is looking a little bit ridiculous. Like, look at the daily on this and look at the continuation candles. I feel like it's got a little bit of a, there's going a monster short opportunity in probably this name. And when it happens, like Western Digital and then Micron to a lesser extent. But I want to fight that today. Let's wait. The first day that it looks like the short is in, I'm going to be involved the day after that, or maybe in the afternoon on what that might be, the scaling on this chart. So I did get one fill on SLV there, and now trying to get back into VWAP if it can pull back. A little bit of a pullback happening. It's just a distinct trend. A little bit of a dip on gold and silver. Just want to hold this one to the highs, pre-market highs, and buy the dip on the volume-weighted average price. But SMCI, that's certainly looking weak for now. Get Intel as well. I'll probably try to short that. I just saw AMD turn. I just saw Tesla turn. So the market seeming like it's coming back in. Let's go to Adara.
Yeah, I just want to mention here, we have coming from U.S. Speaker of the House there, Mike Johnson, saying that he believes that they have enough votes to pass the stopgap, and apparently he's also telling House members to start making their return to Washington. So it looks like U.S. Speaker of the House Mike Johnson is optimistic that we could see an end to the shutdown fairly shortly. Back to you.
So we could.
It's just crazy. We got stopped out there when I don't even think it broke. So we did get back in, and now we're making some back on. But all we're making back is what we lost on that first trade, like basically washing. I don't think we broke it, but it doesn't matter. The stop was kind of a random spot anyways, up there to 112. So, maybe instead of the logic, and I hate saying maybe and what ifs and all that kind of stuff, but now that, maybe it's been resolved, maybe the pullback happens again and we start talking about AI, being in its last innings. No, it's not that's not the truth. But we did see last week talk, and that's why a name like a Palantir and Nvidia, bounced well off. I think Nvidia almost went down 10%, didn't it, from its all-time highs there of 212. We got into 178 there. Yeah, so we down more than $20 on Nvidia, down 10% last week. And now, obviously, as the market gets some momentum back into it, it can start to rally again. But if the House can finally come back in, it's 2% now, upside on the NASDAQ. Is there more to that? I mean, we've seen already sort of on the daily charts here for the NASDAQ. Excuse me, I just typed in 4 Qs. It's only 3. We're not too far away from all-time highs again. So let's see if earnings will once again carry the way here. And 85% of the S&P 500 that's reported already has beat. So if we can get through the government and then really think about that AI story maybe not being as, bearish as maybe we had thought. I mean, the government, OpenAI came out and said, like, they were talking, I don't think it was misunderstood, but like bailout, this and that, potentially AI. For some AI. And I don't think that that's necessary, but yet, anyway, have OpenAI public yet. We'll have to see how the market reacts to that. Oracle's been a name that's been really beat up in this space. And as people worried about some of these warehouses and data centers, and is there enough funding for all of this? Like Oracle can open up and borrow all this money to open up all these centers, and then relying really on deals they've made with OpenAI. And hopefully those are, concrete, right? So that's been the fallback in for a name like an Oracle. But trying to catch some heat today, up 1.7%. Oracle. So there it goes. What's up, Lone Sophos there? All right, so Uber, we just heard now. I heard in our ear, I think it was, or I don't know if I saw the story there or whatever, but finally starting to deliver Shake Shack in Toronto. Like, okay, I don't know why that's a big deal, but that came across the Benzinga Newswire there. I was like, what's that story about Uber? Happening with, yeah, not much. Okay, good. Adair saw it. Not much happening right there with Uber today. Anything looking like it wants to break through the bottom.
Who is it that
what they've made so far there, Uber. But
what was the name of the viewer that wanted Eli Lilly 1000? Was that LA Day Trader?
Or
was it somebody else?
Maybe.
If it was, okay, first of all, if it was not LA Day Trader, then my apologies. If it was, then tomorrow?
Oh, yeah, that's right.
Or 2:30 today? 1,000 on Eli Lilly is almost seeming like a mortal lock at this point. It took some time because there was some chop up here. But Eli Lilly has broken through the top. And it just did so like a couple of minutes ago. Eli Lilly just broke through the 970. Oh, it's pulled back, got to 980, but very, very strong. So go Lilly, go. Hopefully, I don't remember. Again, we get a lot of super chats and a lot of talk there. I think.
Yeah, I'm not sure.
I believe it was Day Trader LA. I believe it was Day Trader LA.
I didn't say. Okay. Is that what we?
I said Day Trader. So you know what? That's as close as I'm gonna get. Adara doesn't forget these things, so she's always right. If it's something like that, she's always right and I'm always wrong. Just think of it that way. So if the market comes back here, we got one more bid. Still trying to reload SMCI. It's volume weighted average price that continues to go down. Intel continues to probably bleed at the low of the day.
Yeah.
This is like when it breaks trend early, you have to be there when it's happening. Only good news for the silver long is it's still kind of slowly trending up above VWAP. And by the way, for the Bitcoin bulls out there, well, this never participated in the up move this morning. I bid. Now, right as the market was breaking out, this was just all down. So throw that into the bucket of relative weakness.
Talked about that. Yeah, it's that gap around 59 trying to fill. So
and it's not like look, ETH is underneath 35. Oh, sorry, check that, just barely above 35. So all the BNR lovers are probably not loving it this morning, as this is actually even weaker coin. BMNR taking on the chin because, of course, ETH is not having a good morning. Let's go over to Adara for the small cap recap.
Let's talk about these small caps, starting with Movano. MOVE, or MOVE is the ticker for this one. MOVE, a merger agreement with Corvex. It is worth noting here for MOVE, we have a pretty small float. I was seeing around 610,000 shares, so sub-million share float. Certainly of note here for MOVE. Then we have ASST, Asset Management, or Strive. This company, of course, Mike Alfred, who was also involved in Open Door, announced a position in ASST a couple weeks ago. With Strive, you do have a larger market cap. We're talking around $1 billion. But they did also announce here a Bitcoin purchase last week, or during a period ending last week. So good look there for ASST, trying to push higher. GLTO trading higher. Interesting catalyst here, acquiring Demora Therapeutics. So GLTO, with a roughly 1.3 million share float, also to the upside today. Before we send you back to Sean and Neil, we will take a moment to thank our Trade the Pool. Because for too long, trading meant risking your own money or never having enough to start. That's what kept so many traders on the sidelines, but that is changing because Trade the Pool is transforming how traders access the markets. With its limited risk trading model, traders use funded capital while Trade the Pool absorbs the downside, which allows traders to focus on what truly matters. Discipline, consistency, and growth. So when you hit that profit target, you keep 70% of the profits. No fear, no barriers, just real opportunity. This is the revolution of limited risk trading powered by Trade the Pool. Trade the Pool or scan the QR code, tradethepool.com, or scan the QR code now to get 10% off your first evaluation. Back to Sean and Neil. Make sure to hit that like and subscribe.
Thank you very much, Adara. You're about to see Open Door. Potentially, it's losing that upward trend that it was on right now. So if it gets, break trend line, hold VWAP or hold 7, that could be the reload opportunity. 7 is underneath the volume weighted average price, but that's kind of like the bullish spot for Open Door. This is your breakaway from the $7 area. That's why $7 is a bit of an anchor instead of the volume weighted average price. So looking for another chance to get back into this one, but I had to the market just now when it came to SMCI. The market came back into the top. Here, I'll show you NASDAQ. It came right, this is a 60-minute chart, but here, I'll show you, this is a better example here on a 15. There's our dip on the 15, holds on to this consolidation and then breaks back a little bit higher. So with that, I took another leg out on SMCI, and again, that was because of what the futures were doing, so I was trying a little bit closer to the low of the day, but I'm going to hold through a low of the day break and reloaded VWAP. This one's trending down, so we want to respect it. Open Door, still waiting for that dip to maybe get all the way into VWAP again. Got patient with it, but patience is something that Palantir has none of today, as it wants 10% up. I feel like if this gets to 200 today, that's going to be, like if I see it 200 in the middle of the day, that's going to be a fade. And just like, how could you not? If like an even $200 level,
like 20% or something.
Well, that's that's 200. Yeah,
200,
but you don't think
it would be 20%? But
no, it's 12%
from its bottom.
Yeah, we talking 12 or something like that. Either way,
maybe but it's like 20% from its bottom because its bottom was 170 or so.
I know that's a pie in the sky thing, but already done. Like if you don't think it could press into 20, that would be one heck of a mean reversion trade if I see it. So Palantir on the absolute warpath, unintended.
That's right. I think Apple here back into VWAP is an interesting level as well. I mean, the market just made a run to highs again right now. And, you know, Apple had a very aggressive open, has really pulled back into VWAP. And these are levels where you want to, I mean, I'm short the market here, which looks like it's going to come back out again. We did really well taking advantage of this move to the downside. We did get stopped out there, but made it back. We got a 38 fill right there down in before this most recent, you know, bump back up to the upside here. But it is looking like, if you haven't heard there, we are looking to see if this market can get back into, you know, some of those highs based on, and I just closed the story there, based on, okay, now we're short, based on, you know, news out of Washington that possibly calling, you know, the government back right now to see if we can, you know, rearrange and get that going back up to the upside goes the market, as the government shutdown is now hopefully moments away from, you know, resolving itself. And I think it's been the longest shutdown in the history, and about time that we get this resolved. And we had that rumor, and we talked about it with Obi there on Friday when he was in, and just about possible follow-throughs and stuff like that. It was a very strong day. Closing on Friday that really rallied some of these markets, and now today you're starting to see obviously another pull through here of all of that, man. And all these dip buys seem to have been the right play. And you just hit a name like a Palantir. We talk about a name like SoFi, Robinhood. A lot of these names really starting to get back up to the upside one more time here. So yeah, these longs.
It's actually not that strong right now.
It's okay. It's down on the day.
Yeah, I was about to point out just that. Like for all of this strength that earlier in Robinhood, because I'm starting to reevaluate like how much I'm going to like the dip buy in a stock that's trending down while the market's going higher. So there's something a little bit fishy about anything adjacent to the crypto space. And someone in the chat reminded me of this in the morning. There was that really big sell imbalance on MNR at the end of the day. It got paired off ultimately, but it was there. And then all of a sudden, you know, you're really starting to see the bleed. The bleed it's real in anything crypto related, and now some of the fintech names seem to be headed lower. If you're looking at anything like picks and shovels for data center stuff, like Caterpillar, GV, SMR, those are looking relatively weak. Like you've essentially got AMD, Nvidia, the actual direct chip names, the memory names, which are going ham, and Tesla, which is going crazy, and then Palantir. So it's not everything that's going in this market. I'm just sort of looking for the next trade that isn't Opendoor or one of the two things I'm already in. Not finding anything I'm in love with. What's standing out is, I mean, Intel looks like it can be an obvious short. And then I was looking back over at Oscar and the off chance that like I didn't time the SSR bounce right, in that it absolutely bounced off that low. I missed it the first time and then just tried to trade the same level the second time. It then bounced off 15. It could triple bottom here at 15, and that might going to trade up into the volume weighted average price down 15%, but I might just, I don't know if I want to fight this trend down. So Opendoor is seemingly like it's going to be the small capper, which gives us a chance. Just cannot get back to VWAP. I'm willing to be patient with it. Open, again, no story. Still would love to have Mr. Jackson.
Oh yeah, that's right.
On this show. He's got to be happy with this. I'm wondering, if you loved Opendoor, how could you not? Like the $5 bounce, it consolidated all pre-market down, I think it was down 20% or something like that. And then open buying was huge. Like look at the volume candle on this 15 right when it opened back up. It was just buy all the way to $6. So I don't know, if you're a whale and you weren't buying that, you must really not like it. That's all I can think. So much.
That'd be interesting. Like that'd be the question we want to ask this guy. Like, no, what does he think? Does he know anybody else that's buying this? You know, has his sort of plan worked so far? What about that Better Homes, BETR?
That was the other one.
Is another one that he was looking at. I haven't looked at that in a minute. Hut 8 is another name that he was looking at as well.
Doing anything, which is interesting.
Yeah, Hut 8's probably getting crushed. Okay, here goes. So as that was happening, we were getting more and more out of this market short because it's not right. But here's Hut 8. You know, I remember trading this got long through 50 when that was first announced, and we got up to like 56, 57, pulled back obviously on that crazy amount of weakness that we've seen in crypto near the end of October, and then a move back up to the high side again, and now back in as crypto some kind of ways right now is down to 105. We talked about maybe reloading that, something like that. If we got that opportunity. Apple is now through VWAP down to the downside, so we were just getting more out of the futures. So yeah, hopefully it falls back in, but it looks like the market does want to stay up near the top here. Get ice cold right there. What's up, Joe? Yeah, he's got the toucan right there. Okay, now the market's starting to fall back in, which is kind of nice. Apple's just still chilling here at VWAP, so I just wanted to show that again to possibly to the downside for Apple.
Trump.
Could be a great. Really? How come I don't have anything in my ear?
The last administration wasted billions of dollars trying to fix antiquated junk. No idea what they were doing. Again, to our great American patriots, God bless you. I won't be able to send money fast enough to all others. Report to work immediately. God bless America, President Donald Trump. Air traffic controllers must get back to work. Now, there's some other, I think it was mostly directed at air traffic controllers.
Okay.
Yeah.
That did give us a nice move to the downside there. That's what it was. At least. We're capturing now on the futures. We just took some 85s. We're short at 95, man. Like, if we can just sort of do what we're doing and try to scalp out a little bit, we'd be pretty happy with this move. But what's up, Adara?
Just a little bit more here with regards to the air traffic control story. Trump also apparently saying that he's going to be offering a bonus of $10,000, it looks like, for air traffic controllers who didn't take time off. Again, air traffic control has been one of these sectors that's really been on watch here with regards to this government shutdown. Back to you.
That's interesting.
Yeah, so if you did it, so if you basically like...
If you worked during the...
Yeah, if you rolled with, being furloughed or whatever, I guess, and did not take time off.
Can you do that?
I don't know. What, can Trump do that? Yeah, he can do that. He can do whatever he wants, apparently. I guess it's all going to have to get passed and approved. I don't know how you can bonus people out, but it seems like that's what he wants to do, so...
Apparently, he's recommending it. So, I mean, we can't have it yet, but he's made it clear that that's what he would like to happen.
Okay.
He'd also like to have the Washington Commanders Stadium renamed Trump Stadium or something like that. So he really, really wants that as well. So we'll see if that winds up happening. Maybe they should just be the Washington... I don't know, I was trying to think of, I guess the Trumps wouldn't really...
Or maybe they could focus on not playing their quarterback in a blowout so that he can get hurt, especially when he has a play style that lets him get hurt. That's
I mean, it's always so good when you have Marcus Mariota.
No, but that's at least when I was watching the Bills, the common sense to get Josh Allen out of the game at one point. It's like, okay, well, now this is out of hand. You're not coming back. Why would you risk injury? Sometimes you've got to move on to the next.
Yeah.
You know, whether that's in all phases of life. Like this sunk cost fallacy, next trade, next opportunity, next week. Because I'm telling you, like, and Josh is the kind of guy that will get himself hurt in the fourth quarter because he doesn't have that other gear. If he's out there, he's going to try and make a play happen. And when you're no chance of winning the game. Like,
yeah, it's a little silly.
And the Washington quarterback is built like me. Seriously, like he's not that big of an athlete. Like he's going to take hits and he's going to get hurt. I'm really disappointed in this open door's inability to get back to VWAP for some kind of a trend. You know, look, it's staying on trend right. It's actually breaking the trend line, which is why I think it can get to VWAP or to that $7 entry game. It's just not happening. Tesla seems to want 450 for all of you out there. At this time of day, I'm starting to think where is a trend I like, whether it's up or down. I'm not really sure Tesla's going to be the one for me. Silver, okay, but not looking crazy. I looked back over at Nvidia, and that is again, look at the clean upward trend, almost 5% on this thing. It's just absolutely flying. And then, of course, Palantir. Like, Palantir, like, this is actually breaking this uptrend right now. And it's the biggest uptrend out there by a long shot. So this might be... Like, this is why I have to. This is the one. It closes underneath this trend line.
Pizza just halted. Oh, no.
Oh, Pizza's, what happened, deal?
Well, rumor deal, but we didn't see
you have to, yeah. Too late.
Yeah, I heard $64, I think, in our ear. Yeah, 60. So Papa John's, here it is right here, close to it. Try Artisan Capital. Here's the news right here. So there goes PZZA, Papa John's. We had heard about this before as well, but now whenever you get like a associated dollar value with it, it's probably closer to being real there. So ABC Money now reporting that this could be the next thing. So watch out for PZZA right there, back up to the upside. So wow, yeah, really 65 is quite an extension on where we've been. So good level there for PZZA. Possibly there it is. So I was just waiting for that to form out. So it looks like 60 was the top, but okay, well, where it came from though, we've been up here before. So we'll see if Papa John's and Shaquille O'Neal's like 30 franchisers or whatever he has there become worth a little bit more as yeah, Papa John's nicely moving there to the upside. More, whoops, that's the TQs. We don't need that. We took another 77 fill down there on the TQQs.
Okay. Get it, Russell.
All right, what's up, Adara?
It's interesting, guys. I looked into this, and this is not a brand new deal. That's right. Over 2 hours ago, we first had reports of this exact same scenario, again, suggesting that Papa John's is near a $65 per share private takeover deal with Tri-Artisan Capital. Now, Tri-Artisan Capital sounded familiar to me, so I looked into it, and this is the same group that's taking Denny's private. So again, Tri-Artisan Capital at it once again. Reportedly, it close to a $65 a share deal to take PZZA private. But again, these reports are a little bit older than might initially be, I guess, expected or gleaned to you.
Oh, wow.
So I'm just going to throw this out there, but you know, Sean and I should be coming after Tri-Artisan Capital for stealing our name.
Yeah.
When we got our own trading floor, our corporation was TriStar Trading, which I still thought, well, that was a pretty solid name.
Yeah, it was a good one. We were good back then.
It was three of us, so it's like that's.
Now we're taking over Papa John's. So how familiar that is. And we
like
talked about Papa
like
John's with Domino's and all we talked about last week. So congratulations to Papa John's shareholders for sure. There today, it looks like that's gonna be close. But this is what the market looks like. Like, you know, this looks like a winning market to me right now with the NASDAQ up 2% or almost. Yeah, I mean, now it's getting up there. The ES, I was trying to see what they were up as well. ES up 1.1% as the market just ticks higher and through high right now. It's a good thing that we're getting out. We've done fine on these reloads recently of the futures. We just should have been a little bit more patient with it. It's so early, but I think the market continues to float right now. Just hearing a lot of positive stuff in our ear right now about this. Tesla consumer durables up 3.7% as well. We already sort of reviewed that as Eli Lilly looking more and more like it has that $1,000 tick to it. Right now up 5% right there. J&J, AbbVie down from a good week last week as well. Gilead had some news last week. Abbott Labs, J&J, Merck always being looked at as well. Novo Nordisk not on that list right now. But the technology services really starting to lead the way. We got about CRM. CRM, like there it is right there, down. You know, ADP as well. So maybe there's something about, you know, HR related. CN, Accenture downside there. So yeah, maybe CrowdStrike. I love CrowdStrike. How far is this? This name. I was hoping that was how far is this name fallen? How about not far at all? The futures downside again and take another piece out. But yeah, 546 right there for CrowdStrike. I really like the secular bull market in. Cybersecurity, I really like the way that that's looking. All right, so electronic technology, this is where you're going to see a lot of the pressure today. Micron up 8%, even Intel up 2%. Today, wow on this too, like 5% for $5 trillion company. Like this is, Neil said last week when Nvidia fell, I think it was maybe something that it was one of the largest wipeouts on a day.
And the wipeout was larger than all but 15 companies in the S&P.
Right. So this gain today is probably a similar statistic because up 5% on a $5 trillion name, looking pretty good there. Retail is not great, man. I mean, we've seen Walmart hover around that 100 and it's still there right now. So, you know, possible pickups in Walmart necessary. This is all the way back to August levels. And even if you put this all the way back, you're back to January, like the beginning of the year right now. Walmart is still up 10% on the year, but had been up nearly 20. So nice little pullback in Walmart. And then we hadn't shopped at, I mean, my wife's always at Costco. I haven't been in one in a minute, but Costco's still getting hit. And I mean, I don't know, man, my tune-in radio in the car now is trying to pump me barrels all the time now. And Starbucks, okay, here we go. All the Christmas drinks are, Oh, I don't have my Stream Deck open. I haven't Stream Deck yet. That's hilarious. But right now it's coming to the downside right now. Let's get another piece out as Stream Deck's still not working for me. That's okay. There. That's good. All right, so now the market's starting to come back down just a little bit here. Let's take advantage of that recent dip and see if we can get a bid. What am I bidding? 68s. There it is. Nice clean move here. So there it is. That's what we want to do. Sirens up. Market finally falling back just a wee bit. We still have about a third of this position left, and I don't want to bid until we get a lot lower. Let's see if we can actually win. Bidding VWAP right now, 1120 down here. What's up, Miss Adara?
Now let's talk here about these sectors. Before we get into the sectors, I do want to mention the airline sector once again. CNBC just now reporting that UAL, United Airlines, and Delta Airlines, DAL, are both offering attendants extra pay in order to pick up some flights. So again, more, I don't want to say turmoil, but more turbulence, we'll say, for these airlines as the U.S. government shutdown continues, though there have been some inklings of that ending fairly soon. Let's talk about these tech sectors, which are undoubtedly leading the market to the upside today. We've got electronic technology with some strength, amongst others, MU, Broadcom, AMD, Nvidia, and Apple. Then you move on to tech services with Microsoft, Google, Meta, all three Mag 7 names in this sector, really strong. But we also have strength in AppLovin, PLTR, and Netflix. Now, if you move over to what's a little bit weaker, I think consumer non-durables certainly has some. PG and Coca-Cola lagging a little bit here. Energy minerals a little bit red to start the day. Health services really weak as U.S. President Donald Trump some not too positive posts about the sector over the weekend. Then we had retail trade with the exception of Amazon, a little bit weaker. Sean mentioned Costco red, but so is Walmart and Depot. And commercial services weak as well. So basically, if you are not electronic technology or Eli Lilly over there in the health sector, probably not a great day for your group.
Yeah, the pent-up anger in some of these chip names. Lam is up 4% today. You just don't expect that out of, it's a great company. You just don't necessarily expect that. So I want to give the reason for exiting Palantir. Reminder, Palantir, look, like last week's resistance level was right around here, 191. So when I saw that immediately, like they immediately just started buying it back. It broke the trend line, which looks something like this, and then immediately they're defending it at the buck. So I'm going to jump out of that trade. SMCI, I like for the short a little bit better. It's trend down. And as I was in that, I missed a chance for another lower high on SMCI, which not as clean of a trend line, but it's still putting in lower highs, and I can work off this 41 for the volume weighted average price. So that's what I'm going to try and do. Rather be in a weaker name than a stronger one. If Papa John's opens back up, we'll let you guys know. That's because
it's over 10 minutes now.
Oh, shoot, it did just open.
Oh, did I was going to say it's about 10 minutes.
Oh, okay, so it did open.
So we should keep it open. Maybe there will be.
Weren't they saying 65?
Yes.
And it's trading all the way at 47. This must not be as close as everyone's saying. Why would it be?
John, close to 65 per share private takeover deal.
And it's only down here in the 40. Yeah, you know what? The market doesn't seem to believe this because it's already trading back into 45. Oh, if it's at 65, this could be a 50 breakout. But clearly the market has other designs on whether 65 is imminently close here on Papa John's. That's weird.
Yeah, not seeming like that's a
all done
deal there. Oscar continues to go lower. Well, that was 5 minutes ago. We were at the lows and big violent kind of bounce back right there. Maybe I am interested to let us know, Sharif. There's the halt bands are in the system today, so hopefully you'll be able to see them.
I haven't seen it yet.
I only mentioned to Sharif because we haven't really even seen too many crazy runners here today. This is what you guys have voted for. Normally there's like odd names on here. I guess GLTO would have been one to look at. 100% right there, but everything else makes kind of sense. Netflix getting ready for the split November the 18th. We should come in here and that'll be 10-1 on Netflix. $110 stock, move the period over. And then SMR, Tesla, good day, man, up 3% and change. Robinhood finally getting going a little bit, up 4%. They had a little bit of a slow get going. So did Nvidia, up 4% as well, up 5%. Palantir really didn't slow down.
Okay. I saw it.
Neil saw it.
It's right there.
Where?
It's LULD.
Oh, it's listed on there.
It's moving
So you have to mark that as your axe.
Yeah. So
I thought it would automatically be marked.
No, you have to mark it yourself. So essentially, if you're at real trading, like I would right-click, go into my
I think you got to do that for every stock.
And mark it as an axe. Every stock window.
I think or do you have to mark that for every stock? I don't know. Actually.
No, you can save it as default on
your level too. Oh, that would work. So actually, that's pretty cool to do. The other one here, GLTO, was the one that I saw. So right now, getting a whoosh down. Right now, I'm bidding in the 30s. Trying to get VWAP now as the market bleeding downside. We still have a decent spot on here for this. We talked about having a third of our trade, so far so good. As we make it back right now, I've only traded 2 names today, SMR and the futures. Okay, so TQ's downside. Oh, there was, let me see this one name, because this is a 300% name today. GLTO, what is the name of this? GLTO, something like, Galactico. Okay, bunch of halts, man. Halt. Looks like it halted a bunch of times there, and could halt again.
That's where you want to see the band.
Limit up, limit down. Again, I don't have it marked, but we could do that. If you are with us, you could just go into here into Axe and add it on, and then go into here, LULD. Is that all that it is?
Yep.
A limit,
that's all.
Up, limit, down. Okay, right there, and I'm gonna mark it with pretty. I'm gonna mark it with. I don't know. My level 2 has this color already in it. Yeah, already up there. So I'm going to try to find a color that I have, and we'll mark it with that, and we'll go over to Adara for now.
Yeah, I want to mention here more commentary from U.S. President Donald Trump. He's posting it again on Truth Social. He's talking about these $2,000 payments made to low and middle income U.S. citizens. And again, those payments would be made using tariffs. These were alluded to earlier. But he's now also saying that apparently leftover funds from these payments are going to be used to cut the national debt. So again, more comments here on the use of the tariff funds. President Donald Trump, back to you.
All right, maybe the futures aren't going
as I'm just sort of thinking, like, the more I look at this, I should take my eyes off pieces today, because if the market is really believing in this 65, there's nobody really on the bid. Like, it's trying to hold, but just don't really see anybody on this bid, so I don't want to fight this. It's not going to make any sense. What did just happen? All right, so a bit of a wick bottom trying to break the low of the day here on SMCI. It's still up 2.5 points. I kind of thought it could get into that Friday high, but it just hasn't happened yet. Can't let this one hold the bottom without getting out and then try to re-engage back in. Open door is still trending. It's just been no pullback here, and maybe it doesn't. You know, VWAP's just a line on a chart, and Open Door is not respecting that line. I might try to play off of what now would be the initial dip trend and maybe just scalp that. So that'd be about 740 for now into the high of the day if we're not going to get the volume weighted average price. Open Door seems strong. You know, regardless, it's still SSR today, which I think helps out its case for showing a little bit of strength. Relative to the market or not. The market happens to be going up in this particular case. I'm going to try and get into this one on this new trend line up here. But we'll see. I mean, ultimately, stock's up 15%, and it's a kind of a meme-ish stock, and it could end up just being a breakout of this high into $8, and I never get the dip buy in open.
Yeah, that dip buy, I mean, I still like the $7 level.
That $5 dip buy at the
open. I know, and it went way too far down. But look at DraftKings, wow. We left this one for dead, and it was $25. Now it's $31. So off their earnings, they got clubbed downside right there. But you know what? Someone made a good point there, actually, in the chat. It was TPS Reports there, if I can, funny name, the TPS Reports.
I bet you he has a red stapler.
Yeah, put those on. Get right over those TPS reports. Where is it? Unfortunately, I don't even see it in this thing that we have. I'm just going to pull it down right here. And it was right into here. There it is here. Oh, no, it was about the 2K checks coming through. Yeah, $50 for eggs. Yeah. Actually, I don't. There it is. Nope. TPS. Anyways, he had mentioned that maybe DraftKings on some strength. But anyways, shout out to you, TPS Reports. You might be into something there. If we are getting some of these discounts now or these checks coming back in, people will do silly things with them, right? I mean, you know, they'll buy GameStop and AMC and whatnot. But maybe DraftKings is a beneficiary of that. You know, parlay that 2K into 10K. Yeah, that's just what happens.
Oh, yeah.
And we'll wait to see if that has any effect. But remember, bounced before the weekend. They bounced nicely there on Friday, so I'm not sure what's up with that move because the whole market got crushed on Friday. DraftKings nicely taken back upside there after what was a bad report and not a great guide, but we still wait for Florida, Texas, and California to come on down. But you right now are the recipient of the jackpot on Price is Right, because there it is. Bang, right into VWAP. Taking cuts, man. The cuts until they don't. And there it is, all the way to the downside, man. Stop the bleeding on my P&L as now the TQs comes right back in to the downside, looking to go green finally on the TQs. Just, this was fine. That was a relatively small hit there. Getting stopped out here, I think probably might have been one of the bigger ones. Maybe it was this one. Before realizing that that was kind of the top. Then we went back short there, made it back, and then, yeah, so it had to have been this sort of shutdown there or stop out that hurt because we average, and boom. So just trying to make some of it back. And again, it hurts because when we get stopped out, we're stopped out on, you know, like our position, especially if we don't have any outs. So then we take the outs on the way back in, only to reload it at that last stop. Right back in. And the reason why I zoomed out a little bit there on the TQs is here's a 5-minute pretty clean chart from eSignal. There's a lot of room to in here, looking at like 110.80 possibly as the sort of next level there. So let's wait to see. We've got a real big winner now, finally on these futures. It just took a minute to get there. So good on you if you held it. And here it comes, man. Nice little rinse right there. Let's see if we can get something. I just bid 09s. I'm gonna punch a little bit out there at 12s. I don't know why. Let's see if we get those 09s here. Nice flush, pretty dramatically. Oh, we did get 09s. Boom. Okay, now we only have about 15% left, but there, yes, Neil, finally, boom. Nice move back in for these TQs, really capturing this as maybe we go back to 25,000. I don't know, but the shorts probably, I mean, SMCI is probably doing great. Silver, is that reacting to this?
A little bit. It just pulled back into VWAP, so it's still going to be holding trend for now. Little dip off the prior bar. This is where we had our stop when we took the breakout, so reloading essentially at the same price, maintaining the stop order. Silver could easily fall apart. I have to, but I care a little where the market's going. If gold breaks the low, I could elect to even punch out of this one, even if it hasn't hit my stop. So silver a little bit stronger than gold, but not by much. SMCI just blew through the bottom. I was looking for a late trend on something as the market's losing the volume weighted average price. We're going to go to Adara. It might be Tesla. Only thing which is doing a trend break currently as the market's going, but even as I said it, look at that candle. Like, it was breaking trend here, and this candle's already $2, so I don't think I chase that one. Hold SMCI for our target price, and the good news for the open army is Open Door doesn't seem to care about this dip in the market. So Open Door is holding trend to the upside. That'll be key. You know, if this isn't going to fall, the market falls, then this might be your only long. Let's go to Adara.
Yeah, let's talk about dollar. Before we get into that, I have to talk about IHRT, which did get a little bit of a bump here. Adweek reporting that IHRT and TikTok are launching a podcast network. So again, iHeartMedia, TikTok reportedly launching a podcast network, IHRT pushing higher. Let's talk about this US dollar, which is still steadily in this uptrend for the last month and a half, almost 2 months now on the daily chart. Now, we did have some commentary from this morning from Fed's Muslim. No other Fed speakers set to be on the schedule today, but if they make any kind of interviews or media appearances, there's always a possibility that one could pop up. Fed's Muslim saying that he's currently sees inflation around 3% rather than the target of 2%, and that he says that he's really looking forward to getting some more economic data. Nothing super shocking was said here. We maybe got 5-10 minutes worth of comments from him. So in terms of what we actually saw circulated, it wasn't too much from Fed's Muslim. But be aware here, guys. U.S. President Donald Trump set to meet with the interim president of Syria very shortly at 11 a.m. ET. We know that anytime we get any talk from President Trump, it can always move the market and potentially the U.S. dollar. For that, you guys know I'll be covering that for you right here on this desk. So again, get ready for Trump. No more Fed talk today, and this U.S. dollar, despite a 3-day downtrend to end last week, looks like it might want to continue to push higher. Back to you.
Wow, what a move down here for these markets. I want to thank Stevenson there. level of confidence you have on reading these charts. Yeah, look, I mean, it comes with time, but we were wrong early, but the fact to hold it was a nice one there. I inspired you to be a better man. Okay, that's interesting. Thank you for being a great role model. Okay, this is a lot, but there we go. So you are forever indebted. Well, we're indebted to all of you guys as well, as we'll clear that. But, you know, thank you for the continued support on the show. I mean, that's what all of us want, from Joe to Neil to Sharif to Dara to all of us. Just continue watching, man. Bigger and better things are coming for the whole team here at Trader TV Live. I mean, you see all the stuff that's happening in the background right now as Russell continue. That desk is looking good over there, Russ. So we're getting ready to get that going. There it is. Like, look how professional this is. Dara's going to be sitting there soon. Should be really exciting there as we go through. But yeah, man, this is the TQs, and there it goes. You know, just holding on to that short a little bit, and people will get stopped out where they get stopped out. But again, there's the move back in. Thought the Nasdaq extended there, but we have cleared it out now to the point where I only have less than 10%. The big order for me was right here, 7. That was a big chunk of that trade. So we are now out of that, but thank you so much, Stevenson. I mean, that is awesome. And yeah, it's just the TQs, right? So it's a little different than trading the physical NASDAQ, as this is an ETF, but I like it. I trade it, and I've only traded these two names, and it's just too many outs, but I'm okay with getting out here at the 50 period, but you know, holding for this drop down is what made the money. So that was a good one there. And now we'll wait to see. I mean, I think the market could fade even a little bit more. We did zoom out and say, you know, I don't think a 110 flat, but we've already been there today. Like, we sort of had talked about 110.15 as the day's low. If we crack that, you know, who knows where we can go from here. So let's just hold if we can get back to Greensville here. Well, the market's already nicely, but back in a little bit as the NASDAQ continues to fall. So, yeah, so far so good there. Thank you for the continued support, everybody.
TPS, can I short CNBC and Bloomberg?
Yes.
Well, you can pretty much short anything.
Probably not a bad short.
No, I mean, linear TV, not a
He's
lot.
just saying that because we're
not a lot. I know, but not exactly a good play, I think. R looks to you? R? Okay, so this will be one, I don't know anything about this. And so when we appreciate the super chat, but if we ever call something up that has less than 1 million shares in volume at this time of the day, you know it's not going to be a day trade. It's some kind of a realty trust. So many times we get questions about stocks that are like this, where they're trending down, and if it's a realty trust, I'm going to assume there's some kind of a quality dividend or something. Which is probably the reason people are in it. But I just don't like. I don't like these. Like, you had a huge volume bottom, which is only interesting if it holds the low afterward, because then you could have a wipeout bottom and higher lows, and there's a trade for like a dead cat bounce. But that's not happening. Like, this is actually still trend down after the wipeout bottom. So yeah, give it a minute, man. Like that, let it settle. Don't try to catch a falling knife. There's a big difference between buying the dip in a quality name in an uptrend and trying to pick the bottom in something which is bleeding. Maybe you get a capitulation bottom and then a higher low to work off of. That doesn't happen. That hasn't happened. So we're pretty much to target on SMCI, maybe another push down, but I don't let this one get back above the prior high. Like, I've moved the trail. I'll still short VWAP again if we get it, but I have moved the trail to make sure that we don't get absolutely caught here. The only thing bouncing, well, I mean, open door is almost at the high of the day, but that doesn't count for the market. The only thing bouncing that cares about the market is Tesla. Tesla's right back into some of the highs. So this is looking pretty strong relatively still. Tesla. Palantir, which was the strongest name earlier, looks like it might get to VWAP. I jumped out when it got to that support level. Kind of looking for it to bounce off this area here. Clearly that doesn't happen, but it's going to trend break and maybe get into the volume weighted average price itself. So silver is still holding up, which is good, but I got to watch gold. If gold breaks a punch out of this, even if it's a flat punch, I don't want that to revert too far. So look, it's only about a couple of minutes to go. I am curious.
Oh, shit.
I was going to say, not Kathy Wood. She doesn't know what for lunch.
You want to know what's for lunch?
Kathy Wood. I'm like,
Kathy, man, I'm going to get to it. I'm glad you did, but like, why is she even phoning here about that?
I'm like, we thinking the same thing?
We got a lot of things going on right here. Okay, so what is for on this? The November the 10th here. Great day to trade. I mean, we've had winners for the longs, winners on the short side of things as well. Let's see if we're winning today for lunch.
Tacos.
Yeah, I'm taking a look over.
It's not tacos.
Yeah, it's relatively, I don't think it's going to be super exciting for many around here. We've had this many times before. And of course, if you were long early and short late, then you do have a couple chicken dinner winners.
Oh, chicken.
It's this, it makes like a hair coming, I don't know. Italian grilled chicken.
That was fine.
Oh, yeah, it's okay.
That was good last.
The thing about the chicken around here is it's just a matter of sometimes it's a little over, you know, and it could be, you know, a little dry. So we'll see if that happens. Italian grilled chicken.
It does happen from time to time.
With some pasta salad. So I think Joe likes that one. Joe was upset last week because he noticed that I think there was some pasta salad. Oh my God, the market is right now a lot lower. Roasted zucchini, booyaka. We love some zucchini around here with cauliflower and mixed green salad. That is. What's for lunch? Kathy's screwed me up over here. All right, so here's the market down, man. We have a couple hundred handles now. Is happening right now. We have the high of the day in the TQQs and now the low of the day basically in these TQs. So high to low, good trade there. Hallelujah on that one. We were sweating a little bit as that market did come back in for us finally. It took a minute though, right? It didn't start falling down until about 10:30. And again, it gave us a top. So we just sat there, watched it, and it came through. So that was all about it, man. Yeah, Italian grilled chicken. It means that Italian grilled it. Yes, that is right. But probably some seasoning on it.
I don't even know what it...
I don't. It's just the Italian seasoning, right? Probably some basil there.
But even that, I'm not sure what that means.
I don't. You can buy Italian seasoning.
Yeah, I know, but still, just because you put Italian seasoning on it doesn't make it Italian. I don't know. But it's going to be delicious.
Oh, man,
that's all that matters.
The futures are low right here, guys. I'm bidding 110.11 right now. Here it comes. Yes. Bang. That is your hot dog cannon trade of the day for me, man. There goes the futures. Big trade now, $2 in. You want to update SMCI?
No, SMCI closed the entirety of the gap. VWAP into the gap from Friday. So there's the move. It's about $1, couple of points. It's still green on the day, believe it or not. That's not going to last. And before we go over to the midday, this one maybe was better. Intel was probably an even better short because that gave you a very clean. It was also $1, but it's a little bit cheaper of a stock and certainly pretty liquid as well. But overall, the market looks like it is going to hold underneath. Well, whatever. It's the overnight lows that are being tested right now. We'll speculate on that throughout the midday. Should have a lot of fun. I know Sharif should be excited. Halt fans that are showing up on some of those small cappers.
Great trading today, everybody.
Good luck out there, everybody. We'll see you back at 2 o'clock.
Boom, 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 boom. Oh. Cactus Jack. Boom.
Cactus
Greetings and
Jack.
salutations, beautiful people. Welcome to the Midday Show. Right there is your boy Joey Options, and I'm Sharif. And yeah, we are already involved in some trading, but let's see who's joining us today. Shout out to Jody Mills.
What's up, Jody?
Rev Boost, Andrew Chat. You got to shout out your fans, Joe. Yeah. Anuja, shout out to Denise. Good vibes, Denise. T-Money's in the house as well as Soul Queen, 88s. Jesse Munson and Ket, copy, paste. Hinzy's in the house. Shout out to Cure. And Super, no, yes, I can fix AOC. Are you kidding me? I can fix AOC. I need to talk to you, brother. T-Dog, shout out to Miami P and Jaguar Net. Adrian in the house as Vaughn Allen joining us as well. Victory Mindset and Dropped System. The man, the myth, the legend. Shout out to Donkey Trader as well as Charles. We got, who else, man? Papa Bear. We got Nikki. We got Trader Forever. Dr. Dark Room. I was going to say Dr. Dark Doom. Emil. Don. Ed Miller, Brent Roth, and Ashik Ahmed. Good morning to everybody. I hope everybody had a fantastic long weekend. I had a long weekend. Hope everybody had a fantastic weekend. And y'all ready for some trading? As the big boys on the big show told us, or they kind of prefaced the whole thing, we got halt bins now, and I can't wait to use them. We'll be showing them guys on the level 2, baby.
Yep.
Boom.
We like that stuff. All right, guys. I hope everyone's having a fantastic morning. Let's start rolling and getting into some trade talk. Okay, well, QUBT was my #1 on the list. Why? We can break that down a little bit later. But at the end of the day, I'm just using what we take from an intraday standpoint, from a daily standpoint, and then just translating that through multiple time frames. There was multiple signals across the board in QUBT that over the weekend made me say, hey, I'm going to try to buy the lows, any indecision prints, we're going to get involved in this, and I'm going to display to you guys right now exactly what I was doing over the weekend and looking for certain things. So there it is on QUBT, starting to bleed aggressively. So we'll call that one Hezi Nation right there because there's multiple opportunities to get involved. But on the daily, guys, you know I'm going to look for prints like this all day, every day.
All day.
50%, and you have that hammer candle at an extreme low. Sure enough, I'm coming in here today and I'm prepared. So first entry, we start relatively small, doesn't work out. I double my size on that second print. I'm like, this is exactly what I'm looking for. You have that double fake out, and then sure enough, let's see if we can get that move 2 view up and anything north of it. And it is, bang, attempt number 2, so 50% right there, putting us nicely green on the session. But hold up, it's not over. We tried to take a long on Apple. That did not work for us, but that's okay. It continued to bleed, still slightly green on the session. We're not going to complain about that. But the flip short on QUBT was absolutely cash money. Why? I'm going to explain it right now. So let's head over to QUBT one more time. It's the momentum heading in towards the volume weighted average price is what led me to say, should we this short? And we didn't take that opportunity. A beautiful chance there, giving you over 50 cents on a $13 name. Fantastic stuff. We like that. And continuing to bleed, still looking for some indecision prints around the lows, just in case we get a pullback. How deep they are, I don't think they're going to be overly. So shallow pullbacks in and out. And that's for today. Adara, what do you got?
We have some fairly dovish commentary coming here from Fed's Myron, who's actually saying that it's reasonable to be incrementally more dovish. So not only dovish, but saying it actually makes sense for this to be the case. He said that data since September suggests that Fed should be even more dovish than they were with their September view. He also mentioning here that inflation data is stale, but that inflation is coming down. So again, we have some dovishness from Fed, particularly shocking, but just be aware, it looks like he is speaking. I was not seeing him on the calendar, but sometimes these Feds will have interviews, et cetera, that aren't necessarily going to be on the calendar. One last thing here, saying that the potential end to the government shutdown doesn't really change the Fed's outlook all too much. Back to you.
Ooh, yeah, good stuff. So that's all I got going on right now. I'm also looking at chain, guys, to see what I'm writing. I forget the individual's name. I was thinking about them all weekend. It's like, yeah, you were right. Wait until next week. So what happened was I had a bunch of short calls. I covered. And sure enough, with that gap up over the weekend, I would have lost all the premium that I collected. So shout out to the individual who we both preach, hey, 75% collected, get out of there, and then to something else. So I'm looking at the exact same strike prices with the exact same premium ability to collect, and then we're going to take that trade here potentially. You got trade.
All right, Joey, we got a couple of trades on right now. Swag.
We swag. Pretty swag.
Hey,
pretty.
All right.
You remember that song? Oh man, no.
Sing it.
Because I got that pretty boy swag.
Yeah,
Soldier boy, man.
Yeah,
pretty boy swag.
I just wanted to troll you a little bit, but you ended up killing it.
Yeah. I thought pretty.
Joke's on me. Guys, we're in SWAG right now. We're along 280s. This one looking real good, 36 and 3%. We're working our way, it feels like, into that $3 area. It's a 290 high right now. Look, I liked what this was doing at 270. Multiple bottoming tail candles into 270. There was an aggressive buyer in that level. Alas, I didn't sit down when it was trading at 270. I sat down when it was 280. I like the level. I like the higher lows. I like the higher highs. And here we go again. We're at the high of the day right now. 90. There's a monster seller, as there has been, at 90 for the last 15, about 15 minutes or so. We can't shake the seller. Guys, no size posted on any of the gateway. You got ones all throughout, but we can't shake this despite a 6,700 share order. And that's just on one line. So there's a big boy seller at 90. Be careful, because it can flip the script on you in a second. What I'm trying to ride here is the trend with higher highs and higher. Been kind of moving up my stop and putting in DCA's planned dollar cost average orders where they are warranted. That's my look right now on SWAG, looking for that 90 break, and then eventually there it goes, Joey, taking out all the there into 96, 97 now, showing up. We're waiting at 98. 98's there. There's 3. We're going to wet the beak at 3, and now we're going to post very high up. Let's see what we get here on Exter to the high side, $3. Now let's see, we're going to get some resistance here. All right, maybe we clear 3 initially, 305, 307, but we're going to have trouble with 3 likely, as you know, that's just going to be a psychological level of resistance. So sway certainly in my focus. Stock trade is doing really good. Let's talk about the crap that's not doing that good. VCIG, we're out of the money, and this displeases me greatly because I earmarked the volume weighted average price with the overlap on 10 EMA to be a good level of support. Shows how much I know. No, I don't mean to disparage myself, but the point is we try to put the odds on our side with these bad boys, and sometimes the odds just don't work. So we got stopped out there. That will be a loser. I'm substantially more on SWAG than I am down on VCIG. So if this one wants to get its act in order and get back above the volume weighted average, stop disappointing me, we'll get back involved with this one. So we're going to keep an eye out on that. Back now to SWAG as it zags at that $3 level, still $3 on the dot high a day. And you'll notice all 3 of my planned DCAs to defend into 60, and that was a 10 EMA at the time, went unfilled. So we're moving here with our initial position size having not sized in anymore. So out too much too quickly. All right, so let's get the side charts over here and talk about Adam. Oh, you're really gonna shout out Sunderland? You're gonna celebrate a tie, bro? Oh. You're gonna celebrate a tie? That's small time thinking, my boy. All right, so we're going to look at the next one over here. We're going to talk about RGTZ. So I was trading this one on Thursday because the pickings were slim, right? And it ended up having a good day Thursday, a good day Friday. That is, of course, until the market ramping up to the high side, and then RGTZ, which is an inverse leverage ETF, 200% 2 times of Rigetti, started moving right back down. But alas, quantum weak again and trying to break through 18. So we're going to keep an eye here. RGTZ, not my favorite to go into at the moment. PSNL looked really good, man. It looked like it was bull. The volume was there. We're talking about 350, 400,000 candles per 5 minute, or shares per minute candle. 988, you think it's probably going to work its way up to 11. You'd be wrong, because now it's trading at 8 3/4. And most notably, it is putting in that lower downtrend of lower highs and lower lows. In fact, it's below. And when it attempted to reclaim VWAP, it got smacked right in the face there and then made another area low. So it wants to catch a bid, move back above volume weighted average price, which is showing me 906, 905. We'll get involved with that. Otherwise, go. Let's keep an eye, though, on VERO as well. This one was good in the pre-market, giving up the ghost now. If it works its way back above, we'll get involved. Pizza, I'll get to in a second. And then last but not least, Joey, this one we won't be able to trade on our system because it's blocked unless my very good friend Neil can come in and submit a ticket to get this one unblocked. But it's got a good trend for its wings here. Higher lows, higher high with a 318 high. Alas, doesn't have much in the way of notional, having closed at 276. So this one is on the MX network, likely why it is blocked on our system, because, well, we all know what the MX network is like. So that's the issue there. Now, last but not least, PZZA. Bit more expensive of a name, right? 45, 46 bucks at the moment. I do like the fact that it's trading above the volume weighted average price, and I also like the general uptrend, right? We also have lower highs, so I'm alive to that, but we have noticeably higher lows. So this pattern, possibly a bull pennant. Let's see if this one resolves in the direction of the trend above 47 1/4. That is a local area high. That's that topping tail candle that manifested at 11. So that is what I'm looking there. But swag just dropped and filled me at one of my planned DCAs. So we have 70 here, Joey. So let's take out some at 75, and then we're going to post into an area high here. SWAG dropped. $3, double top at 3. It's at the 10 EMA, in between the 10 EMA and VWAP right now. It'll have to hold this level, otherwise we're gonzino. Joey, tell them what you got.
All right, man. Super chat from our guy, Adam. James, HPN, Healing Pain Naturally, crushing it over there in South America. What's up, my friend? I'm a City fan. You know what this means, or you know. Says
he's a City fan?
He's a City fan.
That all makes sense now, Joseph. It all makes sense.
All right.
Okay.
It makes a lot of sense. I have no idea about
Been by City. They beat the taste out of team's mouth. Liverpool. It was 3-0.
Liverpool.
It was an ass whooping, Joey.
Liverpool.
It was embarrassing for the defending champs.
All right.
Embarrassing, Joey.
If anything, I'm a Chelsea. Oh, whoa. Hey.
Oh, you're a Chelsea fan?
I've been telling you, I was always a Chelsea guy, man. Yeah, just the blue. You know what I mean? We got to get the blue going. Yeah, so that's how we're rocking and rolling.
How are we gonna this chat?
To be honest with you, dude, I haven't
right
played FIFA since like 07.
FIFA?
Yeah, FIFA.
We're talking about FIFA?
Yeah, FIFA 07.
Talking about the Prem.
Yeah, I know, but I'm saying in the game, you go and play some of those guys. Boo says.
London is blue.
Guys,
What's
which
happening?
Is crazy. All right, guys, let's get into some trading here and look at some things. What are we going to be collecting? Wise, London is blue.
No, it's not.
Money, let's go. But as for IBIT, guys, mentioned double bottom, so around 59. Yeah, that's holding up right now. There's a key resistance zone we can see at 60s. We can take a look at the options chain as well too. If we got any high levels of open interest there, I don't think we do. And that's going to be in a couple weeks expiration cycle. So there it is on 60. I'm writing these right here, 69. Posted up for 71 on those. So let's see if that we can. As for the open interest, it is relatively high. But the reason why I want to write the 65s is because of this call. And then the next one's going to be around 68. Wow, this size is still substantially higher than what I ever imagined. So what I was essentially getting at with Nvidia this morning is around 205. You're going to see that call wall as well too. That's going to be resistance. So once you see that concentration in that high level of OI, I like your chance of writing above that or even a strike below, because the amount of supply at those specific levels is definitely out. And you have to take that into consideration. So that's why we have these printed up, and I'm looking forward to getting right involved with those. I know his name me a little bit later, but yeah,
I mean,
someone we were talking about it, just the options writing on Friday. You weren't here. Okay. He's like, yeah, just close the position, and I'm like, yeah, I typically preach just the fact that if you collect 7% of the premium in a short period of time, and it's a further dated, you may as well just close that and then just reopen the position once again on a later date. And it's literally like a prime scenario. This is exactly what you're looking for. So you close it, you get that gap up. So over the weekend, you have Bitcoin trading higher, and then those premiums are worth the exact same thing on which you closed them on Friday, but you've already collected 75%. Do you ever write naked calls above? No, I don't write naked, no. Because essentially, like, again, you need to have the amount per contract, right? They won't, even if you're trying to hedge it or anything like that, so it won't be naked. You need to have the complete value just in case you do get assigned, even though the case, but some brokers won't allow you to write unless the complete amount of capital is in the account. So yeah, other than that, guys, I'm sitting on my hands right now. We had those couple opportunities, 1 for 3, shooting 33% on the day, and we're still green. Pardon me? I can't hear you. Oh, okay, all right.
Just before we do the ad read, Joey, people want to know you don't trade options tarp off, right? There's naked different.
Yeah, I could at home. We could do a little tarp off. We could do tarp off.
All right, guys, we really need to tell you about something important, because Trader TV Academy is coming soon, very, very quickly here, and it's really going to benefit a lot of. We're talking about the pre-launch, baby. Trader TV Academy. We have been working relentlessly on bringing this to you. It is very much requested. Soon to be ready. We'll be covering the stuff we can't always fit into the live stream, like your mindset, your psychology, your risk management. Whether you're a trader or an experienced trader, there's always something valuable for you in it. Trader Academy, guys, stay tuned for more information. Make sure you are subscribed and following us on our social media platforms so you don't miss out when we're launching. Guys, this is our stuff over here. Real trading, not anybody else that we're doing a collaboration with. This is all in-house stuff. It's made by my Katina man, Neil, with a lot of obviously assistance from the back office people. So it's going to be coming real soon. It's with Real Trading. super excited. We think you guys are really going to get a lot of benefit out of it because it's really more educational. And the stuff that Joseph and I, we can talk about it very briefly during the slower times of the day. But if you're looking for a more nuanced experience about all the real trading details, gateways, as I mentioned, many of the different things, mindset, psychology, make sure to stay tuned for that. Trader TV, baby. It is by Real Trading. We're talking about the campus program. Corey Ewing, Sharif, my guy, down last week. Thanos beat Hulk in Infinity Wars. Nasty. New week is ASST. A good play, Long Joe. Pizza options look good. Thinking about January 16th, 5250. Call your thoughts. We'll do one at a time. Thank you very much to Corey. Let's take a look at AST. Just trying to bring in the side chart, and I'm trying to leave you guys in suspense there with me saying AST. But there it is. I found it, Joey. I don't know why the drop-down menu is giving me a little bit of an issue here. Let's start, as we always do, with the wider time frame on the daily. It's tough. It's tough when you have this kind of look right now. A very, very beat down here, it looks like. Certainly support right around that dollar. You're back to the dollar. These charts are just so hard to discern because they're beat down so much from local area highs. Let me get a smaller time frame here on the hourly. Give me a moment so I can do a bit of a better local analysis. Certainly here, a buyer at $1.20. You can see the buyer at $1.20. Most of the time it's $1.20, sometimes $1.15, but in and around that 120, one high to mid-teens, looking real good. You do have resistance coming up, though, Corey, from the later part of October at that $1.75. You can get above that $1.75. You'll be on your way to about 280 or so. I want to say between 250 to 280. Take a gander at that consolidation area low right around 250 with a consolidation area high being around 275, 280. That takes us to the early part of October. The chart I'm looking at there, guys, I didn't put the ticker. I do apologize. ASST. Look, you're on a local uptrend, Corey, but it's just so beat down from the highs on the daily. Probably behooves, to look at something like I'm doing right now, like the half an hour or the hour chart. Let's take a little bit more of a look. So after that 280 area, we're to 275 area. Where are we looking? Well, we're looking right at 3, man, because there's like a whole bunch of resistance. I want to late September at 3. So you're looking at multi-areas, multi-layers of resistance, given what we did, man, in mid to early when this thing rocketed up to $20, and now it's at $1.59. We'll have to see how this one does, of course, ASST. But before we send it to Joey for him to cover your pizza option, I want to mention that swag is swagging back up to the upside. And this time, we got all our DCAs filled. Joey, that means we have the bottom, the local area bottom. I got 65 right now. And yeah, 65s. And we've got the beak wet there at 88s. I've got another order posted at 92. And I'm going to put some more up here in the mid-90s. Let's see if they want to... We got 91 showing on the level 2 right now for a possible fill. $3 high. I'm looking for a 3 break and take. Let's see what it gives us, Joe.
All right, beautiful stuff as always there. All right, guys, yeah, let's take a look at pizza for you there, Corey. This is my issue. I know this isn't going to be the expiration cycle that you're in. I'm not overly familiar, but you have to be cautious with buyouts just in case, right? Because they push price up to it, and it doesn't do much. So I think there's going to be other opportunities for you to get involved further dated. I mean, it's only 67 days away from now, which is crazy to think. But I would honestly, personally, I would just pass on those calls. If you really want to get involved, go shares. That way you don't have to worry about it at the money IV or anything along those lines, because it's pretty high, especially for a $50 name, 64.5%, and that's going to be the January expiration cycle. Yeah, what's Meta up to? Okay, yeah, we're sitting around 629. Not too bad of a look, guys. I got involved with Meta. I was talking to Jag earlier, those who are familiar with it, and I was cheering it on Friday evening. As soon as I seen this print coming, I'm like, oh my days, we have to get involved, because this is exactly what we're looking for. 17s, 617.40 or something is roughly my average, but I love this up into a move to like 670 or something, even 650. I'll look to start taking a little off. But Meta, I think Meta is going to be a cash trade. You have your risk profile defined. Obviously, it's more expensive, so you have to give wider. but at the end of the day, we like it. 80 calls on Friday for January. Am I? And no, I don't think so. Oh, Zen, you know what you're doing. You got those 80 calls on Friday expired. Yeah, you got 2 years on them, brother, and you know what to do. Not working right away, just right against them, and that's the beauty about the time. And it's funny because I was taking a hefty hit in those IBIT calls, but then after this little bit of a pop, because we were writing before this, and as soon as I knew that I was in trouble with them, I'm like, hey, let's get involved and let's not panic, right? Because usually calmer heads. And that's essentially what happened is just you're collecting premium, and then when you get a pop not even close to break even, you're essentially ahead even though you're down on the position. But when the position, and if and when the position goes back to break even, then you're up like 800, 900 bucks just from collecting premium, and that's kind of currently where we're sitting at right now. I am still 5 points out of the money, so I'm just holding something that had intrinsic and extrinsic value to only something extrinsic value, and that's the beauty of having the ability to hold on to further dated options contracts, because it allows you a passive income in the meantime to see if your thesis is going to work. And if it doesn't, then oh well, you've mitigated your risk and you've obviously kept your downside in check. But as for what everybody else is saying in the chat, is it okay to trade if I've been
no, Cletus, it's not.
I mean, it's not ideal.
Whatever you want, brother.
At the end of the day, yeah. I mean, but again, you got to understand, switches can definitely turn quick, and you can get frustrated when you are doing those things. We're not going to promote or say that out loud or anything on the show, because I don't think that's the way to go. You have to be more responsible, especially if you're going to be taking it serious, because you'll just have individuals who, like Obi and Wainers and the guys to my right here, who will just blow you out of the water because they're in here doing this every day and are prepared for that. Other than that, guys, I'm looking for a trade. Once again, we're still slightly positive on the session. AMD is starting to head a little bit lower. What is that next potential setup? I'm going to eyes out on for something, Sharif, just in case we get a bounce. But one more thing before we send it over, potential head and shoulders on a 5-minute on NVDA. Keep an eye out on this one, guys. Shoulder 1, head, shoulder 2 being formed. If that pre-market support level gives, there might be some more down in Jensen and company.
All right, guys, Move is breaking out. Move is rocketing up. It just printed the official high of the day. It's still below the pre-market high, mind you. I think did get into 1889 is the pre-market high. This thing is rocketing up, guys. 1734. Show me 25s now. And the reason I brought it up, I want you to look at that red. See that red right there where it says LULD? That's limit up, limit down. So that's showing me where the halt level is based on the time and the price action. I love this. So that's what Neil was talking about right there. That is going to be limit up, limit down. So I put it in red so you guys could see it, and so I can see it too, to give me an idea where the halt parameters are. As a small cap trader, this is fantastic stuff. I dreaming about this for 5 years. I know that some other platforms have it. I think Lightspeed has it, or something like that. One of those platforms there that's used by retail traders that trade small caps. Anyway, right now we're seeing limit up at 1820. If I see limit down at 1489 right now, as you can see, those kind of peek their head from the bottom. They're very, very, very pumped about this feature over here. So MOVE is the ticker. Let me give you information on it. It's up 240%. And I'm not going to get involved is because it's below the pre-market high. And I don't care if this thing is rocketing up off zero. If I'm just going to follow my rules from here on in with really no exceptions to be made. MOVE, if it trades above $19 and I like what I'll see, I'll get involved. If it doesn't, I'm not getting 1489 now. The halt parameter to the downside. We're dropping like flies over here after printing the new high day 1734. So let's see if we can see another little quick glance there at the limit down, 1489 coming again. We're still trading about a dollar higher at 1568. There's a buyer here at 68. He just got decimated. 59's now dropping. MOVE, very volatile, but very good on the day. When did you get these LULD parameters? You haven't had these before. We got them. We got the email telling us we were getting them last week. I thought they were supposed to go live on Thursday. They didn't. I think they went live on Friday, if my memory serves me right. Even if they didn't, they're live now, as you can see them. So we're pumped to have them. And obviously, I'll be calling them out for you guys as well. No question about that. Back to swag over here, right back up into 85. Look, this feels like a area buildup for a $3 break. You're above the volume weighted average price. You're above the 10 EMA, and generally you're putting in higher lows. So I've built my position into this. Let's see if it can pop up into the mid 90s. I have a couple of new profit takers in the low to mid 90s over here. Potential move into 3. That's what my thinking is. We'll see if we get it on that. Yes, RGTZ, I want to mention as well. I know your boy Joey Options had a good couple of looks there on some of these quantum names, but I'm trading them more as small cappers. They're not, but I did pretty good with them on Thursday. So RGTZ or Z right back into the 10 EMA, and it really hasn't done much below the 10 EMA on the day anyway, at least not after 10 o'clock. So I want to see, does it catch a bit of a bid here? If it doesn't, I'm certainly that 17 to 17.15 area. Take a look at these topping till candles and the implied balance open that breached 17. And I also happen to like 17 because print from Friday. So up 3.25% right now, but not really a whole lot to report on for RGTZ or Z, Joey. So we're going to keep tabs on. And here we go, swag. Let's go, swaggy swag. I would like that print above 90, baby. We're waiting here at 92. The first time the Blue Jays won the World Series.
Yeah, 92.
92. So
yeah.
we'll get that there. Jameson, IONQ. Probably a similar look, brother, to Rigetti and QBTZ, but we'll have a look at IONQ for you.
All right.
Let's take a look at Ionic, Joey. Okay, that's the hourly. That's not what we want. We want the 5. Yeah. Basically, it's doing the opposite of what RGTZ is doing, where it's kind of breaching the 10 EMA from the top, from down to up, whereas RGTZ just lost the 10 EMA from up to down. You said uh-oh on something. What's going on?
I don't think I did. No, I don't know. I don't think I did. I say anything?
I thought you did.
I did.
All right.
Maybe I did.
In either way, Joey can figure out whether he said or not for a second. We're going to go to Adair.
Okay, send it over to Adair. Get back here.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, we're going to do our crypto segment here, and I want to talk about an individual by the name of Jim Chanos. This is also, he's involved here with Syndico's Capital, and Jim Chanos is an avid short seller. Now, the reason I bring him up with regards to crypto is because he confirmed on X on Saturday morning that he and his group have unwound their Bitcoin treasury short. Now, what that means is they were basically trading MSTR and Bitcoin as a hedge. Short MSTR, long Bitcoin was the play. Well, apparently, as of Friday morning, they had ended that trade. Again, this was confirmed a day later by Jim Chanos on X. So interesting look there, the exit of this MSTR short. We did have a nice pop up here on MSTR on Friday. The short was unwound, but today pushing back lower here for MSTR and quite a lot of these Bitcoin names. I want to talk about Bitcoin itself, which is holding nice support here on that 1046 level on the 3-minute. We'll move over to the daily for BTC to give another picture, and BTC in the daily continuing to have some lower highs and lower lows from that all-time high around 126,000. However, pretty clear support here around 99,000. Let's see how BTC fares now that we're back above the 105K level for now. Back to you.
It's pretty. It's so pretty.
Shout out Young Will.
Into the 310 high, Joseph Options.
Yes,
we got swag at 310 high. That is the break of 3. Alas, you want to guess if it's above or below 3 right now? Don't look.
Above.
Nah. Joey, oh, you're right. It just moved above 3. Anyway, zigging and zagging with 3. We haven't cleared the level currently yet.
Absolutely, man.
Yeah.
Man, you got it. Hold on there.
Oh no. Uh-oh.
It's Bright Sub. All right, let's pull it up here and see what we got going on. Bart Simpson. Yeah, I'm always thinking out loud, I guess, man. There's weird stuff going on up in this thing, but you got to think, guys. I'm sitting here doing this stuff. I can't be that normal now, can I? Aside from that. All right, guys, let's take a look at what's going on here in the algo. Picked up the beautiful signal here on Nvidia through these lows. This is what we're looking for. So a good look here on this one. As soon as I seen that print, you have to head over and see what we got going on, and it's been pretty good so far. 50% accuracy, the performance not too bad, and from September to where we're currently sitting at, we'll take it all day, every day. What happened on October 21st? We seen this one beautiful 2-to-1 price target. Okay. So this is exactly what we want to see. We get involved with some Bitcoin. Rusty says he doesn't want to until the break of 107. Well, let's pull up the actual. I like Rusty, man. I like Rusty. Yeah, I like Rusty. So essentially what we got going on here, I'll remove this because that was just the bytes to bucks. We'll head over to that one there moment. And then sure enough, we just set the alerts. It allows us, it identifies the signals that we want, and then we can base trades off it. That's the absolute beauty of this thing. But as for the Bitcoin, Adara, I actually watched the just like the segment with that individual had up earlier who closed his MSTR short. He wasn't the biggest fan of Michael Saylor. He wasn't the biggest fan of Michael Saylor and company. He's just saying everything on his financial gibberish. And you know what, I tend to agree with him a little bit, but he has closed that short. I'm sure that cooked up pretty well for him. But what is that telling us? Is he more bullish in Bitcoin? Well, if you're not, you think that it's going to go to 75K, go ahead and short it. Let me know how you do on that one. And if not, it's true. At the end of the day, bro. Yeah, go ahead.
I like it.
Yeah. I mean, if you really think that it's going to tank, go ahead and short it. And let me know. We'll see if we'll have this conversation a year from now. Yeah, exactly. So here it is, guys. Once this downtrend is snapped and you have the ability to sit on top of it from a daily standpoint, our chances of a recovery, but right now nothing is indicating that we're ready to break it. There is some nice holds around that 98 level, 98,000. Other than that, just be a breath. There is multiple volume VPA signals that say we might get a bit deeper of a bounce than what I'm looking for. What do you see?
I'll send it to you.
Oh, okay, send it to me. Serious. There you go. Short it in the meantime, man. Yeah, short it in the meantime.
Yeah. You saw what I'm talking about.
Yeah, exactly. So that's just kind of the narrative of what I'm going on. And when it does breaks, I like our chances of potentially heading towards that all-time high. Who knows how long that's going to be from now? Chances are it's going to be significantly longer than what we're anticipating. My issue is that you see this consolidation without no continuous appreciation is this. I don't want to go through another 8 months of just trading within a 10-15K range. Considering this is drastically higher, it's that 20 to 25K range, that's not what I'm looking for here in Bitcoin. We want it to break out. I know, long after 107, I agree with you. I think that's going to correlate with the break of this trend there, Rusty. So again, you'll be into this resistance that was acting as prior support, so that floor has broken, but north of that, I think we can get rocking and rolling for sure. And also, I was listening to Crypto World earlier on Friday. Analysts did reiterate their price targets on the asset itself, going from 165 to 126 by the end of the year. I mean, I'll take 126, 130. But again, the time is really starting to tick here on this one. Adair, what do you got?
Keep an eye here on Pfizer, PFE pushing lower with a decent volume here on the day. FDA reportedly allowing for a cheaper version of Pfizer's Premarin to be sold. So again, looks like a copy of a Pfizer drug is being allowed for sale here by the FDA. If I get more info, I'll let you know. But also keep an eye here. Comments from Senate Majority Leader Thune saying that he's looking forward to taking up more appropriation soon, and that he believes that the voting on the stopgap package is in the, quote, very near future. Back to you.
Right now, what's that 270 level look like? Is it heavy? Is it real heavy?
There's some volume there, but that's
how gauge resistance using the puts there.
Well, you'd want to gauge resistance using the calls.
The calls.
Yeah.
Why can't you resistance using puts?
Well, because that's floor. You would want to look for a potential bounce off the puts, right?
Understood.
Yeah. Okay. So you'd want to look high levels of OI on this and
on the call side.
On the call side,
that's
right?
That's the highest there is there.
Exactly.
Okay,
so 1680 at 280, and then also there's 13.7 at 270.
That's what I mean.
Yeah. That's not like, I mean, that can be absorbed, no problem in AAPL.
Joey, I know I asked. I don't know why I'm interrupting you, but I have to because Move is flying. Move is just killing it, guys. 1869 high. It's about to take out market high. Now it's in play for me if it can take out the level 1889. There's the halt perimeter, 1870. Let's see if this is a false halt. 18 right now. It's going to halt at this level, 1869 technically, because we have to look at the bid side for up halt. It is now halted to the upside. MOVE, wow, here we go, 291. This is the one that I've been using the limit up, limit down on. I'm sure you, as you can imagine, I was just letting Neil know that the LU, LD, down the halt parameters that we've been talking about, we have now on our system have been working clean on MOVE, especially if you highlight the gateway to see, because you know how the level 2 moves super crazy. Hard to keep your eyes fixated on it. Anyway, 1869 high. Let's get down to business. Halt time. 7:58. The earliest this will be open is 11:42:58. If it opens up after 5, or what the situation is, the current cap about 31 pennies. Then where we halted, $19 on the dot, having halted at 1869. So this one is certainly in play. I needed to get above the pre-market high. Now, we've seen this story before where something works into its pre-market high, clears it by a shekel or two, and then that's the end of the trade as the shorts look for that pre-market high to get off the mean reversion short in the same way that I'm looking at it for a reason to get into the trade. So they're looking at sort of the contra-positive of that. Keep your eye out on it. I'm not execute until I like what I see. If that means it's above 19, maybe even 20, so be it. For the moment, focus on swaggy swag over here. Ooh. SWAG continuing to put in higher lows, higher general area lows into that $3 area. Now, it's a 310 high, but it's spent all of no time. $3. There is certainly a staunchy resistance level at $3 that we can't seem to shake on a closing basis. We have with, but that is as good as we could do. And I don't know, for whatever reason, the spread is opening up on this. 4 pennies now tightening up back into 2, but there's certainly a seller at 3. Let's see if we can get up into, I'm looking for 17 next, right? I might decide to take some profits a little bit below that level, but that is where my next order is on SWAG. Not a whole lot else to talk about, quite frankly, other than MOVE and SWAG. A couple of the other ones that I had on my watch here. 1 second. For what the hell is happening? There we go. For small caps, VCIG's breaking down below VWAP, no longer of interest to me. PSNL can't reclaim VWAP. VERO looks like absolute hot garbage, having tried to reclaim VWAP at around 1020, 10 lost it. Pizza though, pizza's still in play, man. Much more expensive of a name. It's coming into that 10 EMA. The 10 EMA is 46.50. We're showing 46.80. It's been awfully respectful of said 10 EMA. It hasn't breached it, basically since it got that big gap up at around 10:30. VWAP on pizza is right around a little bit below 46. I want to say 45. Here's the 10 EMA now on pizza. All right, so it did wick below it, but trying to trade above it. Let's see if pizza wants to get back above 48 bucks. It's double top at 48.75. We'll keep a close eye on that one. So that's my look right now. We're going to continue to watch swag and continue to watch move. Coach Britt, look at IRWD. Let me take a look, brother. IRWD, says Coach Britt.
Yeah, I'm not doing that.
No, I did. Oh, this is a good look, man. This is a really good look. We're going to take off that hot garbage VERO, and we're going to put in IRWD. Just before we go to Adara, this company, what does this thing do? They are Wood Pharmaceuticals. It's an earnings report, $439 million market cap, fit the criteria. We're going to keep an eye out on this. Thank you, Coach Britt, for pointing this out. Adara.
Yeah, keep an eye on Meta, Alphabet, and Oracle, and also potentially Microsoft in sympathy for OpenAI. Basically, I'm seeing some reports here. Apparently, Wall Street Journal has reported that senators are criticizing Meta, OpenAI, Alphabet, and Oracle in an open letter, apparently requesting answers from the companies with regards to high power prices with AI. So again, META and ORCL and Alphabet looks like all subject to this open letter from senators, again, as reported by Wall Street Journal. Back to you.
Yeah. Did you see that drop?
No.
Look at what pizza did, man. I hope nobody was trying to buy or take a bite out of this. This was ugly, double top, 475. All hell breaks loose to 43.50. Come on, bro. And now it's trying to work back above VWAP. Yeah, pizza is sheriff shit list is no, we're not touching this. This is absolute hot garbage, Joey.
Yeah, absolutely. We don't want to get out of that. Same thing is like as soon as I hopped in this, I'm like, wait, what am I doing here? We'll get out of that one immediately, right away. A lot of overlapping this channel.
Move
trading.
open.
Go ahead.
No. I just want to let everybody move open.
Move open.
Yeah.
All right. So I mean, there it is, guys. I just like I'm out. I took it and then I thought about it once again. I'm like, wait, what am I doing? I don't want to sit in this chop garbage of what Nvidia is currently doing. I want to find something that is a little bit more clean and has a more sure trajectory. Can that be the overall market off of these lows? Possibly, but boom, stepping right back in. I mean, Nvidia can work, but I don't want to be shorting this name because at any given moment you just strike a here and there, and the next thing you know, you're blown out of the water. So we just get out of that one, break even. There's this resistance zone in Bitcoin that's holding up, guys. So this could be a potential short. Watch out for this floor to break around 59. This is a big time gap up, and just when you have an asset that's kind of in a world of uncertainty, of it getting filled are substantially higher. And there goes Nvidia to the downside. I mean, we would have been slightly in the money, but again, I want no part. I don't want that smoke. I'll be honest. Yeah, I don't take it on some smoke, but that smoke I do not want whatsoever. As for SPY, a nice little bounce off of these lows. Let's see if we can get these 5-minute candles to print exactly how we're looking right now. So Apple off of those lows continuously bleeding. What a massive run up to here. And then essentially these pullbacks are just tiny micro breaths. So that's not fun. Puts on SPY and at QQQ, says Ganj. I don't know all the way down here. You can. Don't forget, man, there's more ways than just like buying puts and stuff that you can be being profitable, like range trading. Let's take a look at actually what we got going on. Doors could be a potential setups. If those legs aren't working, then by all means, like a 93 and a 1. Even though that's relatively wide, the IV is going to be up, so you can collect a little bit more premium, and then you just don't have to necessarily have a directional buy. And that's the beauty of essentially writing calls as well, too. In a position that may already be established is that I don't care if it goes up or down. If it just continues to move in the trajectory that it currently is, we can make some cash off that. We can make some passive income, and that's the key thing that drove me to options, just the versatility of these assets. All right, we have to take this opportunity here, Sharif, whether it works or not. That's irrelevant to me. The signals are there. Do I take TQs or do I take SPY? I'm gonna go with no, I'm not going with SPY, My Little Eye. Remember those books? Those were great books back in the day. So let's get involved here in some TQs to the long side. Our stop is really tight. So if it does come and establish a new low of the day, we'll hop out and just see what we got going on. Look for a new potential entry, but I have to take here because the signals are displaying themselves. Consecutive selling. Now you have that indecision print at an extreme low. Let's see if we can get a bounce. I've told you guys for a while now that my accuracy on the TQs has been absolutely horrendous. Why? I have no idea. But if we do get those, if it doesn't get that bounce, then I'm going to suspect that we're going to fill a little bit more of this gap here, Sharif.
I took a quick scalp on, but it's just, still at that level. It's above $19, don't get me wrong, but it's still very thickly traded. It's up 304%. And the spread is ridiculous. It's like 18 pennies right now. I've seen it as wide as 30 and 40. So trade this one carefully, guys. It's looking real good. This is trading near the highs, that's why. But yeah, we'll keep an eye on this one. RGTZ is rocketing back up, which means RGTI is headed to the downside quite aggressively. Look at that beautiful two candle setup through the 20, both of which closed above the 20. And the second bottoming tail candle had a higher low. So this one you could have taken easily in the first 5-minute candle will make a new high, but is now gone. Keep your eye on that high a day. I want to bring this one to your attention, man. IRWD. This is looking real good. It was not tradable for me because it was trading below the volume weighted average when I sat down. Now it's worked its way above, and it's also cleared pre-market highs. It's cleared the implied balance high at 930, and now it's printed the official new high day 276. It's up 40%, 39.6%. Got an inverse hammer candle right now looking to manifest here on the 5. I happen to love the higher low, higher situation that remains unbroken since 10:30. So that is an hour and 15 minutes of unbroken high on this bad boy. IRWD, if you're a small cap trader, deserves your attention. So we'll be looking to execute on that if it comes into an appropriate area. What are those appropriate areas? I got a couple of areas here that I really like. I like that 260 all the way down to 250. The reason I say that is because there's only one candle that actually closed above 250 cleanly, and that's this candle right there at 10, and then it was preceded by an aggressive downtrend on the day, which actually made the official low of the day at 231. So if it comes into that prior area of resistance, I'm talking about 260 to 250, I'm a buyer. We're going to look for this one to hold generally the 20. Why do I say that when my rule is VWAP? Because VWAP here looks like more of a line of best fit rather than a line of support or resistance. It fits like nicely in the middle of the price action. So what the hell am I going to use that for as a supporter level? Go ahead.
Yeah, we got to talk about this AAPL bottom that we just picked up here. Bang, let's go, man. A nice move to the top side on Apple. Oh, we're cooking up on this one. Full size as well too, Sharif, on this one. So bang, we'll lock a little bit in there, and let's see if we can get the TQs to start following with it. I'm going to hold this trade. Why was I long? Nice indecision print off of these lows. I don't mind getting out premature, to be honest with you, considering that this downtrend is still intact, but I like what we're seeing here on AAPL, a nice little grab. But if it continuously rejects, I'm going to have to hop out of that one. Sorry to interrupt you, Sharif.
No, of course, brother. That's important what you're talking about there. Kelving's GTS, thank you, my brother, for the $5 super chat. Hey, boys, just if my PL, my profit and loss, is holding steady green, Meta, MP, Donkey Kong, DKNG, of course, DraftKings, SoFi, while Q's dropping, should I hold bound? That is a great question, brother. I would associate Meta a lot more with the Qs than I would MP, DKNG, and SoFi. I would throw SoFi maybe a little bit more with the Meta group and leave MP and DKNG as sort of less market related. That's just my take on things. You have MP 0.5% on the day. Neil, tell me you picked that up off the 200. I know you picked that up off the 200, man. Because he said to me, he looked the other day, I asked Neil, what's your plan for MP? Bled, and he's like, look, I'm not tripping. My plan is exactly what it always is. I like it off a key area of support. We all know Neil was a 200, picked it up off the 200, and take a look at what it did right into the 200. So my boy's printing there.
Nice.
So anyway, MP up 8.5% when you have the Mag 7 kind of giving back the ghost. So I would associate Qs, maybe some SoFi with that. Less associate DKNG with MP. What would you say to him there if he's holding those non-Q names, one Mag 7 name in that batch, as he watches it drip down?
That's such a great question.
Yeah,
I think it's like pretty difficult. The way that I would look at it is that, again, you're looking, I've been in this situation before, is that you're just constantly looking for that rebound to get back to the profit that you had earlier. And sometimes if it continues to bleed, you may not get there. So you have to be accepting of what you're willing to do. So I would just write it down, and regardless of the scenario or the situation that happens after, if you stick to the plan, then I think you'll be okay. But if you hold on to it and you don't get that rebound and it continues to bleed, and unrealized just continuously dwindle minute by minute, then you're going to be like, oh, I should have took it. So in my opinion, there's nothing wrong with getting a little bit out and then just assessing the situation, leaving some for a runner, and if it comes back to your break even, throw in a trailing stop or something along those lines that allows you to lock in a certain amount of profit that you're comfortable with. That's the best answer I personally give you. Again, you got to manage your own account at the exact same time, but I appreciate the question. I don't know why I'm saying that, but anyways, again, just write it down, manage it, follow the plan, and if it works, it works, and if not, put in a trailing stop, and then you keep some of the profits regardless of what's going on. Extracting money from the market isn't easy, and when you have the ability to do so, it may not always be what you're looking for, but if you go from like $1,000 trade to something that's like $650 or $500, you'd be like, oh, what about that $500? No, be happy with that $500 because you just took that from somebody at the end of the day. I mean, that's the way I'm going to specifically look at that, and hopefully you have the best there, Kelvin. So yeah, that's what we got going on. But as for Apple, if we can break this 692 level, I think we're going to We got a nice pop in the TQs, but then that started to fade as well too. And then now it's going aggressive to the downside. So not too good. I was thinking, do I just take some out here at that 110 level and then just say AC Slater to it? It would have been the smarter play, but it's the exact same scenario I think that Kelvins was just mentioning is, do I take it or do I allow it to continue to bleed? And I made the choice to not take some out there at that level. I just watched all my unrealized go slightly negative now, Sharif.
All right, guys. I want to mention move obviously is halted to the downside. Halt time 11:50:18. It is currently. I want to give you the time so we can know when to expect. Currently 11:53:25. So the earliest we will be open. The earliest doesn't mean we're going to open. 11:55:18. So we got a little bit less minutes to go for that reopening there. I also want to mention pizza. You know, it's on my crap list right now, but here's the deal. You got a triple bottom off the 50 exponential on the 5. Are they exact levels? Low 43.50 on the 1140 candle. Low 43.50 on the 1145 candle. 43.58 on the 1150 candle. There is a buyer at 43.5. That is very aggressive, and those are outlying size candles. Look at these. They very these last here are very much prominently above the dearth of volume that we have here, basically from 10:45 until 11:40, almost an hour worth of green candles, but lower volume, that is. It is below VWAP, so I won't be trading it, but I am alive to the fact that there is a buyer here at 43.50, at least for the last 15 minutes or so on pizza. We're keeping tabs on that one. IRW continues to melt up. It's 2 pennies off that high a day, and it didn't even come close, man, to 260. So here's the deal. I'm just going to put my orders in for IRWD at the areas that I like. So we can't take off swaggy swag. There we go. So we're going to throw in some dip trades here. And look, I'm going to front run the level. 260 is the level I like, but you know how it is. It's a crowded trade there. So we're going to go ahead at 62s. And look, if it loses 60, that's fine with me. I like it to 50. I've made that point very clearly. So we're going to go ahead and wait a little bit lower as well for some money fills. So IRWD up 42%. Couple of pennies off the day high. We're going to look for a dip trade on this one. Now, let's get to swag. Because swag is still above VWAP, but it's got an unbroken trend right now. Ever since high day at 310 where we took a print, it has been 1, 2, 3, 4, and now we're currently in the 5th candle of lower highs. Not every candle is in lower lows, but that's a pretty prolonged downtrend. That's the bad side. The good side is still trading above VWAP. So I'll keep my eye on it. We don't have the biggest position left right now. I don't mind adding, right? If I see what I like, I don't have to add at the lows, and that's something else that I need to come to grips with, right? I need to add at the opportune times. Those opportune times may take some time to be able to see, right? Because I don't know what's coming next. You guys know I like to get in, especially on a downtrend, on a 5-minute candle to make a new high. And we haven't seen that quite yet. And it has to be a green candle to make a new high, not a red candle. So let's see what we get, man. If ends up breaking the lower high, I'll add in a swaggy swag for maybe even a 350 touch. Who knows where this goes? So that's my move there. Move is open, and I know the boy Ozan has been looking at this one. He's like, he wants to move it. Yeah, I got the joke, Ozan. I like it too, but you know this one is quite a bamboozler. The 10 EMA on the 5, Joey's 17.25. It's showing 18.5 right now.
Let's go. Yes, let's go, man. This is what we're, yeah, man. Off the TQs, off of those lows. We like that little pop. Same thing here with AAPL, guys. Now we're going to cook up a little bit of a storm here. Where is it? Boom, on this one. So we're not going to complain whatsoever. I said we may not be the deepest point. We'll take this all day as we're getting the pop specifically and what we're looking for. You got something you're cooking up over there too,
we're
brother?
$1 in the money on move, bro.
Just like that. Just like that.
Just like that.
Hold on.
There you go.
This is a pretty good, man. Off of these bottoms, I'm gonna take that all day. I'm gonna hold on to this Apple. I have a little bit Apple than in the TQs, but if they're both going to continue to grind, I'm going to sit in this until the lows are broken. I like our chances considering this downtrend in Apple is aggressive. Can we get that elastic effect in that snapback? Maybe possible. Snap back to reality. Oops, there goes Rabbit.
That's crazy.
Yeah, I know that is crazy. I don't know anything else after that point there, Sharif. But hey, let's sit into this one. We have more here left in AAPL than what we do in the TQs, just because I have a little bit more confidence in it. I'm going to take a little bit more out over onto the TQs here, guys. So right now, it's been a solid, oh my days, get it together, my guy. And there it is. We're going to take some more off, boom, boom. And we'll take another 30 off on that front and see if we catch that print there, Sharif. Other than that, there we go. You're cooking up, I'm cooking up. Let's rock and roll.
All right, Joey. 1920. There it is again. Sorry, I have to send it to you. Oh my God, it's so quick.
Oh yeah,
no, it's fine. It's fine. There we go. There we go. Let's post up some here on move into the high side. It's going to have to hold 1875 into 1936. It goes. We got 20s on right now. Let's see. There's a seller at. Can't shake them, so we're going to have to give back some here unless we get a nice price spike up above 19, 19, 19 showing again. So now we're getting 1 penny lower every time. To get the hell out of that, okay? Because it was a 1920 seller initially, and then it comes in to 1919. So that algo is selling more aggressively. Ooh. So right now, current bar low on this one, just allow me a second to find out. Current bar low, 1755. That is a ways away from area that we're trading at. We just took out that seller now. Let's see if we can shake this buyer over here into 16s. What do you got, Joey?
All right, man. This is some good stuff that we got going on over here, boys. The TQs are starting to rebound here on this one, right off of those lows. Lots of indecision prints across the board. Oh my God, there goes TQs one more time, man. Another big pop, guys. I'm just slowly here, but that's okay. We'll take a little bit more off as we get that pop to the top side, and then we're going to have to take a little bit more off on AAPL. But we want to leave a little bit for a runner as well, too, guys. Case Bank, so we catch another fill there. Some good stuff on TQs and on AAPL, grabbing that bottom. So we shoot 50 accuracy on Apple here, and nicely green on that one. And with unrealized, that is, and then the TQs as well, too. We go 1 for 1 on that, so not too bad of a look. To come back into the break even, we're just going to hop out of the trade, no worries. We've extracted some profits of this one. So other than that, some news might have just hit the market. We're getting a little bit of a volatility spike, but guys, it's happening now. And then Neil with the lesson of the day.
Ooh. Happening now is in fact happening right now. Let's take a look here at this market, which is trying a bit of a base over the last two 15-minute candles. Not a lot of economic data. We've had some Fed speak. Fed's Myron, as usual, being one of the more dovish members, saying that he thinks there should be a 25 basis point rate cut in December, though he still believes that a 50 basis point cut would be appropriate for December. The other thing that's really important to watch here is the U.S. government shutdown. Now, here's how the market's moved over the last 5 shutdowns in over the last 3 decades. We don't have this most recent shutdown's performance yet because it hasn't yet ended, though could be near. Most recently that I was seeing, some Republicans are expecting we're going to get the most recent shutdown vote on Wednesday. So again, could be Wednesday we get a little bit more resolution or update for the shutdown. I'd like to talk about a post made by Michael Burry, known of course for his short with regards to the housing market back in 2007, 2008. He shared this post probably 10, 15 minutes ago saying that, quote, CapEx through purchase of Nvidia chips and servers in a 2 to 3 year product cycle should not result in the extension of useful lives of compute equipment, but saying that's exactly what the hyperscalers has done. He believes that these hyperscalers will be understating depreciation by $176 billion from 2026 to 2028. Also said by 2028, Oracle's going to be overstating their earnings by roughly 27%, Meta by roughly 21%, and that it actually gets worse. He'll be providing more details on November 26th. Here, Michael Burry expressing some skepticism when it comes to AI. I also want to talk, speaking of AI, about CoreWeave, CRWV, reporting earnings after the bell tonight. You can see this infographic a bit clearer on X at TTV Research, and Neil and myself will be covering this report after the bell on our market recap show. Now, before we send you over to Neil, the man himself, we'll take a moment to take our friends at Oragenics. Each year, 3.8 million concussions are reported in the U.S., but there is still no FDA-approved treatment. NYSE-listed Oragenics, or OGE, and is changing that with its first in-class intranasal drug with brain access. With the concussion treatment market projected to reach $8.9 billion by 2027, Oragenics is uniquely to lead the way. Learn more, schedule a meeting today, and don't go anywhere, guys, because Neil's here with this lesson of the day. Neil, give the people that lesson.
Thank you, Adair. Interesting point by Mr. Burry. The thing about it is, you might be right, but it also might not matter. But that's not the lesson of the day. The lesson of the day comes down to, okay, sometimes the market, if you're with trend, it's easy if you're with the trend, but you have to look at the pattern that's happening in the market if you want to try to go counter trend. There were some ridiculously huge opportunities in terms of today. But I want to point out just one pattern that is the crux of this lesson of the day. Today, the market had gapped up and was along until it broke trend on a 15-minute at 45. On Friday, it was trend down until it broke trend. Now, there's the bottom, but it doesn't really break trend until 12:30. On Thursday, it would be this candle, 12:30. If you go the day before that, doesn't break trend until 3:30 in the afternoon, trend day. The day before that, the trend break happens at 10:45. And then I'll go back another day, 10:30. I could do this pretty much all day long, but in the last week or so, you have not had a reversion in the market. At the earliest, you're looking 10:30, 10:45, and some examples in the middle of the day, and then one where it's the end of the day. And what that tells you is, at least in that early rush, in that first 5 or 10 minutes, if you don't have any quick setups, finding something on trend for the short term might be something you can hide in or don't trade at all until you get that mean inversion trade, if that's what you're looking for. Because if you're like myself and you want to find an opportunity, like I wait until we get to that time where you might find a trend break. And obviously I wish I had shorted Intel, but I wait until we're past that market time to look for a reversion. But there's another way to play into that. And what sort of that you would have seen me in for majority of the day. One, silver, which this one broke its downtrend early and then was relatively strong the rest of the way. So until it breaks trend, it's a long. I think eventually it can be a short. But then I insist from all of you guys, which were pointing out, if you want to look something counter trend to the market, then look for something which is moving in the opposite direction, and don't worry about trying to short when the pop is going to stop. Just short something that's already weak. And we mentioned this with SMCI and Intel. So if I want to go to the south side, there's always something strong, right? If you like the long today, almost regardless, I think Open Door was probably good for you. If you like the short today, Intel and SMCI were a couple of examples. Oscar would have been something you could have gone short in. When the market is showing you that the reversions take a while, then you have to be willing to trade somewhere else and take those shots, because this was the spot to go into shorts in the strong things. And then when this bottom happened, I saw Joe was in Apple. When this bottom happened and you try and we get volume, that's when it's time to revert in the other direction. And the futures are a really good help for that. But we're in a market where we go trending for a little bit, for an hour or so after every single open for the last week and a half. And that makes it really tricky because you can be in love with the reversal when we gap up, but it's going to be trying. It's going to require something out of you. And that's why I like to use things like a trend line. Because that way, once it sets up, it's pretty clear. I'd probably only look at this and say, okay, there's two places. There's when it had the cleanup trend at the open, the VWAP. This is a longer trend break that actually gets you to the low of the day. What that gives you is a chance to wait for something to happen. I have to wait for a trend to form, and then you have to wait for it to break. You have to wait for a trend to show that's strong, and then you have to wait for that trend to break. Now, obviously, it'd be nice to have that one to the long side, but when you know that the market in most days is doing something in particular, in this particular case, it's distinctly breaking trend until later in the day to get back to the lows or back to the highs, depending on which way it's going. You have to have an execution strategy which is much more patient than normal. Or you're jumping into names that are at least going with the trend in the short term so that you can wait out that bigger market move that you might be waiting for. There's no rule that says you have to get at 9:30 and then that's going to be I'm in this direction at 9:30 and I'm going to hold this all day and it's going to work forever. That's not how it is. Sometimes you got to wait that one out, even if you're a more, and usually you get your best win in that 9:30 to 10 range. Sometimes the market's a little bit different for you and you have to wait it out. And there is nothing wrong with that. So, good luck in your trading, but when you see patterns like this in the futures where it's been trending minimum for an hour every single morning, you can't be jumping the gun on your mean reversion trade just because it used to work in the first 15 or 20 minutes. Hope it helps. We'll see if this market can hold on through the volume-weighted average price. So far, the buy the dip is undefeated, and maybe we get back to that 2% after all. By the way, Rivian's a beast. Rivian's a beast. Rivian is a beast.
Jose back there, and he was saying things, so.
Yeah. That was his number one on the day. He was telling me first thing in the numero uno. There you go. All right, man. Let's pull it up here. So I mean, at the end of the day, man, there it is on the TQs. I don't have much left. I have one out left on the TQs, right into the volume weighted average price. I should have posted up, but we catch over $1 on that, move back higher. And then we're still sitting in some Apple as well, too, about 20% remaining of that position. But a nice grab off of those lows. Had to take the swing on them, and I'm fortunate enough that we had the ability to catch them. There we go. We caught another fill on AAPL. Never mind what's going on with the TQs. AAPL has definitely been the better trade for us, considering we took a hit on it earlier. Now turning this name positive and on the green more than what we were up earlier in the day. Have to take some more out on Apple as we put in a new high of the session there, Shreve. I should really post up here. Just because this is really, it's like amateur hour for me doing what I'm doing, because what Sharif does and all the boys do, they have their orders out instead of me just doing a marketable limit and getting them out. I should post so I just catch that fill as soon as the bid. Right. Wow, man, I just hurt my finger on up there. That's crazy.
That's a hard snap.
Yeah, it was, man. The finger moved weird and everything along those lines. No, but in all seriousness, guys, a nice rejection in the market of VWAP on the TQs here, like almost to the penny, and now you're starting to come back in. If we can get them to step back in and push it through, I'll take my last out at 111s. If not, I'll hold this for the dream, and maybe we get a break-even stop out. If not, it's break-even or 111. That's not going to micromanage the position, brother.
Bang. Yeah, I'm going to keep an eye on Open Door, man. Interesting weekend. So you guys know that I listened to the Compound. Josh Brown and Michael Batnick. They had Eric Jackson on, of course, and he's a fellow Torontonian. You could feel that they were visibly uncomfortable having him on the pod. Josh Brown was manifesting some sort of sweating, and I don't know what the hell was wrong with him, but he was like disheveled. And not himself. Batnick just stayed quiet the entire show because I don't think they really wanted him on there. They don't want that sort of retail, picks up garbage and then takes it to their platform to kind of pump and dump it. I'm not calling Open garbage, by the way, very, very clearly. I'm just didn't feel like they were comfortable having him on. That was my perception of things.
Sorry, I didn't hear who was
Eric Jackson.
Oh, okay.
The guy that's been pumping Open Door, the guy that shows up to.
So
interesting story from that, by the way. So Drake's security, this is Eric Jackson's story on the pod. They noticed him coming every day with his kid to film the videos. Day one of trying to get Drake to buy Open Door. Day two, and they were doing that whole saga. So finally, security is like, guys, they came out and they're shooting like day 5,000. I'm kidding. He's like, guys, what do you? I've been watching you for the last couple of weeks, coming in every day, and you guys have been talking. Sounds like you guys are talking stocks. We can hear you on the camera system. What's going on? So Eric Jackson started shooting the breeze with the head of security.
Now the security guy's buying Open Door.
And he's trying to tell him it's going to be a possible 10-bagger. And he's like, what's 10-bagger? He's not really, he doesn't really know stocks too much. He's like, look, you buy this 1,000 shares and at 10 bags, you're a millionaire, right? So then all of a sudden, he's like, don't worry. What's that future guy that runs Drake's, he's like his manager or whatever, I don't care. He's like, that's the guy you need to talk to. That's the guy who's going to get Drake to come on board, this, that, and the other. Anyway, so he's texting back and forth with the head of security with the intentions of trying to get Drake to come on. But now the security's motivated because he could be in this now. Talk about, you know.
But in all seriousness, Drake's worth $1 billion. He's not going to listen to Eric Jackson.
It's not for the Drake. For his entourage, so they can all make money.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Or they could all lose a boatload of money, and then next thing you know, they're all after Eric Jackson.
If Drake texts about this or puts it on his Instagram,
you think it has a chance?
I don't think he does it personally because of the repercussions that come with that. But if he does it,
But I mean, like, hey, like, what repercussions could there be? Like, you had Musk, you had Elon Musk
Kim Kardashian.
Pumping, you had Elon Musk pumping like Dogecoin for a while. You had Donald Trump truthing the fact that now's a great time to buy the market.
Remember, like Brady and all those guys got behind FTX
mad in trouble. Yeah, they got him mad. Well, I mean, FTX
Kim
was a scam.
by the way, Kim Kardashian failed the bar. Shout out to Kim.
Passed it now, finally, after like the 10th try.
I saw like the other day that she failed. And that
I heard she passed it.
I have no
finally.
idea. I just saw a tweet the other day that she
failed. I mean, good. Like, hey, man. I mean, to each their own. Shout out to Hydration.
It was from TMZ.
Yeah, I heard she passed. I heard she passed it. No, it just failed. Okay, you guys. Again, I'm not paying up any attention to what Kim Kardashian and the Kardashians are up to. Listen, Selena watches.
What does she do?
Reality TV shows, and my brain is just melting. I'll gladly go sit in a corner in my desk and then watch some Real Housewives shows. I'll tell you that for free right now. Oh man, it's just like I lose like IQ points, man, watching stuff. Anyways, at the end of the day, guys, let's go AAPL. Let's go TQs. Is this a opportunity? Maybe, possibly, but we're taking a lot of outs here on Apple with that rebound. This was prime time one. Such a subtle signal too, and I'm like, oh, I know what you're up to, you dirty dog, Apple. As it heads towards some key support levels and it throws in this print right there, I'm like, I'm not gonna miss this one. So we took the stab there and it worked out perfectly, almost an A1 setup. And we went full size as well too, so we'll take that all day, every day. Market's starting to back in though, Sharif. The rejection of the volume weighted average price seems to have been that play. Let's pull it up on this chart before we send it back to my one more time, and we can also take a look at some of the options chain activity on AAPL. We were looking at it not too long ago, but inverted hammer candle right there. So it's either 111 or break even. If we turn around and hold some of these resistance zones and they act as support, this could be a reload opportunity, please.
All right, my way back in a move. There it goes, taking out Prince. So this one, it looks like it's finding a bit of support. Let's see, we got 6 is on, but we know how this one does. It zigs, it zags. So let's see if we can get that continuation of 18.5, maybe even touch 18 again. Keeping my eye on this one. I also worked in GTZ, but I'll talk about that one in a second. It's not as volatile as MOVE. Back into 49s, 41 now. 39s, excuse me, 41. There's 40. Let's see if we can get that up. It's not really breaking above the $0.50 all that aggressively. There's 46, there's 48. Let's take out some there. I've still got a print that still hasn't even come close to printing. That's above 50. Let's go ahead and wait up here as well. At 88. Looking for another move up here on MOVE, but it just dropped below 60. Right back above 17. So they're certainly selling everywhere we look. Prior bar low gets me out of the trade 1640, so let's go ahead and throw that bad boy there, and that looks like it's going to stop me out very soon over here, unless it pops back up. So I put my stop in for MOVE at prior bar low. Let's see if it can continue holding trend or what its situation is going to be. There is 1660. Dipping down a little bit here, Joey. Let's see if we can pick it up off a key area of technical support and move right back up. We have 98s on now. Let's see if we can post up some that a little bit higher than 11s. If we stopped out, we get stopped out. We'll give back a little bit on this one. It will break trend. 1878, as you can see, the red rectangles come in on my screen. Those are limit up, limit down. So you'll be able to see where the limit or the halt is on some of these names. So we'll see what we get on that one. Just packing the patience over here to see if this one wants to move up. I also had some dip trades on IRWD, which did not fill. Where's my IRWD trade? Right there. Yeah, it's still hanging out near high, so no fills quite on that one yet. Back above 17 momentarily, we go for MOVE showing 17, 16.99. We go 98s now with that dip trade, but nothing really on the bit side of things above 17. So we'll have to pack our patience there, Joey. Looks like it's got, some decent support here, but well off that 21-23 area high. So we'll be packing the patience there. I don't think I'm going to DA anymore until it makes the first 5-minute candle to make a new high, and then maybe we'll get some more on a bit of down there. There it goes, right up above 17. Momentarily, we get the fill, but no continuation. As of yet. I'll get to Rivian. Sorry, Joao. I'll get to Rivian as soon as I'm done my move trade. It's just I can't take my eyes off this thing because it moves too erratically, and I got to be ready to go with this one, Joey. So pack
ready to go. I'm ready to go now. Yeah. Sorry. One more time. Okay, we got it there, Assassino. Whenever you're ready, my friend. Oh, whoa. I don't know what I got going on here. I'm gonna have to try this one more time. Beta Pro 3x daily leverage, guys. Let's see if we can get this up. Ready. And now for some exciting news out of Canada for sophisticated traders on the stream. Beta Pro by Global X Canada, Canada's largest provider of leverage inverse leveraged ETFs, has just launched 6 new triple leveraged ETFs offering 3x bull and 3x bear exposure to the S&P 60 semiconductors and on U.S. Treasuries. Even better, they're offering a special fee rebate, dropping management fees to just 65 basis points until December 31st, 2025. Plus, the U.S. focused strategies use currency hedging, offering the potential for peer performance and exposure. If you're a tactical, sophisticated looking to amplify your performance, check out betapro.ca 3x daily to learn more, guys. All right, so we got that reload here on the TQs. Shreve, is there anything you want to cover quick before we? All right, brother, do you think? So here it is. Reload here on the TQs. We get another move back into 110.50. We're going to piece a little bit off there, guys, and there it goes. Bang! A nice reload opportunity on the TQs. We'll piece some out there, guys, so not too bad of a look. We did miss this target of VWAP, but that's irrelevant now considering we got the right and correct trade. Can we do a down level 2 with IBCR shutout from Ottawa? That's a great question.
We don't have that.
No, I don't think they have that. Yeah. You know what? So shout out to SKM 613 and shout out to Ottawa, the nation's capital. I just found out the other day when I was trading Blue Ocean that you could do fractal shares now. So you can sell like half of a share or a third of a share or something like that, which I found really, really interesting because I went to go sell a couple when I was doing I forget what it was, DoorDash or other trade, TTD. And I'm like, wait, what? I could sell half a share. I didn't do that because they still charge you the full commission. But I'm like, oh, that's very interesting. I'll buy that fractional all day, every day. And that's what I did actually with my meta position, is that instead of going the contract route, just too expensive and for the amount of time that I was looking for, I just bought shares and then I just put in a fixed amount. The fraction of it. So we like that all day. If this comes back into my break even, considering we are now free rolling, my average is going to be on TQ's 39. So that's just below. So not much of this position remaining, and that's why the average hopped up all the way up to here. But it seems to be working for right now. With that being said, piece a little bit more out here as we put in a new high. Let's see if we can catch that fill up there. There it is. Bang. Another one. Irons, and we'll hit the. Like that. Yeah, all but right. No, in all seriousness, guys, I hope everyone's having a pretty good day. It's been all right so far.
All right, one wheeler. Y'all got any snap in your long term about to break the day, and they're doing $500 million buybacks now. I don't like Snapchat personally, so I'm not going to invest anything in it. I've just seen way too much ups and downs on Snap. Let's take a look at the daily and see what our friend One Wheeler is talking about there with respect to the 200. Yeah, it is working its way into that 200. Look, the SMA and the EMA are basically almost at the same level. So I definitely see your point there. I would employ a bit of a different rule. I would employ a 3% or a 3-day rule, quite frankly. And now that I look at it a little more, I would employ the 3% rule or some variation thereof. I wouldn't even be employing it, to be quite. And here's why. Let me just get to it. So look at the amount of times that it's breached the 200 in the past, hung on the 200 for a few days, and dropped. Now, why I said 3% or 3-day? Because, well, if it clears the EMA or SMA by 3%, then you can add it to the position. But this one over here cleared it by over double. That's 6 to 7%. Also was above the 200 by 3 days for several times over here, over here, over here. only 2 days. Here it spent 3. This is just not for me. I don't like the company. I don't think they can monetize in the same way that Meta and Google can. And let's cut the crap. They're not going to be an AR until well down the road. And I don't even think they're the best situated to be that AR leader. I get Spiegel. He's a good dude. I watched the video with him with, what's her name? Natalie Chang or Chow or whatever, of Bloomberg. Great, really interesting takes about how he developed the company, but I don't really see a runway forward. It's no interest to me. So I won't be looking to get into it. Do you have a different opinion on Snap?
No, I agree with you on that. One thing that I've noticed, obviously just considering it's my only social media platform, is that the digital ads are starting to ramp up. They will now give you Snapchat notifications of an ad, Sharif, that you can click. Yeah. So it'll be from different things. They definitely ramp that up. As for the monetization of things, it's not going to be anywhere in the world of what obviously Meta is. But I think they're starting to work on things. They're stepping in there. You have the Snapchat Reels, which I'm a big fan of. You get an ad here and there, and then when you go through other individuals' like profiles and look at things, you do get. Other than that, Snapchat, I'm not going to compare it to Vine or anything, but it is slowly starting to, lose its popularity.
We could have some sort of metric that gives us the buying power on average of their daily active users. So here's what I mean. So if Meta's daily active users, on average, I'm just giving spent $1.50 for 3.5 billion daily active users. I'd like to know what the amount spent by the daily Snap is, and I'm willing to bet it's not that much. And the reason I say that is because it's a younger target audience with less buying power.
Absolutely.
I don't know. I just don't like the platform. I'm not using it. I know Joey is using it. That's like the only one he's got on his phone. I'll let him explain why.
Hold on. No, I just never.
Nah, man, he doesn't have X.
No.
He doesn't have Instagram. He doesn't have Facebook, and you damn well know he doesn't got TikTok, but he's got Snapchat. I will let you infer. Make the inferences.
Snapchat,
there in chat. Shout out to chat and Snap. Y'all know exactly what I'm talking about. Oh, no. MP's almost up 10%. It ain't so. Neil's printed off that 50 EMA buy. Beautiful look there for MP. Everyone was singing this one's little obituary last week. Well, part of that word is what I'd like to say. Because it's a great move up the double bottom off the 200 to the T and up we go again. Look, we got key areas of resistance there. We got 75, we got 80s, we still got to get through. That was a long consolidation area, but MP, a couple of great green candles on the day. I hope everybody did have the compunction to add into that 50 if you're a long-term believer in critical minerals. If you're thinking defense, if you're thinking, AI, it's these kind of rare earths that are going to play a part here, Joey.
All right. For too long, trading meant risking your own money or never having enough to start. The fear of losing, that's what kept so many traders on the sidelines. But that's changing. Trade the Pool is transforming how traders access the market. With its limited risk trading model, traders use funded capital while Trade the Pool absorbs the downside. This allows traders to focus on what truly matters: discipline, consistency, and growth. When you hit the profit target, you keep 70% of the profits. No fear, no barriers, just real opportunity. This is the revolution of limited risk trading. Powered by Trade the Pool. Visit tradethepool.com or scan the QR code now to get 10% off your first valuation. Now there it goes on the TQs, guys. I did get stopped out that break even. That reload was nice, but once again, I told you that this was my entry price. We piece it out, and then we add up here. The average moves higher, and just in case to come a little bit lower, you have to stick to those game plans and those rules that once it does, you get out. So first in, first out on that one. As soon as it gets to the break even, AC Slater. Now, as for Apple, I'm not as confident as the reload opportunity in this one, considering we grab it off those lows. But if we continue to hold this base, there might be a good opportunity. I just don't want to give anything back, and I don't want to be fearful, but you want to be logical at the same time, considering I'm point of the day, P&L wise. Don't want to necessarily go gung-ho. And you've noticed, like, I haven't been active, but with that, less activity is going to increase that accuracy, and I like higher accuracy because for me personally, the way that my brain works is the less I lose, the more confidence I have, and that's why I specifically am a little bit more precise with my entries, and you don't see me bouncing in and out as I typically before.
It's a great look, Joey.
Yeah, brother.
I'm still looking at some small cappers. Nothing really moving at the moment, guys. We still have move hanging above the volume average price, but yeah, I don't really have anything. I didn't mention this, sorry, IRWD. So none of my dip trades into 60 and 50 filled. So I punched in at the highs. A couple of profit takers into 80, nothing to really write home about. Up 44 and a quarter. I still think these levels over here that I have my are valid, so I'm going to leave those to trigger. But obviously the moving averages have changed. So we have the 10 EM 267 or so. So maybe I'll move up an order in and around there. But here we go above 82. I'm waiting at 82 there. Let's see if we can get the 82 print. Then we'll be looking for 86s next. Alas, it's got to cross above 82 on the ask to get the print. There it is. We get the 82. Now it's showing me 83s here. Looking for 84s. There's 84s here on IRWD. We're waiting at 86s. Let's see if we can get a nice print. Look, it's been a good name, but it's not a rocket ship. And also the volume is declining. So lower highs on the volume, at least on the 5-minute chart. So let's see if we can get a nice price spike up, maybe into $3, give or take. It's up 45%, so it's not a bad. Let's look at the one that's been halting to no end, at least earlier anyway. MOVE. I want to take the opportunity to show you kind of this look we have here momentarily if it shows up on our there it is, LULD. You guys see that on the bottom of the level 2 on the right side there? That means limit up, limit down. That means that based upon the time and the current price action, it will halt at $18.30. The opposite is also true on the bid side. You'll see it on the bottom. That's where it would halt if it was to flush, a down halt. So showing you these guys a new option on PA. Shout out to everybody at Real Trading. 1835, there it is. That's the red rectangle right there. Limit up, limit down. That's what LULD means. So if this rockets up 1685, where it's currently trading up to 1835, it will uphalt. Now that changes constantly, right? Because it's constantly resetting. What do I mean by that? So it's 5 minutes, right? If it 10% or whatever in 5 minutes, that is the halt band, but the ticker, the 5-minute timer, I should say, is constantly restarting. So as it restarts and it adjusts, so will our limit up, limit down on the level 2. So if you see it at 1835 for a little bit, then later it's at 37s or whatever, that's because of that. Just wanted to make that point clear. That's all I've got for now. Swag lost, but it did find support at that 65 penny area where it's found support before, but it's lost the volume weighted average price. So it's of interest to me. If it gets back above there, we can have a discussion. Until then, it's on Uncle Sheriff's you know what. IRWD, the only one I'm really looking at right now, trading at 86.
All right, good stuff. A lot of people talking Bitcoin in the chat. MSTR and BMNR, potential there. Sit up straight. So there it is. Yeah, you got to sit up straight at all times, man. Otherwise, your grandma get mad.
Man, have you looked at CRM lately, man? This thing can just not get out of its way.
It broke and then it just couldn't get going after that. I was looking for a bounce on
I know you were, and that's why I was pointing it out. I know you didn't buy it.
No, I didn't buy any, man. We're happy with the Meta purchase, man. At
where'd you pick up Meta?
617. Yeah, man. Like instantly. I was watching it on Blue O last night and Tesla on Blue. It was running. I'm like, let's go.
Joey.
Yeah, it's unfortunate because I am a little bit tied up in these IBIT calls that I couldn't go as heavy as I wanted to. I had some big old plans for that Meta trade, and I was just thinking like, no, I got to keep that to myself. Anyways,
no, we want to hear it.
Yeah, we want to hear it. No, I was just thinking,
Open is going.
Is it going?
Get on Open now.
Yeah, hop in Open. Yeah. Guys, watch out for all the selling pressure. Here's essentially what I'm getting at in Bitcoin, but that seems to be irrelevant, which is a positive sign. So let's pull up what we got going in BMNR, and with MSTR. Again, you're going to want to see a move in the actual underlyings before these start to participate. MSTR. I feel like this is just like you have to be prepared for this, right? Okay. Like as for September, from September of last year, you go on this insane run from $121 all the way up to $500 plus. That's a 376% return. But after that, you haven't even relatively came that close to it. You're down half of the value from there. buying in this area, it's a tough look. And man, oh man, Qs are still climbing. What's driving this higher? I want to see. Anyways, enough of the crypto talk for now. Let's go back to Meta. Is this the one? Yes, it is. All the way up back up to 634. It was at 635 on Blue O last night, Sharif, and I'm like, yes, bang, bang, bang. But there it is, a nice bounce off of those lows, heading towards some key pre-market resistance zones. If it can break through, I did have a target of around 650 on this thing for the first trim, but until I'm not going to be doing so. Let's take a look at the daily. And this is what I was talking about. I'm like, I'm going to be patient. And as soon as we got about 10 minutes before the end of the day, I'm like, all right, I'm involved because this is the exact same candle print that we've been waiting for. And sure enough, we got it. So you have to get involved. And if you didn't on Friday, you had to be well aware in the post market and coming into the open of Blue Ocean at 8 p.m. that you're going to start to climb. And sure enough, 17, you get a 10-point gap up. And this is what I was talking about with Ozan, is that we know that this thing can gap up $10 just like that as quick as you'd like. But as head towards this gap, I'm going to suspect a potential rejection, a short-term rejection of it, and then we're going to head into it at some point, and then I'm going to look for a 30 to 40% gap fill before I take off the majority of the position.
All right, guys, just taking some scalps here on Move. We got in at the $0.75. We were scalping up into about 18 teens there, but it's losing the bid. Flatten out a little bit above break even. It's got a good higher lows. I want to base my analysis on the candle at 1220. Area low there. 1566 subsequent candle. Area low 1611 subsequent candle. Area low 1639. So the lows are in play for now. Let's see if it continues to ride that trend. Maybe we can get back in towards the middle part of this candle and try to ride it back above 18. So current bar low, as I mentioned, a little bit below 16 and a half. It's 1639 exactly. That's about $1 from where we're currently trading right now. So I'm going to keep an eye on Move. I'm still involved in IRWD with a 284 high. We're going to pause for a second. We're sending it to the big desk with Adair.
What a volatility here in Berkshire Hathaway, BRKB. In a letter, we had, I guess now almost former CEO Warren Buffett and longtime mainstay at Berkshire Hathaway saying that he's no longer going to write the company's annual report and that he's now going quiet, quote unquote. So looks like this step away here from Berkshire Hathaway for Warren Buffett is starting now. We know that Greg Abel, his successor, is set to take the reins at the start of next year, but it looks like in the months leading up to that succession, Warren Buffett's already starting to step back. To you.
What do you guys? Yes, sir. Let's go. Nice work there, Los Pollos. Nice look there. Oh man, so the market is still grinding higher, but Apple doesn't want to participate. Am I going to call it completely alarming? No, but it's starting to come back into my break even. That whatsoever. It's definitely Meta help dragging it higher here, as it's putting in almost a new high of the day right into those the pre-market zones. Sorry, there's a look at it from the intraday standpoint. Bang. So shout out to Meta and company. What has Amazon been up to? Oh man, that was the ultimate bag fumbler for me, to be honest with you guys. That pickup on the daily from these lows and just getting out a little too prematurely. I was in right there 213, and then sure enough you get that move. But that's 2020, we don't play that. We don't do, Sharif, what's your one guy say? We don't do if, ands, or buts. We only do for certain. Over here, those English kids there. But
yeah, the Manchester kid, right?
You're talking about him. We don't do any of that, man. Only around.
What you laughing at?
Yeah, we laughing.
What you laughing at?
Yeah, I love the
Manchester.
Man, yeah,
it's better than the Scouser.
I like all of that. Yeah, the Scouser's tough. Though.
It's hard to understand.
It's deep. It's
harder.
Harder. Yeah, exactly. But there it is, guys. Could this be a reload opportunity on AAPL? I'm curious. Katina, man, you think it's a reload op here on Apple there, brother? Just curious to see what the man, he's not a myth, but a legend in himself, is thinking about that. But yeah, I mean, I can't really say anything because Amazon's bouncing off of those lows. We got the TQs now above the volume weighted average price. Oh, I know what we haven't done today.
What do you got, Joey?
What haven't we done today, Sharif?
I don't know, brother.
The top performing sectors. And 12:30. Let's take a gander Newfoundland at this one here and see what we got going on. Leading the way, it's either the worst hit or it's going to be performing the best. The technology sector, guys, up with just a little bit under 2%, with consumer discretionary following up 1%, a little bit more than that. And then the comms 0.75% there, guys. The bottom three is going to be the real estate sector, down about 0.4, and then we have the utilities down about 0.6, and then the consumer staple 0.75%. Now, as for the calendar this week, earnings releases, is going to be posting that for sure with the expected moves on Trader TV research. Make sure you guys go check that out. And don't forget, the Education Center is coming soon, the Academy, which is really important, whether you're a veteran trader who's looking to resharpen their tools or someone who's relatively new, who's looking to get in depth and learn more. The Trader TV Academy is coming to you guys live. Rigetti after the close sweep, CoreWeave as well too. That's going to be a big one. Big Bear AI, I wonder who likes that stock. And then on Tuesday, we have Beyond Meat, Oklo. That's about it. Cisco on Wednesday. Red Cat. All right, we see that one. And before the open, Sharif, what do you got?
Nothing. I just got stopped out of my trade on Move. It was riding high, man, but it lost current trend, so we got stopped out of that one. This is a choppy for me. I mean, it's just the continuation is not there, and I need to give it some more focus, and can't really be trading on this on the show. So I'm going to stop trading Move on the day. It is it's good, but I just don't have a good read on it, so we're going to leave that one.
Sorry, Shree, can I address something here real quick? So for all the individuals in the chat, when I use this specific charting, sorry, sometimes it does remove itself, but always look in the top left corner. Display that. Sorry for those who don't know what I'm looking at, because it does go away at times. Sorry.
Yeah, no worries. I know the markings there, the watermarks can be quite small. All right, just in RWD at the moment. We'll see if that one has continuation. I'm still continuing to watch swag. It's quite close to getting back above that 280 area. If it does, it starts showing me new highs. I think it would have to get above 290 for me to get involved, because, well, it rejected 290 prior to that. So I know that there's going to be a seller in and around that 290 area. I would rather not have to wait until that seller gets removed. So I'll pack my patience above 290. But Move is all sorts of insane. Look at this thing drop right. Happy I got stopped out of that, because the blood is on the street. There's the whole perimeter, 1579. Can you guys see that? There it is right there, but dropping back down. So if it goes into 79s, we'll get that triggering. That's what the LULD thing means on the left side, 1579. The whole perimeter barely defending that at $16 right now is MOVE, but it has prior area low. I want to say the candle at 1220 has a 1566 area low, which is below 79. And here we go. We're showing 81. So a little bit more. We're going to see that whole perimeter trigger. Not quite yet, though, as the buyers do step in around the 80s. But look at that. We drop below 79. So how we're halting at 59s. Well, that's because the timer changed, right? So it's a 10% drop in 5 minutes, but the 10% has a timer that starts running from every incremental price move. And there we go. We're halted down now. 15, 59, and MOVE having halted at 1220, sorry, 1240, 24. So keep your eye on this one. Very volatile on the day. We'll keep tabs on that. But IRWD continuing to stair step up, so we'll take some profits on that bad boy right there. Not much else for me to look at on the day, quite frankly. Everything else really not setting up in quite the right way. Just taking a look at the top scanner over there to see if anything new has come onto the scene. Seeing some older recycled names there that are no interest to me. So let's keep an eye on Open then. We're going to take off, we're going to take off here. And look at OPEN. Yeah, Open is a really, really clean trade at the moment now. 20.5% on Open Door. Yo, man, Eric Jackson must be pumped. He goes on, what's it called? The Compound on Thursday, gets released Friday. Open has a great day on Friday. Look at that. From the move down to by the end of the day, we're up 30%. And today, closing print, we're up 20.5%. So Open, quite strong as of late. Let's see the daily, though. What are we looking on the daily? Yeah, this was kind of an extended, look at this, Joey. an extended range here on open. This looks like a really, really prolonged bull flag. I think if we flip to the weekly, though, it'll actually look a little bit better. That's not too bad of a look there on the weekly on open door, man. You're above the 200 on the weekly. You're above the 200 on the daily. You got a couple of bull flag patterns, as we always talk about. No two bull flags created equal. Some will have prolonged periods of consolidation. Some will not. But yeah, we are getting into that upper trend line, so I expect resistance right around 850, as is typically the case with these bad boys there. IRWD right back into area highs, into 84s. I think the high of the day is 86, so we'll be looking at that move there. Short small cap gappers, so it'll be only long for me, brother. But I do appreciate you calling out that move short. I would never short it below above the volume weighted average price anyway, Jay. It would have to be below VWAP, which means it would have to be below the price at around 14 2/3. That's just sort of my rules with respect to these small cap gappers, Jay. So thanks for pointing that out. Super chat being said here. Give me a second. Shout out to Shop, $1.99. Love from Charlottetown, North Carolina. How old are you guys? 30s? Yeah, Joey is. Try 43 over here, bro. About to be 44 in May. So that's just the way it goes. What's it called? Father Time is cruel to everybody. And for those who are asking about the poppies as well, so this is kind of a Canadian, British, more Commonwealth tradition. It's to respect and pay homage to the men who fell during World War I. Obviously, it's all the wars, but we show respect to them and all the sacrifices they made for us. And that's why we wear the poppy, Joe.
I know you're a space guy, right? I like how you brought up that time. Don't you think that's one of the greatest questions kind of mankind is like, why can't we stop time? Why can't we slow it down? Why can't we rewind it?
Bro, it's interesting. Like when you hear Fox and some of the guys that I follow for space talk about black holes and all that kind of stuff and singularity, it's like mind bending, dude. So it's really interesting to take as a hobby, but you know, I don't get too stressed about it there.
This market's going insane.
Joey, yeah, we're doing here. IRWD's taking out levels. There's 291. That's the area high there. Keep your eye out now on IRWD. It's working into $3. It's 50% on the day. So keep your eye out on that. Good look, good trend. The last time it touched the 10 EMA on the 5 was 11.10. So, you know, it could be due for a bit of a pullback, and we're getting a topping tail candle now into 291, dropping into 284. So there is weakness coming in there, at least momentarily. Let's see if it's an all-out reversal or what. 76s we got on. We get the beak wet there at 90s, but still holding some over here, Joey, so we're going to have to pack our patience.
All right. Okay, Brian Hart, I see you. He says he's in those 70 calls, meow. So good luck on that one. I like that one, my friend. But as for the TQs, we get that reload, and then it's just off to the races. And off to the bottom, this has been a crazy, crazy time. There it goes, a nice curl up in the Amazon rainforest over there. It's only raining dollars at this point. But as for everything else, guys, I'm like, what is really driving this market? I had to pull up the whole Mag 7. I'm going to trade this one. Bitcoin doing pretty good here. We'll take that for sure as it's heading towards some key resistance zones and recovering a lot of what it has lost on the day. That's a good signal that buyers are willing to step in. But let's pull this up. Got 6 of the bigger names here with the exception of Tesla off of this board. So Nvidia, Google, Microsoft, Amazon, Meta, and Apple. Apple being a laggard right now, but you can see Amazon starting to climb back aggressively. Doing the exact same thing. Google participating in this rally as well too. And Nvidia just can't be stopped at any given moment, it feels like. And this is what I was talking about, the 205s earlier. There is some open interest at that specific level. So I'm just looking at that as resistance. But we've seen size substantially larger than what I'm going to demonstrate right now, 4 days out. That's why I wanted to just bring it up because of that 77,000 potential call wall. But 195, there's a lot of size there as well. Just have this congestion of open interest within those 4 or 5 strike prices. That's something to keep an eye out on. Am I tapped in? Because I heard Adara say something.
No,
I didn't get the good to go.
You're good.
Looking like 25-year-old boy says Farman. I appreciate that, man. I appreciate that. I'll take that all day, every day. But have you seen? Nope, I have not seen Kanye East. Idiocracy. I have not seen Idiocracy. I have not seen that one. Bro, you got to see it, and I never recommend movies. Okay, I'll write that right now. Just because they say they have a time machine, which I find really interesting. Remember the flat, Sharif, I know I'm going to ask you, you'll probably say no to, but there's a Flat Earther documentary. Have you happened to see that one? The one about flat. So that's a quick note. But anyways, this documentary is hilarious. So
it's just like four goes. It's just like, look, I want to believe in what I believe in, and I don't believe in physics. So, to me,
it's honestly so funny. So these individuals spend a ridiculous amount of money on this machine that will determine if the Earth is flat or not. And at the end of the documentary, it just shows that like the Earth is obviously not flat.
How are the
these guys are just
circling Earth? Earth is flat.
Brother,
I'd really like an explanation.
We have to talk with Kyrie Irving on that one, man. I don't personally know. But there goes the TQs climbing higher. Who said that? It's a square, someone said?
Obviously, it's square.
It's square, it's square. You didn't know that? But there it is. Apple, another reload right there. Katina, man, hit it for me if you're paying attention. The I'm reloaded. Thank you, my friend. We'll take that all day. Take a little piece off as we head into some key resistance zones on Apple Street.
All right, we got long back into Swaggy because it did higher area high. So I put a script order to get long above 90s because 90s was a bit of a sell level. We just got above there. Now showing a doji candle, 88 on the bid, 91 on the ask. Let's see if this one wants to continue. Maybe a shot here at $3. Let's throw in some orders to take account of any price spikes. What's my move, though? What if this loses the bid? If it loses 75, it ends my trade. So we'll give this one a little bit of room. And yeah, that's what we're going to do there. Just let me put in my stop so we can get ready for everything. I did not anticipate myself having that many shares at that level. I'm pretty sure I did not put that, but that's all good. Let's see what we get on that move. Right back to IRWD, though, because this one didn't really give much of a sell. It had a bit of a doji candle, the one that closed at 12:30. Now, 5-minute candle is continuing to move back up near area highs. 88's high, the candle is 91. So let's see what this one has to offer. Also, I want to work into open, man. Open's been quite strong on the day. There it is. For the first time, I want to say since around 11:55, we're about to touch the 10 EMA on the 5, which is at 7 low 80s. Looks like 81. Give or take. Let's throw in an order there and front run it by a little bit. Now I will DCA into the 20 moving average on open. So if I get my print at around the low 80s and it continues to bleed, I will be adding in the mid to low 70s because that's where the 20 is currently on the 5-minute chart. Let's see what we get there. That's all predicated upon us getting filled, which we're still not getting filled here on prior bar low on open, just so we can discern trend. Come on, bro. 84s, I think it is. It's, 84. Shout out to Big Spile. I see you there, my man. Sharif, Joseph, hope you are well today. Key watch on SPY 680 area today. Shout out to Big Spile. I thought he was going to say something mean. As he always does, and you're actually serious.
Bro, that was insane. As soon as you said, hope you are doing well today, I'm like, huh?
Right away,
I'm like, what?
Right away.
That is crazy. No, thanks, Kyle.
He must be in a good mood. All right. Shout out to Big Spile. Nah, I'm playing, man. He's always in a good mood. He's always good guy, vibes, man. Shout out to Big Spile.
Same sense of humor.
Yeah, very similar. If he's not making fun of you, you know he doesn't like you.
Yeah, exactly.
You know what I mean? Exactly. He's one of those guys. Shout out to Big Spile. There goes Swaggy Swag right back into 96 as we get the print there. Let's see if this one wants to mosey on up into 3. I did have a script order on Swaggy Swag to get that break above 90. We got 91s. We'll take it and go. Let's see what we can get up here a little bit, Joey. We're still waiting. There. Well, we got shares. That's the thing on Swag. So we should probably start taking some out over here, Joey, because I didn't think that I had that many to begin with. So, we're going to see what we get. We won't get upset. Shout out to my man, Neil. We'll see what we do there. What else we got, man? We still got IR, which is still holding trend but not breaking above. 91 still showing me 87s on that bad boy. Tisha's GLTO. So I don't know what that is all about, but I'm going to have to take a look because her and I trade the same thing. Glito, GLTO. What do we got on that? Galeto? Okay, Tish, I see you, girl. But, you know, this one is very strong from the pre-market, a little bit above VWAP, a little bit below. Yeah, I'm going to have to stay clear on this one, but there is a good support level here. So You're picking it up at the bottom end of the range. I like that, Tisha, because this one seems to have kind of a repetitive thing. Comes into 17s, low 8, pockets back up into the mid to low 20s. So there is money to be made there. GLTO has already found its way on the side chart. We're going to take off that hot garbage CIG. Which I do not like. Shout out to Scott H. Rivian, steady climb. Buy algo, still kicking. Let's look at RIVN. Shout out to Randy. Where's he at, man? He's probably pumped right now. He's not in the house, though. Katina, man. All right, Ray. He's bad, holy Katina, man. 6% and change, and absolute or accurate, Scott H. This is a buy program right here. There he is. The Katina man's printing. Over on that side of the desk, he is back from the swim, and he is in a good mood, hence why hot dogs are emanating from his hands. No, but seriously, though, this is a clean move here, Joey, on Rivian. Brother, we haven't touched the 10 EM and the 5 since 11:25.
Damn.
That's almost an hour and a half. Actually, because it's almost 55 right now. So great look there, Scotch. Go swaggy swag.
Hold on.
There, no, hold on. I got shares on this one, so you're gonna have to wait here. Go swaggy swag, you piece of crap. Let's go.
Bang.
We want more, Joey. We got pops in the 304, high a day 310, swaggy swag. Hopefully doesn't disappoint me here in Prince. Day.
You know what is disappointing, Sharif?
What?
The Toronto Maple Leafs. But what isn't disappointing is what we got going on. But 2 in a row, what kind of BS is that? I didn't know they had an early game against Carolina last night, or yesterday. Carolina was like in the middle of the day, wasn't it? Are you sure? Hold on, let me double check that. 100p, all right, did you watch it? Another 5-4 loss to the Buds, to the Hurricanes. I swear it was a... Pardon me?
That's late. Usually it's 7 puck drop, right? Katina Man says they didn't drop the puck until around 8, which is, it was a Hall of Fame game.
What is it? Hey,
I saw a couple of new inductees into the Hall of Fame. Was that what it is about?
8 and 7.
Of course, the defenseman from the Bruins.
The guy who just used to light up. These guys are 8 and 7.
You like your boy Zdeno there?
No, I mean, you have to respect him.
If there's a Leafs fan that likes Zdeno Chara,
that guy ruined every opportunity.
Of course, with the beard.
Yeah. Joe Thornton. I remember when Zdeno Chara just ragdolled Brian McCabe that one time.
He was our captain, wasn't he?
Brian McCabe? Yeah. No, he was like our assistant captain.
Okay.
Yeah.
He's a defenseman.
I think that was he was a defenseman. Yeah, he was a great defenseman, Brian McCabe. Shout out to them. But guys, there goes the Meg.
What do you think about Dion Phaneuf?
I mean, he was just given too big of a role for what he was actually for. I mean, Dion.
Russ, tell us how you really feel, brother.
Russ
is coming hot from back there. Okay, Russ.
You know what, TLP? Really tough, man. I'm gonna be honest with you. I'm not a fan of the individuals on the team.
Okay.
Like I'm not in love with anything like that. I just feel they're a little bit soft, and I don't know. Anyways, aside from the Leafs guys, the TQs are still absolutely humming. Here it is. We're still sitting in this Apple trade as we slowly piece it out. If it decides to play catch up here, watch out and head towards the volume weighted average price. It's game over there in AAPL. But what a big time move off of those lows. I was gonna say, not very often do we get these aggressive V-shaped reversals, but off of this indecision print, I'm like, let's rock and roll, baby. Now, as we're heading towards, we're way past the opening price, but these key resistance zones, the high of the day, let's see how we react around those. Stop being honest, Joey says, Formac. Yeah, okay, I love them a lot then. There it is, TQs to climb higher and continuing to do so. If Amazon is going to be in a buy program, Google and all of these other names, Nvidia heading up a little bit higher as well too, 197 roughly there. Whew, watch out, we might be another rally just like Friday, Sharif.
Oh no, Joey. I'm not going to complain about that, man. I was quite surprised. Like I left the morning, everything was blood red, right? And then,
I had a feeling it was going to be a rally day.
Look, I liked 25,000. I like that. Yeah. Obviously, it was the 50-period moving average on the daily for the future. I'm talking about, of course, the NQ.
Yeah.
I did like that, but you know, there's really no guarantees of anything, right? But let's talk about what's going on. We're going to get to it, obviously, on the news, which will start shortly. But I feel quite, uninformed. Here we are every day coming the market talking about why things are up and down, and nobody mentioned anything about Gershner and Altman last week. What?
You're telling me this morning.
And, you know, obviously that had a way of ruining the entire week for everybody because everybody was talking AI bubble, AI bubble. Well, where did that narrative come from all of a sudden?
Wow.
Well, it was because, we'll probably get to it on the news when we touch on a story that gleans to it, but it was basically Brad Gershner pressing Sam Altman saying, how does a company that has about $15 billion in revenue make commitments that are 1.5 or whatever the hell that is up to at the moment? Altman took great offense to that. He challenged Gershner's notion that they were only bringing in $15 billion on the year, and then he got annoyed. And he left. Well, some people accused him of leaving the pod early. I think he was scheduled to go, and then Nadella stayed on. But the point is, he started getting temperamental with Gershner, where he's like, look, man, because Gershner's an investor in OpenAI. He's like, if you don't want your shares, I'll sell your shares like that.
Yeah.
And basically challenge him. Gershner's like, what do I do, man? I'm asking. So what I'm trying to say is when there's smoke, there's fire. If Altman's getting that mad at an innocuous question like that, that means he's been a zillion times by 100 other investors, and he's had it up to here answering about it. That doesn't make it any more true, though, right? Because for you to think that AI is a bubble, you have to be dismissing all the analysis of Altman, Nadella, Pichai, Musk, all the hyperscalers, Jassy, who say they can't get their hands on enough compute if their life depended on it. What does that mean to me? That means demand's up the wazoo. So I don't see demand drying up anytime soon. What I do see is a profitability problem for some of these people. I'm talking about Meta specifically.
Yeah.
Because we know other hyperscalers are renting out the compute and therefore able to generate and realize revenue a lot quicker. Meta, their compute is not being rented out to anybody. It's to generate digital ad sales. So unless corollary move in the revenue from digital ad sales to basically justify the investment on compute, then I think Meta will be in some trouble. And that's why we saw Meta take an ass whooping a couple of weeks.
Absolutely. One thing that's kind of been, I'm not going to say it's been grinding my gears, but I've just been thinking a little bit more in depth with it, is that we're placing this AI trade in a specific inning. We're in the second inning. We're giving it a timeline.
Right.
I think if you go back in history, like if you go back, say 60 years, did people ever think, hey, there's going to be a limit on cell phones? Would you ever have guessed that there's going to be a device like this that has a computer in your hand? No, no, at the end of the day. So essentially what I'm getting at is I don't think there's a limit. I don't think there's a limit to this stuff. Yeah, absolutely.
Remember the Palm Pilots and like the Compact or the iPack? Do you remember those handheld devices where you had like the little pen and you'd point and write on
I never used it.
Before cell phones.
Yeah.
That's, to me, that precursor for the smartphone. The only thing they did with the smartphone, Joey, is they added the ability to make calls.
Yeah, for sure.
You know what I mean?
Yeah, but what I'm getting at here is I don't think there's a limit to this stuff. If you go over it,
I agree 100%
there's no limit.
Yeah,
so it's just like we're in the third inning. No, I think it's going to continue to grow. Because, like I said, if you go back X amount of years, you never would have guessed that you would have a calculator, the internet, and this thing that's literally like 10 by 10 or whatever it may be, right?
Brother,
so for me personally, I think that the potential is limitless at the end. So I'm not going to be putting a timeline, first or second, third inning, whatever it may be. If Sam Altman IPOs, you hold that for the rest of your days. Again, with the likes of Nvidia, things are going to continue to grow. I don't think there's going to be a limit or an end to it. And we talk about the race and stuff, but what is the end goal? What is the end goal of this race? There is none, in my opinion.
No, I don't think that there's going to be, winners and losers in the traditional sense that you can outline that guy won, that guy lost. I mean, look at the internet and how the internet got built out. How many companies base their product off the internet? It's going to be, I don't want to say that AI and the internet are the same thing, but so many companies base their product off what AI can deliver. Just like, e-commerce companies and SaaS software and everything that is available, cloud, goodness, cloud, the monster. It's based off the internet. The internet the ability to offer cloud, the ability to buy things online. It's no one won the internet. No. Everybody uses the internet to generate their business revenue.
And to add to your point, again, we're not going to necessarily look at the winners or losers of what we got going on, but there's obviously going to be individuals who hold in market share, right?
Fair.
Right? You know what I mean?
Yes.
But there's a piece of the pie for a lot of these big players, whether it be Anthropic, Perplexity, ChatGPT, Gemini. There's going to be enough to go around, but obviously you'll have that dominant individual, and I think we've seen it across the board in multiple sectors.
All right.
It doesn't mean that there's not that everybody's going to lose and there's a definitive winner and loser.
That's fair, Joey. All right, guys, it is 1 o'clock, so we probably should start the news now. I'm just going to close all my positions at the moment so I don't have to monitor these while I am trading. We're just going to take out everything, and we are good to go. Let me cancel all my orders so nothing triggers when I do not expect it. Give me a moment over here to pull up said notes. Let's get down to business. So Joseph and I kind of preface this right now. Jensen's like, yo, cut the crap, all right? Demand is exploding. I can't build enough blocks. The people love me. They want what I got. Let's talk about it. So Jensen's back out in Taiwan, as he's been 4 times this year, and he confirmed in his trip in Taiwan when he met Cece, which is, of course, CEO of Taiwan Semi, he said, look, very strong demand for the company's next-gen Blackwell, and the reason is Blackwell is everybody. It's got the GPUs, it's got the CPUs, and the networking all in one, stitching all the hardware together. It is a full stack for AI, you know, what are they called? Data centers. He praised, Huang that is, praised Taiwan Semi's manufacturing excellence, saying, look, Nvidia's success would not be possible without Taiwan Semiconductor. I think we all could have gleaned that. This marks, as I mentioned, his 4th visit to the island of Taiwan, reflecting, of course, its strategic importance to Nvidia. I think we all knew that as well. And he says, look, man, demand is so strong, there are potential component shortages for everything, not just high bandwidth. HBM is the biggest problem, but he says there's possible component shortages for everything because he can't get enough components to meet the demand. Specifically, though, as I mentioned, HBM, his high bandwidth memory for his servers he's getting from SK Hynix, Samsung, and Microsoft. And just to give you an example of how much demand there is in the system, SK Hynix said it's sold out of all of its 2026 inventory for HBM. It's all spoken for. It's already allotted. And so there's, unless they, bring on new supply, that's as good as it's going to get for them, at least for that segment of their business. Huang clarified as well that there are no active discussions to sell Blackwell chips in China. And, this is an important development, Joseph, because we heard last week, we heard it from the man's mouth himself. His China revenue now, bro.
A big
Joseph putting a big
goose egg right there. But I mean, you've seen that in AMD's earning report. They're not going to forecast the China sales because there's going to be no more of them. But as for what's going,
it's not because of the Commerce Department either, Joey. It's because of the Chinese regulator.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. So shout out to Lutnick there as well too. But no, in all seriousness, we know this what we got going on right here. It's a lot of capex, a lot of names heavily reliant on TSMC, and I think they're going to continue to do so. Once again, there's no innings to this trade. It's going to be forever lasting. Will things cool down? Absolutely. But you see TSM here and NVIDIA most definitely at the forefront.
All right, Joe, let's go on to the next story. Let's talk about the passing a deal to end the shutdown. Look, this is in the morning, so I don't know what's developed since that time, but Adair can give us the information on whether any of this has changed. So the Senate passed the first stage of a deal late Sunday night. To end the 40-day government shutdown with 60 votes in favor. Now, if you know the whole, the filibuster rule, you need 60 votes as a supermajority on any money bills, and this qualifies. So a 50% majority, a simple majority wouldn't cut it. You had Donald Trump also asking Senate Republicans to cancel the filibuster, which they rejected, okay? The breakthrough came after Senator Warren of Texas flew to Washington. 8 Democrats, broke with their party to back the deal, while 40 senators opposed it, chief among them. Schumi, the leader of the minority leader in the Senate, he's like, nope, I'm not voting for this. So here are some of the key provisions of the deal. The funds covering the government through January 31st, giving both parties time to negotiate a longer-term budget, and it guarantees a December vote on the Democratic-chosen bill to extend the Affordable Care Act for premium tax credits. It doesn't directly extend them now, but it just puts it up for a vote. So looks like a bit of a compromise there, because I know that was a sticking point for the Dems. Federal employees will receive full back pay and protection from layoffs, and will reinstate all previously laid off workers and protect the SNAP, the Supplemental Nutrition Assistance Program, for those who qualify. Some of the political reactions: Democrats were divided, including Tim Kaine and Dick Durbin, who voted yes, and Senator Bernie Sanders and Chuck Schumer all opposed the bill. They called it horrific and inadequate for failing to extend the ACA credit immediately. Joey, I put the SPY up there for those of the morning note. By the way, the levels on the story were for the SPY because it's such an overarching story.
Yeah. I mean, I think it's a little bit of a weight lifted off the market's shoulders here. As you can see, we're heading into some key zones. Government shutdown ending, that's good. Maybe you get those flights, because we know the FAA was starting to reduce flights as well too. So you get those people back to work and get everything operational. You don't want it to go for too long, because then it can start to hinder the economy. And we know a lot of people are heavily reliant on the government as well too. But as for the overall market, the SPY, it's like, oh, okay, yeah, cool. Everybody, the sky is falling. We're down 3.3%, or 4.25%, or whatever it may be. Okay, cool. Now we're only down 1.5%. So everybody thought it was going.
We're 1.5% off the top.
We're just like that. So I mean, you go down almost 5%. And at some point, it's like, hey, when are these dips going to stop being bought? Just keep buying them until they're not. That's I think the flow that you have to go with. I would not be surprised whatsoever if by the end of the week or next week, end of earnings season, SPY puts in a new all-time high, considering a lot of these numbers have been pretty good so far. And there it is on SPY, down 1.5% from the previous all-time.
Brenda was letting me know this morning that we could possibly get CPI. I mean, there's a good chance we don't, but
on Wednesday.
Yeah, well, we're probably not going to get it, but just want.
You never know, man.
You never know. All right, Adara, this is a good development, at least for the make of this whole thing. Can you add any new details that I may not have here?
Yeah, I have news, and the first piece of news or commentary here is we probably won't get that CPI on Wednesday, because they're not expecting to have another vote on the issue until Wednesday. So unless that issue is, or that vote is Wednesday very early in the morning, probably not going to get updates. Now, it is worth the Republican side of the issue, including John Thune, as well as Speaker of the House Mike Johnson. They all seem very stoked about potentially getting a resolution, but then we have more Democrat voices suggesting that they're not 100% on board with this proposal. Hakeem Jeffries did not speak super favorably about it this morning. That is, of course, the minority House leader. We also had some commentary from Neil, who is the leader of the Ways Committee, also apparently not 100% down. So it seems like the more that we seem closer to a resolution, there's a little bit more uncertainty. So step forward, one steps back. That's basically my update here. I really don't think that it's over until it is 100% over. That is a trite, cliche phrase, but a lot of these cliche phrases are based in truth. So long story short, just provide an update here. Even as the path seems pretty clear, there is still a lot of murkiness, uncertainty to get through. And until we get through that, I don't know if we should get too excited about that CPI print, to be quite honest.
Thank you very much, Adara. Guys, I want to mention, thank you, Wolf, for pointing this out. I'm not going to trade this, but I want to show you guys HKIT is breaking out there on good volume. Midday, we have about 1.3 million shares, but this one just started doing volume, as you can see on the bottom right. The volume just started coming in. HKIT, the ticker, $85 million market cap, engaged in the provision of IT, consulting, and solution services. I don't have a float on it. Trade it carefully. Rejecting 3, and it looks a bit for a $3 name, bouncing from 85 into 99s. I just saw that. So be careful with HKIT. Let's talk about Tesla. Their Cybertruck chief and weak China sales. So let's start with this. Siddhant Awasthi. Awasthi? Yeah, I think so. Head of Tesla's Cybertruck program announced his departure after 8+ years at the company. He began as an intern and rose to lead, the Cybertruck engineering product and strategy team. Also had a role with the Model 3 program. He took that over in July 2024. He had a dual leadership role. So this guy was pretty important for Tesla in both the Model 3 program and the Cybertruck. Now that's that. He's gone. He wished them great. It looks like he didn't leave with a bad taste in his mouth, because I saw his tweet over the weekend and he was quite, he was fond of his time at the company, and he wished everybody good luck. I don't think he has a bad taste in his mouth, but who knows? Now, with respect to the China sales, not a good look. China sales plunged to 26,000 vehicles, the lowest it's come in for a monthly print since 2021, marking a 35.8% year-over-year decline, not sequential, quarter over quarter. And I'll get to why that's important in a sec. This is a year-over-year decline, which makes it even worse. Their market share collapsed to 3.2%, down from 8.7% in September. Why was it so big in September? Well, sales were very much boosted in that month because of the launch of the Model Y L, which is their longer range, 3-row SUV, which they happen to love in China. It looks like the love for that's dwindling because market share declining aggressively again. Despite weak domestic sales, exports surged to a 2-year high of about 35,491 units, offsetting some factory utilization risks. And as we know, sorry, one sec, Randy. And as we know, record Q3 deliveries in the United States were likely as a result of the $7,500 tax credit. Analysts now are expecting a sharp drop-off for deliveries in Q4. We'll have to see if that ends up being true or not. Rivian is rocketing up, Randy. I think it's at the day high right now. I think it's at 1675 or something like that. It is actually, I'll tell you exactly the price. It's 1667 and it's up 9.46. So get it, my man. Hope you're printing up storms over there. Tesla.
I think it's interesting. Could this be a little bit of some geopolitical warfare as well, too, Sharif, with the Chinese government saying, hey, stay away from obviously they're made, the Teslas are made there, but I mean, still American name at the end of the day, so you can go with, hey, buy the BYD instead. For that, the individual who was an engineer on the Cybertruck, not much I can really say about that. Tesla, I think, it's in a pretty good spot. I like Tesla, especially for the foreseeable future. I mentioned it being one of the most forward-looking names in the market, considering what he has down the pipeline. Once more that comes to play, then I think we're going to be good. But what we do got rocking and rolling right now, Sharif, is AAPL. Yes, sir. We have the SPY putting in a new high of the day. The TQs are heading in there. Amazon is on one for sure. And then we're starting to get a little pop in AA. Off of those bottoms, let's rock and roll.
I want to mention one thing before we send it. I don't know if we're going to dare for their story, but what was really interesting to me, Joey, was I was doing a little bit of digging into Tesla going into China. You know that they were invited by the Chinese. They're like, come build over here. We want you over here. It wasn't like, and no, kind of got that love previously from the Chinese government the way that Tesla did. And they were saying it was a little self-motivating here. They wanted to push their own domestic producers. They want to push them and put them under pressure.
Make it more competitive.
So they wanted Tesla to come in so that these guys could, bust their hump.
Get together and then start undercutting each other a little bit more.
Now you're getting to the fruits of the whole thing. Exactly. So look, man, interesting look to see if they continue to get the love of the Chinese regulator or it was just a self-serving thing, as I mentioned. All right, guys, let's go ahead and go to the next story here. Pfizer wins the $10 billion bidding war for the obesity drug developer Metsera. Let's talk about this. This is really interesting here. Pfizer clinched a $10 billion deal to acquire Metsera, outbidding rival Novo Nordisk, okay? Despite Metsera's drug still being years from commercialization, Pfizer's offer is at $80.25 per share, which includes $65.60 in cash and a contingent value right worth up to $20.65 per share. Novo withdrew their offer after assessing the maximum value it was willing to pay. Now, here's the deal. That's what they're saying. But actually, it's a little bit different. Okay. Here it is. Metsera cited unacceptably high legal and regulatory tied to Novo's offer after receiving an FTC warning letter. The FTC letter reportedly expressed concerns that Novo Metsera would violate U.S. antitrust laws given Novo's dominance in the obesity drug market with drugs like Wegovy and Ozempic. But what really stuck out to me was that, one is a European company and one is an American company, and the FTC sends a letter to the European company. And this would be entirely, I think, within the playbook of the current administration to really prop up American biotech, American pharmaceutical companies and not want, Novo to get their hand. And that's just my speculation there. But interesting that the letter to them. Pfizer initially agreed to acquire Metsera in September for $7.3 billion, but Novo's unsolicited offer reignited the bidding war last week. Bernstein analyst noted Pfizer's valuation assumes Metsera could generate $11 billion in annual revenue by 2040 and almost double the current projections. Why is Metsera important? Because it has two important drugs. One is a GLP-1 and one is amylin hormone, and apparently the amylin mimicking compound is expected to complement the GLP-1 therapies to make it even more efficient. So they've got this MET-097I, that's a GLP-1 injectable, and then the amylin mimicking compound is the MET-233I. And apparently they're going to be together and sold together for an even better result, according to some of these studies. So, Adara, Pfizer, Metsera, Novo Nordisk, what do you make of this whole thing?
Well, I think you guys know what I might make of this because I actually alluded to this when we first started the story last week. I said, hey, you got a European company and you have a company where we know that President Donald Trump is quite tight with the CEO. And by that, I'm referring to and Trump released these letters with regards to pharmaceutical tariffs in July. And I've said this multiple times because I think it does bear repeating. The only CEOs who he addressed by first name in those were David Ricks, the CEO of Eli Lilly, Albert Bourla, the CEO of Pfizer, and the CEO of Regeneron. So with that in mind, it is always really worth noting how the Trump administration reacts with those three companies, knowing that Donald Trump is a little bit closer with the CEOs of Regeneron, Pfizer, and Lilly. Now, all of this is to say that when we discussed this story, I had mentioned, hey, I wonder if the FTC steps in and puts their foot down to stop this acquisition, because of course it makes sense to have a company tight with that's in America to have this Metsera acquisition rather than the Novo Nordisk getting it, right? At least that would be the logic there. Now, I want to mention as well, another thing that I think is interesting that I mentioned at the time too. On Thursday, we had that press conference with Eli Lilly and Novo Nordisk on drug sales with regards to the Trump administration and that Trump RX pricing deal. Now, the only reason I bring this up is because one of the reporters at that conference asked Maziar Mike Dustar, who is, of course, the CEO of Novo Nordisk, hey, so what's going on here with your deal with Metsera? Are you concerned with antitrust issues? And so Trump stepped in. He said, hey, what are you guys talking about? And basically, Maziar Mike Dustar explains, we're in a bidding war with Pfizer. And then Trump said, oh, you guys are paying. He said yes, and it all led to this point where CEO of Novo Nordisk says, hey, if they want to outbid us, they have to reach in their pocket and pull out more money. At the end of the day, it looks like they did, but I found this whole slow burn, Game of Thrones, to use one analyst's term, tension for this deal to be deeply fascinating, and I guess now the end of a very short era.
Shadera, let's go on to the next.
Before you do that,
go ahead, Joey.
Let's cover a super chat here from our guy. HPN, can we say hallelujah for SoFi? Let's take a look at SoFi for you real quick. Thank you for that $2, my friend. Hopefully you're crushing it today. A nice rebound in the overall markets. And what has SoFi been up to? Monstrous, up 8.5% there.
All right, Joey.
Shout out to APN.
APN, big time.
HPN.
Yeah, because there's Adam ADL, there's Adam APN.
It's Adam HPN. Sorry,
HPN, my bad.
HPN.
Robinhood eyes retail access to private AI deals. We've been telling you about this. It's not as wide-ranging as we had spoken about. They're really focusing, Joey, on AI companies. So let's talk about what this story is all about. Robinhood plans to launch a new fund under a different company, Robinhood Ventures, allowing everyday investors to buy shares in private AI companies, only AI companies. The fund will target a concentrated portfolio of 5+ what they're calling best-in-class AI firms, possibly using leverage. Oh no, to amplify returns, not again. Your very good friend, Joey Vlad Tenev, said the goal here is to give normal people exposure to the drivers of AI disruption, and he dismissed concerns entirely about a potential tech bubble. Pardon me. We already know that President Trump, through an EO, an executive order, had already eased access to private equity and private credit, but specifically for retirement funds. This opens it up to an even wider tranche of people. The total number And the reason this is getting important is because of this data point. Look, Joey, I want you to listen to this.
Yeah.
The total number of U.S. private companies valued over $1 billion back in 2016, Joey, was 20. The total number of companies in the United States that are private, that are valued over $1 billion, over 1,000, and that was last year, dude. We don't even have the numbers for this year yet.
It's crazy.
Yeah, so there's more of an incentive to stay private for as long as you can, mostly because private credit and private equity is really picking up the tab. They're not forced to go into the public markets to get funded. As we see with OpenAI, this thing's going to IPO at a freaking $1 trillion. What are the risks and the criticism of doing this? The fund will be close-ended. What does that mean? It means investors can't redeem shares as freely, which raises concerns about liquidity if sentiment sours. And anybody who's, owned a privately held company knows if you want to get out for whatever reason, say you're experiencing financial trouble at home and you need the money, you're going to have to sell at a substantial haircut in order to get out of that if it's not at a funding round or a pre-planned sale. So this does, show some signs of, or some things that we have to concern ourselves with.
Yeah, absolutely, and I think that's where you don't YOLO those types of things, though, Sharif. Like you just put in what you can. A little bit of risk on there at the end of the day. But as for what Vlad Tenev has got going on there, it's the utility knife. I think at this point. Of a broker. I like everything that he's doing. You know that you have some access in Europe to OpenAI, but add to your point there, over 1,000 companies valued at $1 billion. SpaceX, OpenAI, and a couple other names are worth over $1 trillion, and these are private names. So a lot of people do want exposure. I think that OpenAI, if it ever does go, be the biggest IPO of all time at the end of the day.
Yeah, oh yeah. Oh God.
Hands without any question.
Unless something happens and Altman's been built. Of cards over there, which I don't think it is.
I don't think that's the case.
No, I don't think so either.
Anything can happen, but imagine we've seen some other names like Circle go on some big-time runs on the IPO.
Yeah.
CoreWeave. What do you think can happen with this?
This can be insane, man. And from all accounts, what people are leaking is that the company is really preparing stuff internally for that IPO process for next year, of course. Right? Yeah, man. That's what the leaks are saying. We'll see.
Like I'll sell everything and just I won't. Don't say that.
Don't say that. Nah. All right, let's talk about China loosening rare earth export controls in a possible trade truce. MP up 10.25%. Go MP go. All right, let's talk about this over here. Sorry. So China suspended several export restrictions on key minerals used, of course, in semiconductors, defense tech, and high-end manufacturing. The rollback follows talks between President Trump and President Xi based on back in October 30th, marking a de-escalation in the standoff. The restrictions, Joey, were initially imposed October 9th in retaliation for U.S. semiconductor exports. The suspension is going to be valid for 1 year, signaling what some people are calling is a testing phase for broader trade normalization. We'll have to see if that's true. So what are they doing here? They're relaxing rules that cover the exports of, rare earths like lithium battery materials and related processing technologies. They also lifted the limits on gallium, germanium, and antimony, hard materials like synthetic diamonds and boron nitrides. I didn't even know that was a thing, man. These are crucial, of course, to EV batteries, chips, and aerospace systems. In return, the U.S. is cutting tariffs on Chinese imports by 10 percentage points, and they suspended President Trump's reciprocal tariffs until November 10th, 2026. I'm assuming they're going to get extended. They delayed enforcement also of a September 29th blacklist rule, which targeted subsidiaries of Chinese firms, Joey. China controls 70%. I thought it was more than that. Global rare earth production. I think I have like 90% on refinement or something like that. It's something insane.
Yeah, no, and I think that's good, right? This is what you slowly start to see them coming to terms and striking these deals. So that's exactly what I'm looking for, and I think it's most definitely bullish for the market, and we're seeing that displayed for over the past couple of sessions. We were starting to get a little bit of worried. Step in, frothy, all this, all that. Are we going to experience that pullback? Is going to be significantly deeper than what we were expecting. So far, that hasn't been the case. A lot of positive things going. Obviously, the end of the government shutdown, and then starting to form somewhat of a truce with these tariff talks, because I think that's going to be the biggest thing that can move this market higher.
All right, Barrick Gold. Where's that right now. Back above 4,100. Gold's up 2 3/4. All right, so I hope people bought that $4,000 base because it held 4,000 quite well. And Barrick Gold's, you know, the spokesperson for gold, but let's talk about how they did. They reported earnings. It was a miss on the top. It was a miss on the top and bottom line. It was minor misses though. 58 pennies instead of 61 for EPS. 4.15 billion instead of 4.36 billion in revenue. But it is nonetheless a miss on the top and bottom line. At least earlier, we're up. The ticker is B. It's quite simple. Where's this thing? It's up 5.5%. It's off the day's high. It's 35.69. Trading a little bit below 35 right now. But they did reaffirm their full year 2025 guidance, signaling, you know, management confidence in cost control and production stability. And I don't know why people are so gung-ho about this. Their gold output dropped from 934,000 ounces last year on the quarter to 829,000. They did increase it quarter over quarter, but year they're down over 100,000 ounces. Their copper output, though, I guess picked up the slack. They mined 55,000 tons. That's a 15% increase, aligning with internal plans. Their average realized gold price was around a little bit less than $3,457 an ounce, which is a 4% jump year over year, far above the $2,500 an ounce they had last year. And all-in sustaining costs, so all their things combined, when you take in all the costs, about $1,538 an ounce ahead of that print last year. They did quite good, Joey, in terms of explosion. They got a lot of money. Yeah. All right. 82% quarter-over-quarter for operating cash flow. They got 2.4, and their free cash flow 274%. Quarter over quarter. I'm assuming that is because of the big bull run we've had in gold lately, up 1.5 billion here. And they also raised their dividend, Joey, 25%.
That's always a good. Yeah, investors always like a divvy raise right there. A couple things before we hop into GLD. Look at Oracle going oppo the market right now, Sharif. That's interesting. Someone mentioned that one. Yeah, not good. It filled that gap completely now at this point. Nice indecision print off of those lows. If I'm looking for a bounce in Oracle, it's right off of this specific. As long as you hold 233, you're good. But I mean, that's what happens when you guide like that.
225. Yeah, it's headed to 225.
You think 225?
That's where the 200 is.
That be in the works. Yeah, for sure. I can agree with that. But as for GLD, it's by the dips. I think on this one, the exact same as the overall market.
You got any gold?
I don't, brother. I don't, honestly, which is really. You know what's funny? One of my cousins.
Hey,
I got the white. I know you want to bring that up, but the white gold, man, the front. Yeah, the front.
You got the white in the back?
No. Front.
Yo, you show him, bro.
I can't show him.
He's got bling in his mouth.
No, not now. No. These are.
We need the pictures immediately.
These are porcelain, man. Immediate.
Come on,
No, anyway.
You want to see it immediately.
The fronts, yeah. But in all seriousness, Streep, you get a 10% pullback, and then you're off to the races off of that 360 level. You're right back up 5% in gold. It's buy the dips at every cost here. I think gold is going to continue to climb because we know what the Chinese are doing with it, buying it hand over fist.
Oh, they are, man. And we saw there was a great chart that
Brando showed us.
I can't find it. You saw that, right?
Yeah, we have that. Yeah.
That the Chinese are buying. We know the central banks are buying as well, guys. All right. A name that is really, really not done well this year, Joey. I just think what their year-to-date print is. Monday.com, ticker MNDY, Assassino. This stock is down 31.5% year-to-date, and they're down another 15% today. So let's talk about why Monday.com, which advertises on the TTC, funny enough, dropped aggressively after issuing Q4 revenue guidance below estimate. So yeah, they expect Q4 revenue to come in 328 to 330 million. The midpoint there 29 versus the consensus estimate of 333.8. So even their best case scenario at 330 misses the consensus. So not a good look there. Despite the decent Q3 results, a softer outlook spooked investors who had priced in continued hyper growth. Management does remain optimistic, but cited macroeconomic headwinds and longer deal cycles for the reason for the cautious outlook. So let's talk about their actual revenue. $336 million, $316 million, excuse me, a non-GAAP EPS of $1.16, also beating expectations. They highlighted a strong upmarket traction and robust customer engagement. Their net dollar 111%, while large enterprise customers now posted 117% retention. Not a bad look there, Joey. What do you make of Monday?
Yeah, I mean, from a technical standpoint, it's not the most beautiful thing out there. We can zoom out and head to the daily, please be, or weekly. Please be good to us. All right, thank you. With that IPO in 21, sure enough, you're still down a bit off of that, 64% to be exact. And we had some uptrends being snapped in the meantime. So I would be looking for level to specifically hold, but now that's going against us, and this is where we zoom out and head towards a daily and keep an eye on these levels. It's like, yeah, I'm not going to compare it to Salesforce, but at the end of the day, what you need to break is all these key pivots that we've been experiencing, and they're lower. So what happens is you break through some key support levels, you are getting a bounce, but I'm going to look for that trajectory to remain to the downside.
All right, Joey, let's talk about airline stock lift as the shutdown deal brings relief to the sector. Let's see where the Jets ETF is at the moment. Jets ETF flat, up 0.16. But let's talk about this. So the U.S. Senate, as we talked about, approved a deal that would fund the federal government through January 2026, allowing of air traffic controllers and TSA agents to return to work. You had the Transportation Secretary, Sean Duffy. He warned that without a deal, aviation could have slowed to a trickle heading in, of course, to the Thanksgiving season. The FAA had previously flagged 46% of flight delays staff-related. With the ATCs returning, the deal is expected to reduce delays and cancellations at over 40 major U.S. airports. Back pay uncertainty was resolved, so the agreement includes a guarantee for full back pay for all federal employees affected by the shutdown, eliminating prior uncertainty. This stems from concerns after reports that the initial shutdown back in 2019 caused delays or denied back pay for some workers. But look, President Trump dropped a truth here, and I'm not really. Look, it was quite an aggressive truth. He's basically attacking those who did not go to work and really praising those who did, because we know some of the air traffic controllers didn't go to work and some of them did. It read as follows, Joey. All air traffic controllers must get back to work, capital now. Multiple exclamations. Anyone who doesn't will be substantially docked. For those air traffic controllers who were great patriots and didn't take any time off for the Democratic shutdown hoax, I will be recommending a bonus of $10,000 per for distinguished service to our country. For those that did nothing but complain and took time off, even though everyone knew they would be paid in full shortly into the future. Not happy with you. You didn't step up to help the USA against the fake Democratic attack that was only meant to hurt our country. You will have a negative mark, at least in my mind, against your record. If you want to leave service in the near future, please do not hesitate to do so with no payment or severance of any kind. It goes on, to expand on that, Joey, but this averts a big problem that we would have had.
Yeah, for sure. Do you think this is kind of like the Lisa Cook scenario where it's like, hey, does Donald Trump really have any play in whether they get paid or compensated or not?
You know what? He says in his mind, he really made statements about, they didn't really sound legal.
No, probably not. Yeah. But I mean, there you go. He gets to express his frustration. But as for the Jets, I was looking at the Jets ETF and some of these airlines. They just shrugged it off essentially at the end of the day. Adam, there he goes. Adam, another $2 super chat. Thank you. Saying Trump, baby, USA, and a couple American flags. Thank you for that very much. Some of these airlines, Shreve, they weren't heavily affected on that news that you brought to us last week as well, too. A nice little rebound. We're not going to complain about that. This is AAL. The Jets and see what the Jets ETF is up to. So again, similar price action. Shrugging that one off, Shreve.
Okay. All right, Adara, this is a good development at least. Flights are going to get back to the regular scheduled programming, at least we hope. What do you make of this?
Yeah, I continue to find it interesting, and I've definitely mentioned this before, the way that the air travel space specifically has been leaned as, I don't want to say leverage, but it's certainly been the biggest industry that we've had figures from the Trump administration mention when it comes to trying to encourage the end of the shutdown. Sense for Transportation Secretary Sean Duffy to talk about the risks here with regards to the airline industry. If the shutdown continues to Thanksgiving, that makes sense. But what I still found J.D. Vance out and out said the industry would be a disaster, quote unquote, if the shutdown continued through American Thanksgiving, which is in the end of November. So again, I find it interesting that this seems to be the bargaining, no, I don't want to say bargaining tip, but again, the pain point they're repeatedly mentioning with regards to the shutdown. Either way, I mean, it looks like these constant mentions of how the airline industry is going to be impacted by the shutdown have caught the attention of President Trump, specifically with regards to air traffic control. I find it interesting to just reading a little bit more on this with regards to, I guess, what has been said by the air traffic control union on this issue. Now, not directly in response to Trump, but one thing the union did say is that, this is a really taxing job. There are a lot of mental strains, and so what a lot of air traffic controllers are doing in order to stay with the job, which again, these are the people that Trump was praising and recommending bonuses for, they're required to take on extra jobs in order to feed their families. Now, the issue with that as well is that, well, it's obviously admirable, it can lead to mental strain, and it can lead to exhaustion. Now, this is a field you are really not allowed to take mental health leaves, as far as I understand. I watched a short piece on this a while ago. And so if you've got that kind of mental strain going on, especially with the high stress traffic control job, I think that in and of itself can be a problem. So long story short, hopefully they get this resolved. But yeah, I think there's obviously always multiple sides to an issue. So I did want to add that piece as well.
Thank you very much for that, Adara. Let's talk about Rivian. What a day Rivian is having. Randy, you still here? No. Hey, we're doing Rivian. All right. So here it is. Rivian unveiled a revised 10-year pay package for CEO Robert Scaringe. Don't ever call him Robert again, Jay, baby. Potentially worth up to $4.6 billion if performance goals are met. Who said it was just Elon Musk? That's payday. So the structure really does mirror Tesla's performance-based plan for Elon, linking rewards to aggressive stock and profitability milestones. So here's the deal. The package includes $36.5 million in stock options priced at $15.22 a share, which would be about a 16, give or take, million share increase from his prior award. The vesting of those shares is tied to Rivian hitting share price targets at different tranches ranging from $40 up to $140 alongside new operating income as well as cash flow objectives through the year 2032. So let's talk about those. So the previous options tied to unrealistic prices, they were like $110 to $295. Those scrapped due to low probability of achievement. If you look at Rivian's chart from the pandemic, it'll make a lot more sense to you as to why scrapped. The updated plan, Joey, reflects more attainable goals while still requiring, of course, significant long-term execution. It also understands Rivian's intent here to retain its founder, right, RJ, and focus on sustained profitability as it prepares to launch, yes, that much-awaited R2 SUV, lower-cost model designed to challenge Tesla's Model Y, the best-selling car in the world, according to Elon on the All In podcast. Scaringe's base salary was double to $2 million, aligning with his pay with shareholder returns based on external consultant guidance. But that's not the only thing, Joey. Scaringe will also serve as chairman of Mind Robotics, which is a Rivian-backed spin-off focused on, you guessed it, industrial AI. He'll receive 1 million common units, representing potential 10% stake in that Mind Robotics company if it meets its profit milestones. Rivian will remain a major shareholder, interest in diversifying beyond EVs and into AI, automation, and technologies.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, as for the stock, it's good. Starting to break out. We're on the higher time frames here, guys, and the volume supporting this breakout, which I think is extremely important to note. What Rivian's got going on is what here is the longer the consolidation, the more aggressive it can be. The breakout, that is, you have multiple touches of that $16 level. You're now on your third one. Is it fourth one, even if you want to classify this as a potential shelf? Watch out for Rivian to sustain this movement and break out a little bit higher, because this volume print right here that we experienced a couple sessions ago, I think is phenomenal for this name. And let's see if it can continue. But if it starts to reject, watch out for it to come back into the lower.
Yeah, this has been a nice little move up lately. I like that higher lows lately.
Yeah, this year, yeah.
That's a good look, and that's a clean area of.
Once that snaps, man, watch out for this name. Like, I mean, you can start heading in towards like filling this gap here potentially and stuff. But this is what I'm talking about. majority of these downside gaps and half decent names do get filled eventually.
They do. Those are common gaps. If that's a trade in clean definition of a dominant.
Yeah, it's
common gap.
Beautiful stuff.
Dare Rivian.
Hold on. Whoa.
Okay, go ahead.
Oh, let's see. We got something. Lost. If I'm interrupting Shree for this, it better be good, my friend. It's not doing anything. It's Google.
Goggles?
It's that they are, but I have these like, oh my god, like I'm thinking this thing's going nuts, right? But no, hopefully you've been long that one, and good work, my friend.
All right, guys. Darwin's taking Rivian short. All right, the OG Darwin's spoken in the chat. Shout out to my man. All right, Adara, 4.6 billion if performance goals are met.
Yeah, I don't know. I wonder about the precedent that this sets. And again, you could be like, oh, Adara always the worrying one, the devil advocate, whatever. No, but I truly think that it's kind of an interesting argument. And honestly, like, you wonder if Rivian had this all prepared. They had it all written out. They were ready. And the second Elon gets shareholder approval, they're like, okay, our shareholders might approve this too. Run, let's go to the presses now, because just the timing of this release release came out roughly 20 hours after we got the shareholder approval with the Elon Musk pay package for Tesla, right? So I think it's an interesting look. Now I have a couple questions. One, I wonder if this just remains within this EV space, right? Because it's an interesting look. If you think about it from Rivian's perspective with regards to competition, that I kind of get, and I think that makes sense. Like, oh no, Elon Musk is going to be massively incentivized to work really hard. Why don't we massively incentivize our CEO to do the same thing? But where I think RJ is very different from Elon is that Elon his hands in many pies at the same time, simultaneously, on and off, et cetera, right? RJ does not have the political involvement, to my knowledge, is not running several other companies. Do you know what I mean? So I think the risk here with RJ and the incentive to keep him is, I think, a little bit smaller than it would be for Elon Musk. I also wonder, the more of these packages that we get, assuming that these are not the only two packages that we get, either in the EV sector or just in the market as a whole, I wonder if the investor on these dies down a bit the more that we get. If they, if the space gets, for lack of a better term, diluted. We'll have to wait and find out. But either way, I think the timing of this is interesting. And I wonder if this is going to be successful or effective as a measure that it was with Elon Musk, just for, again, I think coming down to it, this different personalities between these two CEOs. Back to you.
And Mastercarding, they near a landmark fee reduction settlement. Apparently, this thing's been going on for 20 years. Hate Visa, they hate Mastercard. You're taking too much of our money, they're saying back. So Visa, Mastercard are reportedly close to finalizing a settlement that 20-year dispute with U.S. merchants over credit card fees as well as network restrictions. More on that in a second. The deal, first reported by, would trim interchange fees, typically between 2 and 2.5%, by around 0.1 percentage points over several years. Really? This is what we're excited about? The hell? All right, we got to see if we can take some prints over here, Joey, on open. I just got long into open because it popped into VWAP. It would allow merchants control over which cards they accept, granting the ability to reject higher fee cards that have rewards and therefore have higher fees within a single network. Any final agreement, according to the report, would require court approval before implementation, hence why we started the title with a near landmark reduction, because we need to get it approval. So here's the deal. If approved, stores could choose which card categories to accept. For example, rewards cards, non-rewards cards, commercial cards, etc., instead of being forced to take all card types with no discretion. This move could help small stores reduce the cost, but risks alienating, of course, high-spending customers who prefer the premium rewards cards. Does make sense there. The original lawsuit filed back in 2005 accused Visa and Mastercard of anti-competitive practice around these interchange fees and the acceptance rules. The retailer card network tensions have escalated as interchange fees hit $72 billion they made from that in 2023. The issue has drawn renewed scrutiny as premium rewards cards surge in popularity, shifting funding burdens back to merchants through higher fees. So, do you like the fact that they can, choose which cards to take? Or if you have a Visa, you should, if you see Visa on the door, you should be able Visa.
Absolutely,
yeah,
right?
But
like doesn't that reduce also your total addressable market as well? Like
of course it does.
Exactly.
Absolutely
so at the end of the day, so it's like, why would you want to limit who's going to be a customer? Because if you have someone coming in and it's like, oh no, we only accept Visa and you have a Mastercard, you just lost the potential.
I'm assuming.
Yeah.
I'm assuming. This is just an assumption. So if you've got a few credit cards, one is going to be that rewards credit card, and they'll be like, no, sir, we can't accept that. That's a higher fee. Do you have anything else? And so then you schlep out another card, maybe that they accept. Obviously, that's not a great result for anybody.
I don't have one credit card.
I have
though.
three. I have one of each. I have Visa, I have Mastercard, I have American Express.
Scam artists, man.
You have to have all three, my boy.
You don't have to have all three, for sure. But because I think the Visa is the more popular one, is it not, right? You can use it almost anywhere in the world, so that's why I personally like a Visa.
All right, let's go on to the next topic, guys. Rumble surges on a $970 million AI acquisition of Northern Data. Let's talk about this. First of all, let's see where Rumble's at. RUM, shout out to Canada. Up 8 and change, baby. Almost 9% on the day. Highs, though, 684 high, trading at 641 right now. And it was a lot higher in the pre, might I add. It was about 780 there in the pre, so we're well off the highs. Rumble will acquire Germany's Northern Data, which is a leading AI infrastructure company, in a deal worth up to $970 million. The acquisition positions Rumble to expand far beyond video streaming into AI data centers and GPU infrastructure. Seriously? Is this like a crypto thing all over again, or say AI and everything goes up? Which a move the company calls building the AI ecosystem from the ground up. Sure. Shares surged 26% in the pre. They're probably higher than that because I just mentioned a higher level than 740, while Northern Data's Frankfurt-listed stock jumped 46% up to €17.17. Here's the deal structure and the valuation. Northern Data shareholders receive about 2 million, more than 2 million Rumble Class A shares for each share they own, valuing the company at around $760 million. They could also earn an additional $200 million in cash payments. It is contingent, though, on the sale of Northern Data's Corpus Christi, Texas data center. The acquisition is backed by Tether, the stablecoin issuer, allowing Rumble to access over 40,000 Nvidia's GPUs and significant data center capacity, which is a for AI model training, Joey. So the CEO says this is a strategic expansionary plan. What do you make of it?
As for RUM, I mean, we don't really trade this too often from an intraday standpoint. I mean, you can run in here and you can see in the post-market and the pre-market some of the liquidity issues. And if you were to go down a little bit time frame, a lot of barcode and algo price action. This is what you got going on there. So just be cautious on what you're doing. But as for back to the daily, guys, off, right? So you go from December of 24, just a little bit of away for a year from now, you're down 63% and you're bouncing off of some key support levels. I would look for this signal to hold. If $5.50 breaks, there might be some more downside.
Well said, Joey. Well said. Just give me a second over here. Yeah, we're taking some profits here on open, guys. We got long at 52s. It didn't hold the volume weighted average price strictly, but it double bottomed below it, and I had my out up on the red bar low, which is that bar at 5. There it goes up into 66s. We'll get another print there. Good look right now for open door. Shout out to Eric Jackson and company over there. Really interesting watch, by the way, guys, on the compound. Just with respect to kind of how he views things and his life trajectory, like it's been all over the map, ups, downs. You know, he had billionaires turn their back on him. Anyway, it's a really interesting story. If Open Door, of course, matters to me, it's a good watch. Let's talk about Instacart. Cart surging after beating Q3 estimates and raising their buy. See where Cart's at right now. Show yourself, Cart. Up, well, it's flat. It's up 0.11. But well off the pre-market highs where it got almost $40, trading right now at $36.80. So Instacart beat Wall Street expectations for Q3 gross transaction value as well as core profit. It was really driven by demand for and everyday essentials, which is kind of what they do. The company's gross transaction value of $9.17 billion topped analyst estimates, well ahead of the $9.09, and their core profit, which is their EBITDA, came in at $278 million. That's their take-home money, and it's above the forecast of $264. So good look there. Their advertising revenue, though, and a lot of people make this or make the case that this company is an advertising company, not a grocery delivering company. That rose 5.5% quarter over quarter, not year over year, quarter over quarter to $200 million, highlighting the growth in its ad tech business. Shares were up at about 7% in the pre, but as I said, right now they're looking a bit flat. Consumer demand and market competition. So they said their growth was helped by lower prices on essentials and faster delivery options. Their strong order volume was boosted by categories like fruits, vegetables, and dairy. Competition does remain intense, especially from Amazon, said the company, which recently expanded its fast delivery grocery service to include perishables like meat, milk, and strawberries, something that was niche to cart.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, there's a office in Liberty Village just down the street. But no, in all seriousness, guys, you get this IPO back in September of 23, and you get this nice move higher. After that, you've double topped at 53 and are trading down to 36 right now. So that's a 31% haircut. It's the same narrative, I feel, in a lot of names right now. Is just watch out for support levels to break. If that continues to hold up, then you can get a potential bounce. I'm not going to call this range trading or whatever along those lines because that is a 20-point and it's not that consolidative. But as for Instacart, as long as it holds levels, I think you're going to be okay in that one. But as for everything else, guys, this market has been going insane, Sharif. Amazon is still grinding higher. What are you doing? And then also the SPY has been putting in a new high of the day. Nvidia put in a new high of the day. I have AAPL up on my chart as well too, but that's going oppo right now of the market, which isn't too good. And the same thing with the likes of Oracle. Has that continued has the bleeding stopped there? No, there's no, it's not good. They hit an artery, it seems, at this point, Sharif. But the rebound that we experienced right now is a thing of beauty. A lot of people weren't thinking that this was going to happen. I was slightly thinking fade earlier in the morning, but that just tells you any 4.5% to 5% dip is getting bought up. And I mentioned this earlier, you're now 1.5% in the SPY from that previous high. I'm still sitting in some Apple, guys. You know this. We've been slowly piecing it out as it continues to grind, but not nearly as strong as a recovery as some of these big names there.
All right, Joey. Open continues to be strong. What the beak there? We're wetting the beak, guys. If it's at 69, don't even bother asking. Here we go. 70 showing up. I'm waiting at 73. Seller at 72. There has been a seller at 72 for the last little while. And by little while, I'm talking about a few minutes since I've been watching it. I'm also posted a little bit below 75. I don't think that that's the right beak wetter to take there, so I will cancel said beak wetter, and we're going to post up a little bit higher at 7.7. So let's go ahead and post there. Looking for a good continuation here on open door above 3/4. Look, high day 796, basically knocked on the door of $8 on the day and up an aggressive 17.3%. Obviously, there was a lot of talk about this one last week, and if you were one of the listeners to the compound, you probably heard this as well. So, or this was on your mind as well. So, open door, not a bad look right now. So I wanted to mention that. I also want to mention HKIT. I was worried that this was going to give up the ghost as quickly as it popped up because it felt like it came out of nowhere at 1 o'clock with volume. But look at the higher lows, man, on HKIT now up 41.5% and generally holding 3. I want to say it's been holding 3 since that 135 candle dipped below it, and generally it's been, part holding that $3 area with a 323 high. If you were to get in here, I'd be giving this to 294, give it a little bit of room so you don't get stop hunted below 3, but that would be the level I'd be looking for to hold. Generally 3, but I wouldn't place my stop right around 3 just for the reasons I articulated there. So this one is a good look. I would be looking to punch into HKIT if it was earlier on. What time is it? It's about 5 minutes before the end of the show until the big kahunas come on. So this one could, be one of those ones that hits 4, maybe triple digits on the day, especially if it can take out that $0.25. Let's take a quick look at the daily. So what the hell? Look at this, Joey. This is a nice, like these small cap gappers, typically, when they have moves up like this, they're right back down the next day.
That one's being sustained.
That's a big time move, very quickly. I like this move, bro. This is a good.
It's a big smiley face right there.
Big smiley face. So shout out to. Oh, where's he
nice
at?
curl over.
Yeah, and this what's it called? This $2 level was a bit of a staunchy level going all the way back to February of 2024. So HKIT, yeah, great intraday move, but also a sustained daily move, might I add. So keep tabs on that, Joey. What do you got?
Yeah, absolutely, guys. All right. I mean, I don't have much left here on this Apple trade. I can punch out and feel no ways about it. Currently, right now, it's been a phenomenal day. Let's do a little quick trade review. I've traded 4. One of them are red. We'll start it off with the red one here. And that's going to be, surprisingly, Nvidia. I just took a small loss on it because I'm like, what am I doing? Right? And then sure enough, look at this, 5 minutes later, boom, straight to the top side. I'm so glad that we got out of that one. I'm like, yeah, that's not the right trade, Joseph. You don't want to be buying Nvidia into supports. It just gets bought up immediately. Bitcoin selling pretty aggressively right here. Market's starting to come back in. Well, I mean, not over. A couple pennies from the high, Shreve, nothing crazy. Yeah, I had to hop out of Apple. I'll wait again. I don't know if you were short or anything there, Brian. The calls, you got the calls. Yeah. You got to be patient on that one. It's a slow burner. So anyways, NVDL is going to be our only red name on the session. Let's head over to what else we're getting. QUBT. That was the one. I planned this one over the weekend. There's that reload opportunity. Let's get involved. 50% on this one. Let's get more in depth. What I was specifically looking for, QUBT, bang, there it is. We'll pull it up on the 1 minute time frame. And as soon as I seen this print, so we have a double correlation essentially, one on the daily, one on the intraday, especially after some aggressive selling right out of the gates of that opening auction. So sure enough, boom, we get that move higher. And then this inverted print was the one, but I was like, you know what, I have a bullish bias, so we're going to avoid that. And you need to order shorts for this. But there's QUBT off of this 1 minute hammer candle off of the lows. So that's our best performer of the day, considering we only took 2 stabs at it, 1 for 1. Now TQs, this one continued to grind. So shout out to Pharrell, grinding. Yeah, like some big time stuff over there, Sharif. In this one, let's zoom out here. And then we get the reload. It comes and retests this level. And then sure enough, I had to get out break even, and then it just grinded all day long. But not a bad grab off of those lows. Missed the, but we get the reload there. And then for our final name of the day, that is going to be AAPL, in which we are currently still sitting in. This one a lot, but again, I don't have very much size. We can hop out at any given moment. Let's see if we can get a rebound here in Oracle. By no means am I going to be trying to grab the bottom. But this could be a potential good hammer candle if we get a little bit of more buyers to step in. We like that one. And there goes Bitcoin. Some pre-market lows. You get the consolidation, but too much supply, not enough demand to go anywhere north of that $60 level on IBIT.
Yes, sir. All right, we're continuing to take some prints here on Open Door as it pops up into that $0.75. We just went the peak at 76. It's the local area high is 77. Days high is 796. Sorry, we got prints at 76. There's 77. Now I'm waiting at 79. Let's see if we can get that continuation above 80. I feel like there was a support around 80 to 85. It's hard to see. It looked like it was just a downtrend. So maybe I'm just seeing what I want to there. But good look for Open Doors. What do we got on? We got 52s on right now, 77s. Let's go ahead and post in the low 80s as well in case we get a price spike up into that level. Ideally, this clears 8, man. I don't know. I think this is it's a good looking name today, man. And
it is a nice.
Yeah, it's a clean move, Joey. There's again. There's a seller at almost every level, though. So you're going to have to pack your patience at almost every penny because neither, none of the levels are just getting blown through at the moment. They're all steady state, stair-stepping up. That's what I'm looking at there. I also want to bring your attention to that one that I was in, Swaggy P. Shout out to Pascal Siakam. We used to call him Swaggy P.
I thought it was Spicy P.
Spicy P, yeah, I'll call him Swaggy P. 305 local area high. It's still holding above $3, Joey, generally above the volume weighted average price. A prolonged bull flag. This could be a good continuation here for SWAG. As I mentioned earlier, HKIT as well, a really good look. A little bit lighter on volume though, HKIT, especially look at that bottom right. declining volume profile, 323 high. Keep your eye on that one. There goes open frickin' door into 79s, Joey. We're waiting at 79s. It's not crossing, so we won't get the print. The patience there. I can definitely use this. I can use my trailing stop. There it goes, Joey, into 81s. Now we're waiting at 82s on the open one. Shut it to open door. We're going to throw in 88s over here. Shut it to the Eric Jackson. Ooh. Hilarious. I can't believe this guy actually showed up every day to Drake's. I thought he stopped doing it because we stopped talking about it, but apparently he's showing up every day and he's doing his videos.
Tell me you have a lot of money on something without telling me you have a lot.
His kid with it.
Oh yeah?
Yeah, he's like, yeah, you gotta do this every day till Drake buys it.
That's crazy.
I don't know. I don't think Drake's gonna buy it.
Drake's buying it. I don't think he's gonna buy it.
All right, man. It is yes, it is 2:01:15, and the big boys are locked and they're loaded and they're ready to go. We're gonna send you over to them. I'll see everybody shortly.
Stop bleeding Bitcoin, jeez.
Or at the big desk.
1055. Was it higher? It must have been higher.
It got a little bit higher than that. Welcome, everybody. I was just actually listening. Oh, whoops. Oh, it's my mic is just bad. I'm mic-ing the static. I don't know what's up with that. I was just listening to clips and grinding, not Pharrell. I actually forgot that Pharrell Williams was all over that video. But because the market's grinding higher, and Joe mentioned it, that's a hot track from when we were young.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Like that was university for us, man. We're old. But the market is absolutely grinding. I don't know why I have a chart UBT up. I'm sure it'll come to me in a second. I bet you somebody mentioned it. Probably Joe was like, or Sharif was talking about it. Open doors up 18%. That's absolutely flying. But the market recovery is the jam. We go up, we go down, we go round and round. It's weird. I'm only in like Rivian to the south side for now. But realistically, like this market has been impressive to say the least. Because we were saying this earlier, like this is the dip. If this was the dip, there'd be a lot of disappointed people out there. If this was the only dip that we ended up getting. Because it wasn't that much. Like what did we actually drop from the high? I think 40 bucks on the Qs, like 6%, maybe 6 and a change on the Qs. It feels like we're not out of the water yet, but we're out of the water today, that's for sure. And Wells Fargo, October delivery data for weakness. Yeah, Tesla's under VWAP. That's like one of the few things that it's not really doing that well. Underneath the volume weighted average price there, Tesla. I'm oddly enough in Rivian on a reversion, and that's Blue Ocean. So we'll see like what this afternoon brings us. We've already had the push to the highs and break down to the lows and back to the highs. I don't think this market's got another one of those in it. I just think you're a little bit too strong for it not to end green today, but we'll see.
Yeah, so we left you. We were short, and we got exactly what we needed all the way down into here. 109.50 off of a 112. So shout out to Erie Pages and everybody else that was doing this short on the futures. And then we tried to go short again at VWAP. Once it didn't work, we just went long. So we flipped it right on its head again and then went to short there. So pretty happy with the way we performed here today on this one. Early, too short early. We worked through this together. Down it goes all the way back upside right now. So we're just holding on to this long that we have right here out of break of VWAP. So tried it. We had talked about doing these kind of plays, and this is something that we've done numerous times. And we did it even on Palantir on Friday where it broke and it just kept on going near the end of the day. So I just was like, you know what? These futures, basically same kind of ways, man. Like on Friday, it was Palantir broke basically right into here, broke higher and just kept on going the rest of the afternoon, and expecting something similar right now with the futures. But wow, Palantir up 9% today. What a good, unfortunately I was, my boat's still pretty full in Palantir, but I didn't buy more of that one on Friday, that is for sure, as that one keeps going higher. I didn't think it had 9% in it today, but there it goes. And the story today is also a battle back in gold. I know Neil was looking at silver earlier today, but there goes gold up another 2.5%. And I say another, beat up just a little bit here on the daily chart, fell right back into 4,000, roughly 350, 360 here. And I was waiting just a little lower at 350, never got to fill, unfortunately, but that's okay. Nice battle back there for that. And then Yeah, haven't been really looking too much elsewhere. Like Apple was a recent buy, not really performing that well considering, well, it is on the daily, but only up 0.7 today, 270. So kind of like that, where that stock. Boeing still underneath 200. We recently bought some at 200, so we'll see if that can get going again for the long term as well. But yeah, IBIT, right where we started the show. I feel like I looked down and it was at 105, 106 when this day started. So yeah, I guess a little bit higher, probably around 106. So we are underneath and just trying to bounce off VWAP. So this could be in play here this afternoon as well. But yeah, welcome everybody. We're going to go through the rundown. We'll talk about all the names that you guys want us to talk about.
Got some earnings after?
Yeah, then we'll have some fun. Yeah, I didn't even look at the earnings.
We got, you know what, it's a more busy name than you would think. You got CoreWeave, you got CoreWeave, BBAI, Rigetti's going to be Oxy.
Oh, that's right. Well, we knew BBAI. Well, I think SoundHound maybe.
Beyond Meat's supposed to, but like, remember Beyond Meat moved their earnings to today, so we think that they'll report tonight. Right. You never really know with a company that might be here, might not be. Ooh, shout out to Molfar in the chat saying Lulu is going. I didn't look at Lulu today.
Mofo?
Oh, but you know what? Let's do this before we even get into the. Let's refresh this now to give other stocks a chance. Because the visualizer was like a very. Man, it was just an open and Palantir show this morning. It's nice to see that some other ones were catching up. I'm just gonna start this. So the afternoon show has a new one. I will go $. Let's pick a random stock.
Do IBIT.
Oh, IBIT? Okay.
Why not? Yeah.
Sure, why not?
People want to talk crypto.
Yeah. Why not?
It does go on there, I think.
It does. I just typed IBIT right there. Right here. Boom. Bam. Joe's like, IBIT doesn't go on here. It's because not enough people type. But I think the issue with IBIT is people are probably just as likely to type like BTC, unfortunately. So like if someone says Bitcoin, someone puts in the chat BTC, then, you know, IBIT's not going to stand a chance, which that's kind of unfair. I kind of, there's not much you can do about it.
It's not unfair. I mean, this.
But no one
put the symbol in.
You never see QQQ or SPY on there, right? People will talk about the market. People talk about the market all the time. Yeah. Just you're unlikely to put the ETF.
Rivian up 8 or 9% today as well. Going for 52-week highs.
Yeah, you know what? This trend break on Rivian is breaking.
Oh, you're in Rivian. Are you in Rivian? Oh,
it's like trend breaking again. So I'm in Rivian for this.
1660.
There. So like there is the trend break on Rivian. This was me shorting it, hoping it would get to VWAP. Lots of buyers on the first couple of steps. Like each bounce, it took some out. I probably should have taken some out 16.3 on one for Randy, or I mean, I guess anybody that holds shares. I mean, it's not specifically only for Randy to make money, but these prior highs. This is a nonsense candle. Obviously, it's kind of like a dark pool candle in here. The prior high was like 16, call it 15, 16, 20, something in that range. Kind of hoping we get down to that before bouncing. Did not get that close. I don't want this getting back above the 50. I'm going to trail this. Super strong name. I want it to get down to the 16, 20. That's a big level. And we'll hunt for some opportunities this afternoon. As we said, there are some actual earnings names to look at. And, ooh, Hertz Scrambler, Lilly breaking. 1,000. Hey, maybe.
Look at the future.
No, it's breaking down. Oh, don't jinx me. I thought maybe Lilly was breaking up.
No, well, it's kind of strange because the market's now at 2%. We're going to take another piece out right here for everybody that's trading the TQs or the Qs with me, Salvador. Yeah, we're just back to highs. That was the best trade that we. There we go. We just get 14s. So we got some out at the 50 period as it tends to drift a little bit higher rate now. So all good there. Yeah, man. Google's up at 290 again. Like there's just some of these names. And whenever you get dip downs in the market, I mean, regardless of if that was a buying opportunity, you know, one day doesn't make like a mistake. You know, oh my God, I missed the bottom. But it's just, this is just another huge name. Like the amount of market cap that was added even today on a 4% move up. It's just like they had a great quarter. They got hit back down into 270. These are the ones you should be buying, right? We're throwing play money at things like SMR and things like that. But, you know, at the end of the day, this name could be up or down 15 or 20% tomorrow. You don't want to make or break, you know, your investments on these kind of plays. You know, buy something that has some kind of value as far as beating on there. You know, it's like if you could go into a classroom and you see a whole bunch of kids in there and there's this group of kids that are always getting straight A's, right? You know, if they drop down and the whole school is like, I don't know, gets some sort of a universal test or something on them and do that well and sort of starts to downgrade. Well, you know what? The kids that are always getting the A's, they're going to return and start getting those marks again. And it's just, I feel like similarly with these stocks, want to be betting on the best stocks, and they'll continue to perform well. I mean, we all got to do our homework to try to find them. Tonight, you're going to get some answers with Rigetti. You mentioned that they were reporting here tonight. So let's just see if some of our CoreWeave, Rigetti, BBAI, like Rocket Labs, Beyond Meat, like some of these names that are reporting tonight, let's see if they have any goods. And then if Rigetti can perform well, then you can buy it on the way back up, because this was like head of the class basically on the way up. Not just Rigetti, but all these quantum names. And now they're getting hit back down, similarly to some of these metal names and or MP metals, some of the rare earth metals.
I just don't know what Rigetti can report. Like what?
No, neither do I. Neither do I. But
what could they report? Apple just kind of Apple just broke down here. You know what? I just realized I didn't hear anything in my ear just now.
No, neither did I.
So we're looking for a headline here on Apple. Apple with a heavy $3 candle, but right back up to the top. Oh, please let. I don't ever want anybody to get rinsed, but I'm telling you, like if we break out the high after this, it's already back to where it was before. So I heard nothing. We heard nothing in our ear. I don't see a story. Imagine somebody fat-fingered. Ooh, that would suck.
Well, did we?
I'm just gonna restart.
See it go down that far?
I didn't see it. Joe yelled it. Yeah, but it looks pretty legit.
Okay,
it looks pretty legit. Look at a 5-second.
It's probably that Gemini thing. Remember we got that bullshit report from Bloomberg.
Could be.
You know that we thought it was a real deal. Holyfield.
That's real. Look at how fast it's back. On a 5-second, look at the second wick.
That just shows you the algos.
The algos are like, let's buy the living you know what. So we're ready for the rundown. If we hear anything concrete on Apple, we'll let you guys know. But obviously, it didn't take very long to buy that thing.
Welcome to the afternoon rundown, everyone. The show where you decide what we talk about every afternoon. The big boys are locked and loaded, and they're ready to look at the tickers as decided by you. But the only way to get those tickers right there is to get into the chat and vote for your favorite ticker every day. It's super simple. Throw in that $sign followed by what your heart so desires. Let's look at all four major averages to start, and the NQ certainly leading the way here. Right back into day's highs, guys. 25,682, up over 2%. The NQ really rocketing up after that afternoon buy on Friday. Still below 6,900 though is the ES, but closing in on that 6,850 resistance level. It is also quite close to the day high and up over 1%. The Dow, the worst performing major average on the day, above 47,400.17, and the Russell 2000 trying to work its way back into 2,500. It is up 1.29%. The first ticker, though, as decided by you, Opendoor. What a move up to the tune of 19.5%. Several different headlines to get to. The first is a price target upgrade by Keefe, Bruyette, and Woods from $1 to $2. Good look there. Separately, you also had Morgan Stanley saying Opendoor's major transformation is underway with 2026 break even in sight. Good look today for Opendoor.
So we got the news. Yeah, I mean, the story is just that Apple's delaying the release of one of their phones. I don't know exactly which phone it is. I just went short here just in case. They're delaying the release of their next iPhone Air. I think it is. Yeah, so I'm just going to play this 200 period, man, 269.50. If we run that, then we'll get out. Just a small little trade here. Just looking to see if it breaks this little level right there. We're punching in late to the story, obviously, as we saw that move down. And then the good thing about it is it's continuing with a little bit of volume. So I don't think this is anything to worry too much about. I mean, this is a report. I don't know who's reporting this.
The information.
Okay, well, I need some more information then, because right now we're going to go short. We're just going to play it. Like, if we can get something out near that wick, would be 75. Looking to get a little more short against basically 269.50. That was kind of that drop zone right there. It's actually 269, like 66 or so. Worth it. We'll stop out if it goes. You know, if this story is real and it hits the mainstream media, and the story is real, we'll see where it goes. We keep on talking about Opendoor at $7. Now, you would have had to, withstand, let's see, how low did it go? 550? Yeah. So, obviously, as the market gets hit there the last couple of days, yeah, the Trader TV Live Academy, by the way, we're really excited about that. When that starts to launch, you're gonna see something different than anything else you've seen in the market. But right here, so Open Door bouncing off of 7 right there. I mean, I like that. You did have to withhold that. I don't know if you ever really want to immediately when you drop back in, but I could see some traders that would have maybe got stopped out on that kind of a move back up and missed this. But I think as long as you now try to play off 7 and we don't worry too much about, you know, the disaster of this market falling all over itself, then, you know, we've got a lot of rinsed out trades that happened on Thursday and Friday, and it looks like Open Door was just kind of one of those. So now it's going to hold $7. I think you can sort of use this little gap here as maybe a wedge, but $6.50 to $7 in and around here is where I'm looking to get long. And then, you know, that is $6.50. I think we would dump it if it ever got in too much trouble below that. So I really like Open Door up another 20% today. The short float's still there. And yeah, we look forward to hearing more about this story in the upcoming days. But again, look, it kind of bounces off 730 there one more time. So I think anything around 7, you take it for 50 cents, right? If it breaks 650, you're out. Otherwise, you sit around and wait to see. But Apple's going back upside. We did average into it. So it looks like we'll probably get stopped out as Apple just continues to climb a little higher here. We're short at 269.12s. So take a 50-cent hit here, it looks like.
Before we continue, shout out to Rivian Million Super Chat. Sean Neal, I've been watching you guys since 2023. Awesome. That's a couple of years in. I hope you stick around long. You taught us psychology. Sean taught me levels. Adair is the best source of news. That's all we're ever trying to do. You're always teaching us options around here on those small cappers. But you know what the cool thing is? You can see it on screen. You can stay tuned because you guys have watched this for a long time, and people always ask us, okay, well, how do you trade on this platform? What's the platform you guys are using? How did you guys learn? Well, the Trader TV Academy is coming soon. So make sure that you stick around, make sure you're liked and subscribed, you're following our socials, because there are going to be updates when this is launching to be able to learn the same methods that we were taught when we were starting out on the same platform that we use, to be able to get those on where, no matter where you are in your journey, beginner, intermediate, there's a little bit of something for everybody. That's the Trader TV Academy. As we said, stay tuned for further details out there. And we hope something you guys will be very excited for, because we are absolutely are. And I know there's traders that love this Open Door stuff. I was trying to listen to the, I guess Eric Jackson was on the, what was it? I forget, the Compound. That's what it was.
Yes.
So I was listening to the first 20 minutes. I didn't get through the whole thing, so I was kind of wrapped up in a couple of other things. But interesting stuff. But what was interesting was the stuff that they meant. The stuff that was the most interesting is when they actually were talking about all these private companies and how long they're taking to go public, as opposed to the Open Door. I found that conversation really interesting. But Open Door, I think, like, I missed an opportunity to trade it off of. I liked the $7 level. That was my only trade off of it into $7.50. But then it just started going a different level off of that $7.50. And what's crazy about this is it's got a clean $8 break this afternoon. The high is $7.99.5. So the half print is the highest. There's an $8 break incoming. If we get $7.50 again, I think there's a dip into $7.50. But I think there's an $8 break, which is worth taking a shot at this afternoon. You know, that's one heck of an offsize for the earnings shorts. You know, they looked like they were winning, and then it was just an absolute rocket ship to the upside. I think breaking out that 8, even just for a scalp trade into the quarter, and then see what happens for this afternoon. So let's jump in. Well, we'll see. I mean, if it breaks, it breaks. I might even consider, if there's a good, solid I can grab like that one going into 8, I'd like to be in this one again. And it was a high flyer, just like the next name on the list.
Ooh. Here's the information on Apple, guys. So they're delaying the release of next year's version of the iPhone Air, the thinnest smartphone ever, after the first model sold below expectations, according to 3 people involved with the matter. The information's Wayne Ma and Kainer Liu report. Although the length of the delay remains uncertain, the product won't be released in the fall of 26 as previously planned. They said already sharply scaled back production of the first version, according to people with direct knowledge of the matter. That is what's being reported by the information. I'm still trying to get the actual article itself rather than looking through a summary. Let's go on to the next topic, though. Palantir at near days highs, 195 or thereabouts high. Shares are trading higher amid a broader market rebound after the Senate leaders approved a deal clear path to end the U.S. government shutdown. Of course, Palantir, the recipient of multiple government contracts.
interesting is it's not like Palantir was getting hurt because of the shutdown, you know. Like, but at the same time, it doesn't matter why. Sometimes like a bull moves just need reasons to go up. The same way, like you make a high because of, you know, it could be Michael Burry. You can get this breakout because of the shutdown ending, I guess. But until we break 196, it feels like it got into the top end of the resistance, which it's at right now. One shot shorting it, fair enough. Didn't hold it long enough because it played it back into this high. But 196. Tomorrow, I feel like open door breaking $8 is a higher probability than this happening this afternoon. But the gap fill for Palantir up to 9%. It just feels a little extended to be able to pull it on today. And even if it does, I don't know if I'd want to take it. It just feels like it's a little bit too high. So I'll take a shot at open door breaking, but not necessarily Palantir. Feels like tomorrow that bit better of a breakout if we can consolidate off that top and then make the run to 200 would be next, and then some of those prior highs like 208, 209. But he needs to get through that 196 and then all systems go. Like it just needed again, I don't necessarily believe that the shutdown potentially being averted should be that big of a catalyst for them given the circumstances. Sometimes, it doesn't take much to catch a bid here.
No, Palantir's awesome, man. We had that huge trade with it on Friday afternoon when the market, we sort of heard this news about the possible shutdown ending and the government getting back to work. So we really like Palantir long, that is for sure. We just had, like Apple just went positive for us and we took out one piece, but that was it, man. It bounced basically off 10, which is where we're short. We're short. So I feel like we are probably going to break it back above. We're going to get out of this thing, break 60s. We already told you that. So I feel like that story is now out for Apple. So remember, like when the story's out and people are trading off of it, it either is going or it's not. And right now it's not going. So as the futures continue to go a little bit higher here, we are now just taking more outs. Futures are at their day's high. We tweeted it out, man. We went short, then long for the futures. So it's been good, but maybe topping out, which is part of this Apple story, right? It's going to be what it is for right now. What's up to Silverado Blue? Yeah, the Packers, this guy's from Wisconsin in Japan, he's saying. Tonight we have Packers v. Eagles, so.
Did you say Packer fan from Japan? Is that what
he's in Japan. I think he's from Wisconsin.
But, interesting.
Yeah, visiting. So.
Nice.
Yeah, so that's Apple. All right, yeah, Palantir, look, I mean, this could be Burry covering. Like, right there, right off the open. Like, there's only so much. He was saying that 80% of his fund or something was short Nvidia and Palantir. Well, that might be good and all when they're getting crushed to the downside. You can't feel good about those today. And I'm not sure what the average price this guy has or whatever, but if you're just looking at a chart, I mean, there's a capitulated moment there on Friday when we got right back into some of these down wicks around 170. My guess is you may be right now that those shorts are probably covered or significantly covered. So that might be part of the move up here today because all of us together can't really figure out exactly why Palantir's up this much. I mean, we could throw out and this and that. I think Adara had one that there was maybe a $6 million contract or something, but come on. The market cap that this is right here shouldn't be up 9% on those kind of deals. But I guess the thinking here is that as we open the government back, obviously there's a good little look here for Palantir and more contracts and more talk. So yeah, I like the stock. Obviously, it's a little, I think it showed its true colors, right? And that is that the volatility can really be here if the market gets. So if you are nervous, there we go. We're out of Apple, by the way. It just continued to go higher, which is fine. We didn't put on a huge amount of risk there. If the market continues to go higher, then yeah, Palantir, that's the earnings top. We're basically right back to earnings day, and then that blast off happened during earnings itself. So you got to get above 200. It seems like we want to get there. If tomorrow's a green day, we can probably open up above. So I like Palantir. I don't actually think that this is in jeopardy because I feel like the minute we get to 200, we probably go to see exactly where that supply is. So watch out here. I am talking up my own book here. It might be this might be the biggest name I hold now just by market cap of my portfolio might be mainly, sufficed in Palantir. But right now, up to $200, that's the last spot that we got a little bit out. And I don't think we're going to now. We didn't buy that dip. Maybe next time at 175. Yeah, I think it was the next, I don't know, but Apple right there, just to let you guys know, like it rallied back high. So we'll take a little bit there. We should have got it all out. And then there it is back to the 200 period. So I'm going to start to look at Apple now as if that story didn't exist, because Doesn't seem to be moving the stock too much, unless I just got stopped out at the top. But all right, Meta, another name that's rallying on today's 2% up move in the NASDAQ.
Kind of disappointed.
Oh, is it? Okay.
A little bit.
Yeah, Sean, up 1 3/4. Not a bad day for Meta. A couple of different analyst notes on it. Let's start with the good one. Bad one. Freedom Capital Markets upgrading Meta platforms to a buy and boosting that price target up to $80 past rating, or sorry, $800. My mistake. The past rating was hold. Separately, Areste Group downgraded Meta to a hold. No price target there given, but a couple of notes, and Meta up 1 2/3, guys, above 630.
I don't like Erst, whoever that is. ERSTE trying to downgrade Meta. But you know what? Meta is, this is a disappointing 1.7%. Not just because the NASDAQ's up 2%, but just kind of look at it on a 15-minute here for Meta. Like, you have this nice rounded bottom, and you're essentially just consolidating like Thursday's gap, like from here to there, without any secondary breakout, while the market's been like slowly grinding higher. So this, like, it was almost like it was following the market and just stopped for the last 2 hours. Well, I don't know that I love that. It feels like this one might be rolling back in toward the low, and maybe Meta's just that penalty box that it's in. It could just be a little bit of that. I love the bottoming tail holding the 600 level. That's great from a technical standpoint. Like, you're able to some of this support, close back above 620. But a little disappointing if the market continues higher and Meta doesn't break back at least to the high, then I'll be pretty disappointed in today. Just the fact that it looks like a good turnaround, it's just feeling like it might not be out of the water. I don't see a trade in this one for myself today. Like, I'd still rather look at or maybe back into Rivian or one of the chip names over Meta this afternoon.
For some reason, like, Meta got hit on their earnings because of their spend, and I think they're just like a couple headlines away or one headline away from like really rocking back up. I mean, just a matter of like if they can get a deal done somewhere for computing power. I don't know. I don't even know if they need. But yeah, move down there. I saw yesterday watching, I think it was the Leaf game, there was a lot of ads for the Meta Oakley glasses. My kids didn't even really seem that excited about it, which was a little strange because they do love tech stuff. So yeah, I'm not too sure. I don't think the glasses are it, man. And I just wonder about their move down and their move into that space, potentially spending a little bit too much money on R&D maybe, but I don't know. Meta just continues to be great. That has created a lot of wealth, but has really given it back. And it's not like you're worried too much about it. There are many names that are down near April lows, but still breaking through the 200. I'm just going to go with Brian Shannon here and some of the thought that I have. I don't really want to buy this name until we get back above the 200 period moving average, right? If the market's due for a downturn, this stock is going to get clobbered. So I would just hope that, it does get back up to 680. And then, I think you could buy with more aggression there. Like, if you only buy, let's just say you buy, I don't know, a certain amount of shares down here, and then you don't know where your next buy is. Like, we could say I'm going to buy 25 here, like all the way down, and then, hopefully it winds up holding that. But if that down doesn't happen, then this is going to look like a great spot to pick up a little bit now. But if you're going to really look to take an aggressive position in a stock, I don't think Meta has it right now. I think you'd like to it break above the 200 period moving average on the daily. So, like, if I was really going to trade this and put some serious shares in, it wouldn't happen until we break above 680. So I'll probably relook at that, and sure, I'll be mad that I missed this down move of $50. But honestly, we're trying to play bigger, longer term, and I think that Meta dipping at these levels is fine, but just be cautious that if the market does turn around, like Neil said, you're up 2% today, and Meta's only up 1.75. When the market was down 2%, Meta was down like 5-6%, right? It was really getting hit there the last couple of days. So great dip buys on that name. That little profile there, that might be the bottom, like 60. Where's that? That got into 602. Like, I mean, crazy. Some of those lows that were made on some of these names. We'll see if we can see them again. For right now, Meta continues higher, and the market looks like it wants to go too. So, congratulations.
Some people are cold-blooded in the chat. If someone just goes Storm J or no Stodge M, like Stoge M. Sean, can we remind Neil how much better the Dolphins are than the Bills? They're not. They just won.
Yeah.
They won a game. It happens. The Dolphins are still pretty bad.
Yeah.
You know what? Beyond Meat is probably up today. You think Beyond Meat's a good company?
Are they up today?
Well, I'm a lot of things are up. I'm pretty sure beyond.
Oh, you're to Dolphins.
The Dolphins. Yes, I'm absolutely relating Beyond Meat to the Miami Dolphins. That's just that. And sometimes stocks have down days too.
Yeah.
Right. So I'm sure there's something when most things are up today. I'm trying to think of a good stock that's down today. I actually can't think of one, but it happens. So I'm not happy about the Bills' loss.
Really?
Pissed off, man. But you know what? I'm kind of hoping we could fire our OC and then hire Dabble, who got fired from
the Giants. Defense, I think.
Well, I think the offense has some issues too. The defense is a personnel thing. The offense needs some scheming. SoFi needs no help. They got it all.
Guys, SoFi is having a fantastic earnings day sell-off when we popped in at $31 almost. There, Andre, right into 31 bucks and dropped back down into about lower than 26.75. We have recovered that earnings sell-off and then some, up 9 1/3%. And there's also this other bullish headline, bullish call volume here, Joey. About 150,000 calls trading at 2 times the expected amount, and an implied volume increasing over 1 point to about 69.52%. The November 14th weekly $30 calls and the November 14th weekly $31 calls active options, with a total volume in those strikes near 23,700 contracts. And the put call ratio, guys, 0.26.
Yeah, this is a beast. On the monthly chart here, this is in the midst of a pretty big breakout on the monthly, and this is the close above. We closed above the prior high on the monthly, consolidating above it. So I think you got another leg higher here. Pretty sure at some point we did some kind of a measured move. I think kind of. I don't remember it was about $50. I think we came up with, or something like 48 to 50. If you just sort of looked at the math of where this could go on a breakout, Robinhood had a very similar breakout move, and I think that's what we were making the comparison to. Load here, like when Robinhood broke this out, would be, this could be a turnaround on the monthly for Robinhood. That's worth watching. But so far, it seems like it's on that second move, at least for now. And while that's happening, there's not much standing in its way today. It's kind of slow. Open, I'd prefer that for a breakout trade. But as far as this, it's got a little bit of room till its next breakout. So you got some overhead resistance here, but it's a little choppy till it gets to 32. I don't wonder if it doesn't slow down in here at 31, maybe pull back into the close. As long as it closes over 30, I think you're all good. We make a second move tomorrow. But for this afternoon, if I'm thinking something's breaking out the top, right now, open or at 8 more likely than a SoFi for now. But SoFi's structure looks fantastic. At this point, SoFi is looking better than Robinhood on the long-term chart, and maybe a little less. They're both frothy, but maybe a little less frothy.
All right, we have a trade alert right here. Nvidia, we just put it on right now at 80s. Let's see if it wants to work. We're at 79s, but we're going to see if it can work off this 50-period moving average, and then maybe get out of it. Well, we will get out of it if it takes the 50-period, and just making sure it stop on that break, which I have it at 34, but I think it's going to be 197.29 or so. For that one. Okay, each year there's over 3.8 million concussions that are reported in the United States, yet there is still no FDA-approved treatment, which is ridiculous. NYSE-listed Orogenic, symbol OGEN, is changing that with its first intranasal drug designed for rapid brain access, with the concussion treatment market projected to reach over $9 billion by 2027. Orogenics is uniquely positioned to lead the way. Learn more and schedule your meeting today. Again, QR code, scan that, link in description as well. Yeah, the reason why I want to go long Nvidia, it's up 5% right here. We're already long the futures. I don't think that's at any significant levels or anything, but I just noticed that right here on Nvidia, we just keep on, sure, there's been a few dips, the 50-period moving average, but I just want to play it off of that right now and see if we can, fall back highs. Every time we've fallen back in, we've gone, to make new highs. So that was the most recent one, which kind of matched at 10 o'clock right there. And then, fell back in, up, didn't really fall at all, fell back in there, new high, took that level out, fell back in right now, another new high. So I may not have the right, I think I have the right area. It's just, I want to use that bottom there. If you're going to get real aggressive, maybe you can hold to 196.50. that would make a little bit of sense, but I'm willing to scalp out a small if we break below that 35 area or so, with an average incoming around 65, maybe 65 for that. But I just want to see if this can get a little bit meme crazy right now here on NVD. You want to know?
Oh, no, Nvidia wasn't the last thing on the list, and now it is.
Change it. It was ADVM or something. I didn't mean to be covering Nvidia.
Because that was messing me up.
I only covering it now because it's my newest position. I didn't. Let's go over to Sharif. We'll get the story on Nvidia, and then we can talk about the trade or whatever.
There's no ADVM, guys. It was just my crazy fingers not typing Nvidia properly. Let's start with shares of semiconductor stocks. They're mostly trading up after reported about a 17% year-over-year revenue growth for October. There's several headlines specific to Nvidia, though. You've got analysts at Wolfe Research and Bank of America, as well as Citi, that are bullish on saying that the company's growth outlook here remains strong despite concerns over zero revenue. They're saying that that's not going to affect the stock price in the near term at all, and they're overlooking it. Nvidia could also guide Q4 revenue in the range of $63 to $64 billion, predict UB analysts there, so keep an eye on that. They also have a bullish rating of a $235 on the monster Nvidia. And then also, okay, I'll get to this in a second. Citi raising their price target on Nvidia from 210 to 220. They keep the buy rating on the shares ahead of the earnings report, which is scheduled, guys, November 19th after the close.
So here it goes, man. I mean, let's just go. We just, like Neil did SoFi. Meanwhile, I'm surfing for trade opportunities, and we found Nvidia. We hit the sirens. This was against us, and there it goes. Side right here, it's 30 cents plus right now on Nvidia. We just go, okay, here we go, Neil. We're through right now on NVDA. Let's go. Nice little high side play there for Nvidia. Look, and I mean, it's up 5%. This is giving me those same vibes that we nailed Palantir. We nailed, I think it, or whatever it was on Friday. But as this move continues to go higher, we love Nvidia, man. And I just bought this long at 75s, at 25s, 50 cents. It's not hard. I mean, it's not easy to grab 50 cents. And there it is right there. Nice little move for Nvidia upside. Let's just see how far we can go. Rocketing up the P&L board right here goes.
Yeah, those are the names that get it back, the market back to that high for sure. Look, I'm just out of pure respect for the fact that ADVM does exist. It's not a made-up stock, Sharif. That's what was messing me up. It's some BS $4 stock out there, which I'm like, I turn this on, I go, this thing on the watch list, it's an actual stock. So anyway, it doesn't really matter. I trade AMD instead, and but I just want to point out now the difference between all of these names. Nvidia breaking out high, up 5%. AMD was stronger this morning. They're both up 5%, just very different paths. Back at the volume price, SMCI, which is a bit of a bear, is only at the volume weighted average price, which is leading me to think if we turn here, I'm looking for this one to the south side. Relative weakness pretty much the entirety of the day. Then aftermarket tonight, well, we get the, can you even call CoreWeave Nvidia's cousin? I'm not, no, you can't. But they are wrapped into this world, and they're not Nvidia whatsoever. And they're absolutely proving it going into earnings, because this is pretty much at the low of the day when everything else is breaking out the highs. So there's clearly some concern going into this print aftermarket, which I'm going to guess is, what's the expected move? 15% is the expected move on CoreWeave. 20% is what it moved last time. And right now it's looking incredibly weak relative to the market. I'm looking for a chance to get back into SMCI this morning. Like the saving grace this morning was finding something direction. If you're looking short, find something trending down. If you're looking long, find something trended long. That was the case with silver was trending up and still trending to the upside. SMCI, VWAP, but I needed to break back underneath. So this is the one I'm hunting. Breakout on open, it hasn't really done it just yet. But my eyeballs are on SMCI as this market continues to grind, and it's only now getting its moment in the sun. Not all chips are created the same. And don't forget, it's the memory names that have been the strongest today. You know, Western Digital, Micron,
about today, like the last quarter.
But right now,
today it's going.
They're not at the highs. Like they've been the strongest one, %, but it's not at the high of the day. And SanDisk is the one I was forgetting. SNDK. Okay. Of course, SanDisk is just built different these days. Micron's not at that top. I'm pretty sure Western, but SanDisk still is breaking out. But that's why you look at relative strength and weakness. If I'm looking for a fade, it's going to be this. I keep looking up at Open Door, and it's teetering on this $8 breakout, but just not yet. Still in the consolidated phase. If it pulls back, maybe into about 780, I'd look for a dip buy. But well, it sits at 9. If it pulls back into 80, I'll look for a dip. If it breaks 8, I'm going to go for the long on that bad boy. So we're done the rundown. Now we can look for other opportunities out there. Rivian is also on my mind, as that is a chance to break back through the high. 9% for Rivian. The number of almost double-digit names today is completely insane for everybody. If you like reversions, you got those. If you like breakouts, you got them early. I don't think this one's going to be a short again with SMCI and Open Door.
Yeah, we're look, we said this already, man. We went short early, and now we're long. And so now we're $1.50 in the TQ trade. And I was posting it as I was taking it on the Midday show, but it's their show. So, but there it is, man. Up huge again on TQ as it just continues to rock and roll. And then here we go on Nvidia. We just kept getting some out. So just to let you guys know, I'm out of half now of NVDA. It just, we just got out one more piece at 198 flat there. Had to break back below. And I was like, maybe it's, 30 cents or so is good enough, but our best outs are in the 20s right there. Let's see if we can get $23. Then we'll look at some more names. Actually, here it comes back up. I'll put something in the teens. I don't want to just get out of this all the time. I want to be able to hold, but we still have half, so it's been pretty good. We said don't call it a comeback, but you might want to call it DraftKings. Another monster trade here today for DKNG. I mean, it's only up 2.5%, but if you're here in the morning, you had a nice little bounce back up to 31.50, and they had some pretty. The earnings weren't actually that bad. It wasn't that. It's more the look forward on the poly markets and the prediction markets of the world. Looking over DraftKings, and they are actually going to be implementing something very similar to all of that as well with the. So they're going to be in that game, and I just think that if they can do that, just like how we like Robinhood, is you keep all of your money in one app. If you don't then have to worry about over to IBKR or Robinhood or wherever, over to even Kalshi or Polymarket or wherever you're making these predictive bets, and you could do it all on one app. I think it's very, very easy to switch back and forth. So that to me is good, and I think that's what the market's giving them some credit for potentially going into that form of market. They did it with buying out Railbird, and so hopefully they can get that into their app, and the CEO seems to be pretty confident that they can do that. So I do like DraftKings in and around this area, and then they also with Disney, which they already are a major partner with Disney, but even more so. So with Disney getting into more live sports, they have the ESPN, the ABC, and definitely if you're a sports fan, you watch some kind of a sporting event, most likely on an ESPN or Disney product this weekend. So there it goes, college football. I mean, ESPN's on that basically all weekend long, and there it goes up to 112.20 or so again, as Disney, same kind of a move, right? Off that DraftKings only a couple of days ago, they're upside as well now. So we'll see if they can, blend together to create, a decent opportunity for investors. And right now, you're getting into maybe some sort of a flag pattern here because, this little wedge going to come in here. I don't know if you're going to get one of those golden crosses between the 200 and the 50, but it's definitely holding out right now at this 200 around this 110, 108.
You know why I don't like the golden cross?
Yeah, one on the 50 and the 100, I don't even know what the
but in the general sense, the reason sometimes I don't like it is because you'll already see how you have that descending wedge.
Yeah.
Is a lot of times you will have like that breakout be more clean than the moving averages. That's why I like trend lines. Like you just have the lower highs and then now you got a flat bottom. So like who cares? Like whenever the heck it closes above that.
Yeah, right into here.
So like this week it'd be a 114.
That's also the 50. You can get that.
Yeah, so you can break the 15 period on Disney, and that'll be good. Speaking of trends, really close to SMCI breaking one, and Swamp Rat. Okay, Swamp Rat was asking about Circle. We're going to go to Adara, and I can guess that.
I want to take a moment here to pull up IBIT or any crypto name. It is worth noting we have U.S. Treasury Scott Treasury Secretary, Scott Bessent, just posting right now on X that the U.S. Treasury, along with the IRS, has issued new guidance giving crypto exchange-traded products, or ETPs, a clear path to stake digital assets. So again, some news here on the potential for digital asset staking for crypto ETPs coming from U.S. Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent and the Department of Treasury and the IRS. Back to you. And before we send it back to you guys, though, actually, we're going to take a moment to thank our friends at Beta Pro by Global X Canada, because we have some exciting news out of Canada for the sophisticated traders on the stream. Beta Pro by Global X Canada, which is Canada's largest provider of leveraged inverse and inverse leverage ETFs, they've just launched a new series of new triple leveraged ETFs, which offer 3 times bull and 3 times bear exposure to the S&P TSX 60 and even U.S. Treasuries. But even better, they are offering a special rebate, dropping management fees to just 65 basis points until December 31st, 2025. Plus, the U.S.-focused strategies use currency hedging, offering the potential for pure performance and exposure. So if you are a tactical, sophisticated trader who's looking to amplify your performance, check out betapro.ca/3x daily to learn more. Back to Neil and Sean.
We got a question from Natalia in the chat. Neil and Sean, are you guys going to be a part of Trader TV Academy too?
No.
You better believe we are. Of course we are. Now, the thing about it is, the same, I said when we were talking about earlier, the same principles of like the basics of how you learn the market, like how the market functions, like what you should do as for building as a trader right from the ground up.
Yep.
It's the same things that we went through, more or less. I mean, obviously the market rules change, so you have to make that kind of adjustment. But yeah, we're absolutely a part of it. I don't want to spoil too much, but yeah, we are. And to a great extent, and others on the team as well. So as far as I'm concerned, I think it is going to be a fantastic product. We've had a chance to check it out. There are going to be plenty of other updates coming. We'll be able to show you some stuff soon. But it is coming, and we are absolutely are a part of it. And one of the things that we always talk about, certain indicators, things that we use or don't use, volume is king. And so the first thing, when that story just came out with Beth,
Nvidia,
like Circle didn't even move. Open Door just broke $8. Circle literally didn't even move. It's like, okay, well, that's not exciting because I don't see a volume spike. So automatically, while that can be good news, it's not necessarily something that I want for a trade. So again, Bitcoin didn't move, but we just broke through on Open Door through that $8 level. Let's see where it can go. Now remember, overhead resistance is at the quarter. So you're going 8 to about 8.25. Breaking 8 even. So if it loses 8, I would probably hop out and wait for a 780 for a dip buy because 20 cents. So if I think the upside is 20 pennies on an $8 stock, then I wouldn't hold it 20 cents against me. But if it breaks underneath it, I can jump out and wait for that 780 that I was talking about earlier. It just never dipped into 780, but there is some overhead resistance. So it's a scalp into that 825 area for me here on Open Door. And it's worth keeping an eye on some of the crypto names. If they start going, maybe there's like a late reaction to that news, but I would have expected Circle, I mean, Bitcoin maybe to move, I would have expected Circle would have done something on that Bessent headline if it was a huge deal in the short term.
Yeah, no, same ways right there. Yeah, you know, all of us there. The Academy is going to be great. Sharif, Brendan, myself, and Neil. It's basically just, we'll describe it more, but Neil did a great job. They're learning different methods, using the software that we're using as well, and just understanding, you know, part of the road that got us here and where you guys can from different trainings and whatnot, and more about it as it gets closer. But we are excited to get ready to launch. And just little things like what I just did right here on Nvidia, like it just came right in. You know, we bought some more 80s there on this move back in and then rinsed it right back on the way to the upside. So we'll talk about, you know, mentalities, psychologies, everything like that, and what we're doing with the Trader TV Academy. So we're excited for that. I'm looking to see if there's any more opportunities, because it doesn't mean that, you know, we just sit here and trade the same names over and over again. We talked about SoFi as well a little bit there. I'm not sure if there's any major runners. We do have Big Bear AI reporting tonight. And the thing about Big Bear AI is, and everyone's like, oh, It is a name that I'm excited about, but I'm not buying these dips and trying to make predictions ahead of the earnings call at all, okay? But they are coming today at scheduled right after 4 o'clock today at 4:30. But if you go over to their calendar and you just have a little quick look over here, right? Like this is their last couple reports, right? EPS, like they were estimated at 6 cents. They were minus 49 cents, minus 25, minus 42. So, you know, in what looked like they were doing better, minus 6, minus 7, the last 3 reports, they were
Hold on a second. They missed that much and didn't move last time?
No, they moved. Yeah.
No, I have
down.
I have the prior move is 0.7.
No, she has that wrong.
That's wrong.
It was okay. Well, I mean, the difference too is that sometimes because it's so shorted, it will get bought back up. But we can check it. It's Big Bear AI's last earnings report was August 11th. We can check out the movement on that.
Yeah, I'll check
right there. But anyways, I was going to say, you know, we are looking for them to turn EPS positive, and when they do, this is Palantir, but it has to happen for them first, and nothing's next Palantir, but you know what I mean. Palantir was great company, really started to get going once obviously they turned profit, and then were eligible to be added into P500, into the NASDAQ, and so on and so forth, 100, which is why Palantir was a New York listed name, switched over into NASDAQ, so now they're part of the NASDAQ 100 as well. So we'll just see what happens with Big Bear AI. Q4 coming through. They've gotten some recent government contracts as well. So hopefully that can boost and talk a little bit more positively about it. But right now, Big Bear AI, and just quickly to see before we throw it back over, I wanted to see what the short flow was. It's actually smaller than it was previously. So now it's only 17%. So that's not necessarily, wow, that's still a decent amount.
It's probably
let me see what Open Door is quickly, because again, 25%. So, you know, the Big Bear Brigade, whatever, the Army, as well as the Open Door Army. We'll see if they can both be strong tomorrow. Today's, you know, Open Doors Day. We'll see if Big Bear AI can get it going tomorrow. Over to Adair quickly.
Yeah, I just want to let you guys know we actually have a earnings preview infographic here at X at TTV Research for Big Bear AI. I have similar infographics for Rigetti and another name reporting after the bell today. That would be CoreWeave. So you can find BBAI, OKLO, and CRWV earnings preview infographics on X at TTV Research. Check us out right there. Back to you.
Yeah, BBAI, it did move last time. So big move last time. This would be the candle, huge volume.
It's hard to coverage, right? So like these guys are gonna, it's not gonna be exact, all these estimates. So you do expect these stocks to move quite a bit. Like the fact it's only moving 1% today, that's actually, I think there's a lot of nervous hands waiting to see what happens.
Don't know what to, well, I think if you're, like the shorts are smart to cover because it's like that many times, if there's a single beat, if it's so consistently not beating, if there's a single beat, it's gonna go absolutely ham. And off that 200 period where it bounced before, that's the level to obviously watch, but for open, remember I said if it gets back underneath 8, it's an 801 at 99. If it goes, it got all the way to 10 was the best out. So I took most of it out for that scalp trade. If you're risking 2 cents, then making anywhere from 3 to 7 is going to be good. Actually, 3 to 9, I should say, is going to be good. But I don't want that breakout to completely fail on me. So we'll get out right there, like I said, at 99. That's 01 in, 99 out, and the majority of it out between like that 3 to 9 cent mark. If it gets down to 780, that's a place that I want to re-engage, right? Like not hold it all the way down, but let it get back to the 780 level and see if it can do another secondary push on that bad boy. So Open Doors, so far so good. I feel like whatever open is today,
David,
I think BBAI has that potential to be tomorrow. How could, like really, it's completely sideways going into earnings.
Right.
5 cent range, that's really tempting. In either direction, in power hour, expected to move 15%. Like you could take, like similar to that 8 breakout, like even if it took like a 70, 77, even if you get 78s long, it breaks out. There's 20 cents worth of upside even to the highs, and you just give it like a break-even stop or something like really, really tight. Or you could also probably do it the other direction, but my guess is that's not free. Oh, we do. BBI is free. So shout out to Real Trading. You can short this one for free if that is your cup of tea. But I'm going to go back over, at least for now, to Open Door to look for that 780 level on a dip. Still tracking SMCI, but that's starting to look strong. So SMCI, ooh, VWAP strong there. Let me get you a better chart. See how it's missing data? That would not be the volume weighted average price. I know my other chart's good, so SMCI broke trend, only now closing underneath the volume weighted average price. I'm glad I looked at this chart, because over here I'm like, I don't want it. It's above VWAP. It's not. This is the trend break I wanted.
All right. Yeah, we're still doing the same old thing, man. Joe likes this button, so we'll do it now. We reloaded Nvidia, and you can see, like, I know Neil just talking about Big Bear AI, and like a 20-30 cent move, obviously, on that would be quite big. It's only an $5 stock. So, but right here, we're just quietly getting a 50-cent move here on Nvidia off of our recent reload. So long at 75, now it's at 15. So nice. Did I say 50 cents? 40 cents right there on Nvidia as it looks to keep going higher. So yeah, man, let's just ride this into the close. We've reloaded our position, so this is going to be, again, you know, a top P&L name there. Tesla, I mean, another 4%. I mean, I don't know. I was catching some flack, both, Aflac, you know, saying on the show when Adair and I were waiting for that vote, we were just like, it's going to pass and it's going to be a sell once it passes. And that's exactly what happened. And it came back into that low, into some nice lows on Friday. What it really did was just give you a buying opportunity. We saw that with Palantir. We saw that with Tesla. And it just goes to show, if you just continue, no matter what or who's running it, these are high quality names. You know, there's only so many of these names that are in the $1 trillion club and so on and so forth. And if you do like what they're pushing forward, then, you know, dip buys are here. So Tesla's a tricky one because there's so many people that are on each side of the argument here, where we know the car business is flailing. Meanwhile, you don't buy it for the car, you're buying it for the AI, for the full self-drive and everything like that. But again, still stuck in the middle. But I really like Tesla stock, and just looking at it right here, it's the same kind of thing on the trade today. Everything's lining up. Like, there's not too many times where, by the way, Nvidia still trying to go right now. We will, here, we'll do this gangster bull ride. Picking up the money over there. Yeah, Tesla right here, you get the 200, the 21, and the 50 period moving average, all sort of converging right now at the same spot. So that's kind of like charting. Don't know what's going on, so nor do I. I'm going to give that a little bit of a break. And I know you were in Rivian and out of it, and I don't talk about the same names, but this is another one that just continues to climb over the last couple of days. Huge move, 13, 14, 15, 16. I looked, man, I only have $1,000. Normally we don't talk about our positions, but this is obviously a very small one in my swing account. It's only Rivian. I only got $1,000 left worth of stock. The last time I got out, I think it was into here because we had got into these areas, and I'm going to say it was 17 or 1750 maybe. Those were the highs, so it wasn't definitely not that high.
I remember that was the one. I know. I only know because I sold all of mine.
Yeah, so
I gave up on the stock.
Yeah, so something in there. So I'm still holding. That's why I wanted to look back to see like how much of this I still have, and it's very, very small. I didn't do anything down here, so got about $1,000 worth. So in the last couple of days, it's been okay. Like that grand's turned into like 1,300 or something, but it's, so I guess we have 1,300 now, but it's a nice move higher. Not something that, you know, I'm too worried about. I think we'll let this one break the tops now, instead of just getting out and realizing, which isn't that much profit, but hey, it doesn't really matter how much money you got into it. Yeah, there's the top, yeah, so we didn't wait, so that was it. So we didn't wait for that top. We had seen that move. This is where we had bought it on the way down. I mean, I'm always trying to buy value, so we bought it on the way down against some of these levels, which it did wind up breaking lower. When it got back into $18, we about it, but I think it was this time. The second time is where we started to get out, and I think 1650, and it's just back into these levels. So cautionary tale here for Rivian, honestly. I like this stock. It didn't get low enough. I don't think Randy had a price of like I think it was 1082 or something. I think he was like, yeah, he was a little upset that he had missed it, but still, whatever you have in it, just be cautious of the levels that it's at. You know, can it get back up? This was a $105, $108 name at one point, but
oh, never mind. I thought that
was on the IPO. Oh yeah, I think it went higher.
Because didn't we?
It IPO'd at 108.
Yeah, because I think it was like one of the biggest.
I can call
like it was like 108 to 140, 150 on like the initial push. Like Snowflake were stupidity. I think we had some traders.
I don't know if it was.
Which is unfortunate if people graduate on that, but I know some people did. Or at least one person did on that open trade, because it was just the thing about graduating on a trade like that on the prop desk is because there's so few and far between. You then you have to have so much extra discipline. Like it's hard because now all of a sudden you've made it, but you did it on a trade which might not come again for a couple of months. So you have to be absurdly disciplined to then just be really patient to develop a strategy and then wait for the next one. Let's go to Adara. I believe we have some news.
We should talk about what Trump just posted on Truth Social. So Trump once again here warned that if we unwind the tariff policy, that it's going to cost the U.S. over $2 trillion. He actually said that it's a national security threat to unwind the tariff policy as a result. And again, these comments come as the Supreme Court considers these arguments with regards to upholding the Trump administration's tariffs. It is worth noting here the poly market and Kalshi, basically the prediction market in general, here for the tariff policy being upheld. They went down a little bit after the first hearing last week with regards to these tariffs. So again, Supreme Court right now, we're generally here in the process of hearing these Trump tariffs, and Trump saying that, hey, if we unwind these tariffs, the U.S. is going to be, I guess, having to pay here over $2 trillion and face a national security threat. Back to you.
Here's the chart right here. By the way, man, are we ever doing something right now? It's a face slapper on Nvidia. There's Rivian, yeah. So 108, I thought came out at, yeah, that's exactly the right price. 107, 108. Nice first day, nice second day. Not nice after that. This is weekly, but I don't know. I mean, obviously the first week looks like it was pretty good. The second week, they're down to the downside.
That first week is literally the first day.
There it is, Rivian. So we'll go back to the daily chart and then just get rid of it now, as it's a nice higher. But oh boy, I don't know, man. Like we just got. That was $1.75 right there on the TQs. We're just very relaxed. I don't know if you guys can tell. And we've got the goods, man. We've got Nvidia long. We reloaded that name. We got it first. We gave it to you again. So we're just going to watch out for this stock just going higher and higher and trying to print now 65 cents in the money there, $1.60 in the money now on the TQs as we look for some more opportunities. SMR a little bit higher. I'm only looking for A setups because we've got it. I just put on 2 trades here in the afternoon, and they're both like cooking. Let it cook. Shout out to Brendan Ingram dating Glorilla right here. Yeah, Raptors, of course. You know, everyone wants to date a Raptor. You know, but 198.40, nice move.
If
higher.
It keeps him healthy, I don't care what he.
Yeah, whatever. He needs to stay healthy. That's for sure. I think we stole him. We come for like someone that no one's ever heard of. And
but it's because he's never
first-round pick.
He's never healthy. That's why he went.
At one point, I believe, on the Olympic.
He's incredibly talented. There's no question about it.
Well, there it is. There goes Nvidia again, man. All right, man. There's 75 cents right now. So yeah, it's Lambo time right here. I hope SMCI is working out, but we've got 2 bangers on right now. Nvidia almost $1 in on the reload, and TQ's $1.70.
Well, SMCI doesn't have to. Like you said, A+ setups, but I find very few setups at 3 o'clock in the afternoon because as SMCI, the likelihood of it doing what it did in the morning, where it failed VWAP, drops like a clean $1 to the lows, it's a $40 stock. I think that's incredibly unlikely, but I can jump in here, risk about 10 to 15 pennies on it, and look for like a quarter, or third to a third of that move. Like that's the way I'll look at it. Like I'll risk maybe 10% of what we made in the morning to get a small, because to get what you see in the morning where you can hold it all day long is almost impossible. Like I don't think I'll recreate, like on silver, that's not going to be recreated. Like that just continues to trend up, but we were just talking about Rivian. Rivian might have been that double top short. Like to me, when it goes the first time, like that's the A+ setup, and you just try to do the best with it. But now it almost needs to break this, or maybe put in another lower high, because this is distinctly different. This is making lower highs. This is seemingly done with its move. And it's just like Open Door. Like Open Door, fine, yeah, that breakout makes money clean, but you're unlikely to get that reversion or the early longs that you could have had this morning. Like those are the types of trades, if you can try to grab them. Oh no, KIXN is halted to the downside. I wanted to be able to show you guys, I know Shreve did. We have the halt bands now. Ooh, Cation, like an offering? Yeah, so anyways, this stock Cation is halted to the downside. Don't know the story. This might be really bad, actually. The theoretical auction price on this is actually saying 36 cents. I really hope no one's actually in this thing, because it halted at $1.44 from 180, and the theoretical auction price is penny stock size.
Oy, oy, oy.
So There is a story here. I've heard of this stock, but I don't think it's usually something which is very popular. I don't even know the name. The last story is from like a couple of weeks ago. And so that might actually be really bad. We'll see what happens when it opens back up, but volatility halt on this bad boy. As we said, BBAI does have earnings after market. If it could just break out of this consolidation, like the longer the consolidation, the better the opportunity for a break. I think that was part of the problem with OpenAI. OpenAI went sideways only for a little bit when it broke the $8. So it didn't really coil itself up long enough, which is generally what you want to see. Like it got to $8 and then broke almost instantly when it was there, and now it's sort of running out of steam. Like if you took that break, you still, even if you held on to it, you still haven't gotten better than the initial break gave you into the 10s. Like 10s is still the best out that you could have had. Maybe we take a 10 break the second time through. But that one seems like a nothing burger to me. I'll just stick with SMCI, have my stop. First target's down here at 460, and then if you can get down to 440, that'll be plenty good enough. They've been a dog the whole time. We don't trust them. SMCI is like, trust us, the numbers were bad, but it's going to get better. Yeah, okay. I don't believe you.
I don't, yeah, it's tough to go back into a company that we've seen, you know, they had such a roller coaster year of 2020.
The biggest roller coaster.
Accounting, this and that, they got dropped by Deloitte and Touche or whoever the accounting firm was, and then like one of their board members was like doing the accounting for them. I don't even know what the hell that was all about. All right.
They should hire me. I had a year of accounting.
No, they definitely should not. But right into here, not about anything about your skills, but just about the stock. Like
they damn sure shouldn't hire me.
Random trader taking over. No, but right into here for Nvidia, just getting some more out. We just tweeted it out. And all we did was find you this trade, and hopefully it's good. But look at this, man. This is when we need that winning thing. All Trump does is win here in the market. I mean, if you're looking at today, and remember, Neil, we reported it live on the air. We went long on Friday, or maybe it was, there it is, or maybe it was Thursday when Trump was like, we need to buy those AI, buy AI, I believe he said it. I'm not if he knew what he meant when he said it, but there, I mean, that's really been today one of the stories. Micron, Cisco, really GE, AMD, Electronic, Broadcom, Google upside, Meta, Palantir, hello, up 9%, AppLovin, hello, up 5 and a bit percent. Even Salesforce, hey, you know something's going right? When Salesforce goes up, there's Salesforce, we were talking about it earlier today, it is up 0.4. No, we're trying to get excited for it. There's Adobe. We had that talk today. That's up today, 0.64. You know, what's exciting for me is all of these names up in here because we've been going longer on SoFi lately. I really like Charles Schwab. We had a discussion about that. We like JP Morgan is my largest holding in this space. Well, it's pretty much my only holding over here. We do have Berkshire. I don't own any credit card companies other than Berkshire, which owns, you know, some of these names as well. But into here, just looking to see if there's anything else I'm interested in. Oh, not really. Capital One has a good, they made a deal there. I forget who that was with, but better credit card business over there. This has been a real hot sector. Thank you in most part to Caterpillar. Neil talked about Lam Research getting going here again as some of these manufacturing companies. Lam Research is actually really exciting because they are producer manufacturers, so they're in the right area, but they're just everybody needs right now in that chip manufacturing. So watch out for Lam Research and some of the machines.
What makes them so good?
They make the machines.
When you do that, it's like, okay, well, if the hyperscalers have to worry about return on investment for their AI spend, you think Lam cares about that? No, they just sell the chip makers the machines to make more chips.
They just need the sales to keep going.
If the chips don't make as much profit, they in theory shouldn't be so long as they behave normally. What scares me about Lam
Discover credit
is it stopped behaving. Now it's behaving a little parabolically. That's the thing that it's not moving the way it used to. This is very parabolic. So suddenly you have that kind of risk. I put this in the bucket with like the G Vernovas and stuff, where it's getting a little bit frothy. They're usually a little more stable than this and gentle to the upside. This has been breaking backs, and it makes you wonder, do you have to start thinking about these stocks differently if you happen to have them? I own ASML, not Lam, but it's effectively the same thing. ASML is just different, obviously unique and different technology, but the charts are very, very similar. AMAT would be similar, but I'd say ASML and Lam are better than AMAT in my books.
Yeah, so, oh yeah, AMAT. Yeah, and then today we have some health services names. We saw Oscar, they had earnings last week and was not good, so they got hit last week. Today has some of these healthcare names, Humana there, UNH, Centene, is it? Cigna Group. CNC is, there it is, here it is right here.
It's because that one.
So that's also down 8+% right now, dipping well into some of these here. UNH still holding out okay. I feel like you want to, 318, you know, look at some daily charts to see where these lows are. Obviously, we've had quite a big move down, and then, you know, we thought maybe the Republicans were talking kind of nicely about sort of that recovery there, and then we had Trump come through and dismiss some of these, you know, some of the costs that are associated with these insurance companies. So they're making the move down today. Yeah, you know, Eli Lilly, that $1,000 mark, so we like some of that. They had that big drug sort of, not reform, but talking about cheaper prices there with the president last week. And unfortunately, we did have the executive. It wasn't Eli Lilly's executive that fainted, was it? It was, oh, Novo, yeah. So NVO, it doesn't matter. But I never see NVO on here, so I don't know where it is today. But anyways, I'm hearing, you go.
That's just because they're not on the SPY. That's why they're not there.
Yeah, so thank you, Adara. Thank you. Oh, here we go. We have a thank you, Adara thing here.
Thank you very much, Adara.
Yeah, so there it goes. We're going to wait to see if there's anything else going to hit this market right now. But gold is on the way back to the upside here today, which is nice to see. Battling with Bitcoin. Bitcoin's also on the way back up. Gold up almost 3% with IBIT near something similar. Actually, IBIT should be, yeah, okay, 2 2/3.
I would buy right now over IBIT.
Silver, okay. Yeah, I mean, I've already said I don't love Bitcoin.
Today.
But Bitcoin's held pretty good here. This $56 level, you know, 104, 105. You know, you did break 100. We showed you that on the charts. But again, if it happens overnight, then IBIT doesn't reflect that move because no one trades it over. Well, if you have 24-hour charts and it's trading in blue ocean, I don't activate that. But $56. Good level during the open market for IBIT. So I think that's roughly in and around where we are now, 104, 105. So we'll wait to see lower, but 104, 103 seems to be a good low for that. All right, so as this move started happening to the upside, we had sort of gotten out more and more of our Nvidia. So we only have now 20 to 25% left. We'll take another piece out to put it down to 20% left right there. But the is saying, then we'll just take it ourselves. So there goes the market rate to the upside. We're now almost, here we go, $2 in on this one. Like, we've only known that this was going to be such a huge banger. We would have like put on 10,000 shares or something, but no, I wouldn't have done that much in the middle of the day. But there it goes. Huge move up for TQs, man. 112.80, huge move. Let's going. We like that stock as it just continues to climb higher. Nvidia, for some reason, like is dipping a little bit in here, and then just ripped right back up. So I don't know, like, look at that move on Nvidia. So they're able to get me out of 2 or 3% more down there when it made that move, but I just take advantage of that and say, thank you very much, and just props it up, take the same amount out at the bottom as we take out the top, which basically means we got out right here, right in the middle. But we'll take that, man. Nice move right back to the upside there for Nvidia. I don't think there was a story there, but that was move up and rallying the TQs, man. Hey, we're just ho-humming 250 right now in the money on these two stocks. So far, so good here. We have the right names. We're trading them, and there they go. Upside Apple. Yeah, no real movement here on Apple. We tried that short on that news that, you know, maybe there were some, wow, Nvidia is just like, I mean, now it was dollar clubbing there. So yeah, man, we've got the right names, and there it goes, man. Yeah, let's go on the queue, says Dane Generous. Thank you so much for all the kind words there in the chat, man. Traders got to trade, and we're sitting here doing it every day. So, you know, it takes a lot for you guys to watch us, and we want to thank you for coming back every single day, watching us put on some of these trades, man. And there it goes, another one, man, Neil. $2 on Q and $1 there on Nvidia.
That's what it's all about. That's how you get those big ones out there. And look, just go back, because I was trying to say this about, look, I own Bitcoin. I own 5% of my account is in Bitcoin. So I want to make it clear, just to make sure everyone understands. Like, I'm not saying I own silver over Bitcoin. I own a very small amount of silver relative to Bitcoin, an infinitesimally small amount. But right now, that, and to an extent gold, just look more bullish in the short term. 50-period hold, consolidation break. I think a retest of 47, 48 on the ETF here, and a lot of momentum. And it's been unabated today, like super strong and just simply trend up. So if you compare that to IBIT, it's just a technical thing for me. Is IBIT up today? Absolutely is. Is it as strong breaking out? It hasn't even done so yet. And does it look as good on the daily chart? Absolutely not. So to me, for the next couple of days, the silver trade. That's all. You know, I own a very, very small amount. As I said, I own a very small amount, but I'm going to get out of that. I took our second shot. This was in the morning, obviously the best trade for me. This and silver were like very, very clean in either direction. And I don't necessarily think that with the market going up, this can go against the grain forever. So just paying for locates on KXIN there. Looks like we do locates. We have a super chat. I was going to point out that stock did open up at like 36 cents. Instantly it up at 50 and indicating a tap of 80 cents. Still looking to see if there's news on this. If there isn't any, I'd probably look at the $1 level for a potential fail break for opportunity. He's done 7 million shares, so there is volatility. David Tretsiak, Dave's dilly, not silly, macro trade idea. Classic Bunder, never get involved in a land war in Asia and never go against Palantir when death is on the line. Reference, Bueller, that's from Princess Bride, and that's, not, what's his name again? Vasily? No. Is it Vasily? Inconceivable, that's the guy. Yeah, Princess Bride's a fantastic movie. Never, I like that. Never get involved in a land war. No, it's never go against an Italian when death. That's the actual quote. Sicilian, Italian.
Right.
I guess he's specifically Sicilian.
Yes.
And Andre the Giant was awesome in that movie.
Yeah, Andre the Giant. Yeah, great classic movie for sure. Yeah,
apparently he was like the nicest.
Yes, nice
dude too. They said that.
I could drink like it's like 60 beers or something ridiculous.
It's kind of a big boy.
So I mean, today we were short the Nasdaq, tried to short it again at VWAP, and then bang it to the upside, man. And it's been, you know, we were stuck on this, you know, there until this happened, and then we take the 112s down to 109.50, get out. Let it rip back up into VWAP, missed it. I wasn't sitting here. Came back with the lunge, started shorting it. We were talking about it during the midday show that I was short, and then we flipped long once we eventually, we made a little bit of money on the short, got stopped out, flipped it to the long here just to watch, appreciate here into the close. So, you know, kind of so far so good on that one now. And, you know, pretty happy with where we are on it. So let's just see if the TQs can continue to climb just a little bit higher right now. All right, so, Trump has an idea of a 50-year mortgage or something. Is that what Adira had?
I heard that last week.
Okay, yeah.
News story.
There. Okay, so a little piece out there on the TQs, and Nvidia is just going nuts right now. So a lot of volume. It was kind of just, there's a lot of volume picking up now. I don't really know why this is happening, but I'm going to take advantage of this and take out a little bit more there. There we go on Nvidia, just to let everybody know, less than or in and about 15% now left on Nvidia. And I sent it to Joe because Joe's always like, hey, continue, man, how about that reload? And he's had some nice ones, and we a beautiful reload right there as well. But let's just start to dump it, because remember, if we break this 50-period moving average, we don't necessarily want any piece of it. I'm actually going to change now my stop on this last 15%. If it breaks below where we bought it, let's just get out so we don't have any sniff of a loser whatsoever. So this is 179.75, 179. Okay, watch out. 197.75. 74s in there to get out of 100%. Let's put another offer at 60 just in case it rips up into those levels. And then we'll get out on the way back up, because right now it's only 20 minutes until we get those imbalances. And we've seen, even just over the last little while, how those imbalances have really affected some of the names on our list. So, yeah.
The other day, BMNR.
That was the
Wednesday.
Big one. So that was Friday.
Well, BMNR on Wednesday, we speculate somebody probably did really well with it at the close, and on Thursday, someone tried something big with it at the close, and it didn't move because the imbalance had paired off. But that's one to watch. When crypto moves, that moves more than anything else. Now, this Cation should be open up in like 30 seconds or so. Still have not seen a news story, but actually effectively free locates on this. It's indicating an open at 8. Just looking to see what happens to the dollar level. Right, like if it fails a break of $1, like $1 is at the big psychological level. It's a 200-period moving average as well. And on a dump like this, if it ends up trying to bounce and fade through a buck, it's not like I can use VWAP or anything when a stock has done this. I'll just look at that even dollar level for a quick fail break. Adara.
Where they did look into the KXIN, I didn't see anything. And when I checked, which was like right when that move down happened, there wasn't anything on X on it either. Keep an eye on AAPL and other areas as we get comments from White House senior advisor and one of the leaders here in the senior economic advisor and one of the leaders in the Fed chair race, Kevin Hassett. He's saying that he is confident that air traffic will normalize by Thanksgiving Day. Back to you.
I'm pretty sure it was, yeah, go ahead.
Look, we are absolutely crushing it right here. Like, there's another out on Nvidia, and I really do appreciate every that you guys are saying there in the chat. Thank you, Andrew, and everything for the nice comments about the trade. But let's just go find out right now who's making all the money here at Real Trading. And as Neil and I had mentioned, there was some big imbalances there with BMNR on the Amex on Friday. So, you know, being here at Real Trading really shows you. Look at this. Amex, look at all this. You know, there was enough traders that probably made about 200 grand or so on Amex there on Friday. So 60,000, 50,000, 20,000, 26,000, 25,000, 25,000 again. This trader traded Amex plus a whole bunch of others. There's another one there, 23,000, 14,000, 10,000, 9,000. Every single one of them involved in the Amex trade.
And we're only the reason we're guessing, we don't know if it was BMNR. However, you know, sometimes like it's the most obvious trend breakout. Like the stock went from bottoming out to trending up and going ham. Like it went consolidation of $1 range to just in the afternoon putting in like a $3 range. So understanding sort of how, like if you look for the places where someone could like leverage up, like it was type before, so you could have a reasonable stop and then it extends really far. So you could have legitimately risked like 30 or 40 cents to make $3. That's the one that stood out. And it's doing the opposite today, by the way. Like this, I don't know if it's, like you're literally about to break the low of the day here on BMNR as the market is surging. So it's doing the opposite of what it did on Friday. At least now, Cation is approaching that $1 level. Somebody already took a shot. At least I make the assumption of somebody taking a shot at it at 80 cents. There was 120,000 shares on the bid. Someone just said, I'm going to go long there and got filled for the whole thing. It's now halted to the upside at 94 cents. So the notion of that dollar break is probably going to have to wait at least a little bit longer for now. But it's going to open up maybe one. There might be one last shot at it. SMCI is back under VWAP. So I'm going to take another crack at this one. You know, it's still, the market's still looking relatively weak. I did top wicket. Had my stop just above the consolidation, shorting VWAP, giving it just past the prior high. That's the play always. Now you're going to consolidate under this break. If I get in a second time, my stop goes to the lower high in here, just to try to keep it as simple as possible. So that's the plan of action for myself here on SMCI, and I'll keep Cation up. It's not a guarantee that that ends up tradable. Like for it just halted now. It might not actually even open up again, because if it's anything past a 10-minute halt, you never really know about a stock like that. And there's still no news on it. But if a stock craters like that on no news, it's kind of like a canary in the coal mine, especially when it's like a penny stock. Usually it makes me feel like there is something that people are scared about a lot if they're able to crater a stock like that without any kind of news. So hopefully that kind of a thing doesn't happen to anything you guys are in. But yeah, be careful. I believe it's an auto stock, Cation Auto, I think. I should have looked it up before, but
that's not like old. What was? It was that one stock that kept on getting killed over and over again. We kept making fun of it on the show.
Mullen. Oh, they're gone, by the way.
Is that? But it didn't switch to Cation or something?
No. They went to what did they call themselves?
I feel like that Cation Automotive is something that we.
They changed. Mullen changed the company name and then now went to the OTC. Like they got booted off the market. It was. Bini, B-I-N-I.
Oh yeah, B-I-M-I?
B-I-N-I, that's what it was. Ball Innovations, it's on the OTC.
Bollinger Innovations.
And here it is at 10 cents. Haha, you can't do this anymore, can you? You cannot ruin shareholders anymore, B-I. The jig is finally up with.
Or can you?
Can they? Well, I don't know, I guess, you can't just, they don't have the same reverse split. You're not going to be able to.
I don't know how that all works. I mean, I couldn't believe how many times Mullen kept doing it.
I don't think they can pull this off now that they're on the OTC. I could be wrong about that.
We are not wrong right now because there it is, and it's an official dollar club right here for us. as we just keep doing what we're doing, man. There it goes on Nvidia, more outs as we just went up to the upside into the 80s there for Nvidia, continuously going higher here. So into earnings tonight, man, we've got some big names to come through, right? Adara's got the graphic. Do you have a good graphic ready, Adara, or anything for graphic out for earnings yet? I'm gonna go to your website. I'm gonna go to T. Yeah, no worries. I'm going to find it. Here it is right here. So economic news to watch out for tomorrow, but we're going to find right here tonight. So this is what we're doing. You got to go over to Trader TV research right here. Adair does a heck of a lot of work. I was going to show it. I'm going to repost these things, but whoops, there it is right here. So pre-market today, we had Barrick, symbol B. I think we looked a little bit about that. Maybe we can look at that again. It was not a good Monday for Monday. And then Instacart as well. But here it is tonight. What kind of a symbol is this? Honestly, Plug Power. Oh my guy. I know it looks kind of like a plug, and I get it. So actually, maybe it's a little bit creative.
I think it looks terrible.
I think it's creative, but I don't love the symbol. This CoreWeave CW is kind of nice, but there it is. So we're at Dara Neil tonight with, I guess, Michael Noss. But there it is, 4 p.m. Plug, 4:05 CoreWeave. So let's get going here. I don't know how many options we can put in the chat, but let's just choose. Let's choose 4 of these to choose which one we think will be the biggest, because there's all huge names.
CoreWeave.
I think we can go
Rigetti.
CoreWeave, Rigetti, Big Bear, and Rocket Labs.
That's fair.
Right? So let's do that. I'll send them to you, or you can put it up if you know the symbols. Biggest move tomorrow. That's all. Biggest move tomorrow. Biggest move by open tomorrow. I don't know, but you guys
either direction. So like
you guys know what I'm saying. Yeah, we don't have to predict which one's going to be up or down, but just let's put on there CoreWeave, Rigetti, Big Bear, and Rocket Lab. Regardless, like, you don't have to go over and find the implied moves or whatever. Just which one do you think will be the biggest? I'm going to go with Rigetti. Okay, and I just think that Rigetti is going to have something to say, and people aren't going to be too pleased, most likely, with the net number of deal. Income that these guys have, and it's only moving 1% today. It's had a pretty violent move to the downside. And look, if they can put out a surprise number, I think Rigetti could really hum one way or Big Bear AI, I think, probably might have the biggest implied move. CoreWeave could be exciting, but again, it's at another decent level for CoreWeave, which is down at $100. So I could see us maybe bouncing somewhere off of 100 into earnings there. We've already bounced off that, and I think that might have a floor in and around 90, which puts this move maybe capped at 10 to 15%, which should be good for. I don't know. I mean, I'm talking into all of these names, and Rocket Labs as well. RKLB could definitely be one of those movers as we wait for more news, potential deal making here with RKLB. This is one of the one that just continues to have a lot of volume every day. And again, looking at the charts, another high flyer that has faded right back into possible support. So now I'm going to choose Rigetti on this poll and, just move forward with it. But, CoreWeave.
Rocket Lab.
Okay, Neil's Lab, so you guys do you, and we'll check this in about a half hour or so as the show comes to an end, and we'll get it all figured out. But just because we checked on that, Adara, do you have the graphic that shows the implied moves? And if you do, okay, let's see that. Let's see the implied, and then not my screen. There it is. Okay, so. Yeah, of course, I choose the one with the least. Like, what a surprise there. There it is, Rigetti, 13.
Rocket Lab's only 12% implied.
Rocket Lab. So you and I chose the lowest ones there. But I think they're all very similar, right? CoreWeave, like.
Oh, my vote back.
Plug is the biggest. But other than that, we did good, man. All the 4 that we chose are all within 1%. So, lay in your bed there, make and lay in it tonight with Rigetti, CoreWeave, BBAI.
The safest bet is that Oxy will do nothing.
Yeah, Occidental there, if you are maybe a shareholder of Berkshire, maybe you might be interested in that, but I don't know what their position is. I should probably double check it as a shareholder of Berkshire. I don't know how much they still own of Oxy.
You see BRK today?
Occidental, I should say.
Actually, you did. We were talking about it.
No, there was a news. I don't remember what the story was, Dara, but there was a move down earlier. Oh, it was the food stocks, I believe.
No, with Berkshire, the reason was because he put out a Thanksgiving, basically said that he was going silent on Berkshire. This was going to be Warren Buffett's last communication with Berkshire, that things are being shifted over to Greg Abel, who will take over as CEO on January 1st, 2026. So that's really all it was.
What? Oh,
you're trying to do Canada?
I did the okay. I hit the.
Yeah,
big.
so
It was
let's see if this
Canadian.
Canadian can drive the company into the ground. Probably,
I hope not.
Obviously not. I mean, these guys sitting on $400 billion in cash. Come on, man.
That's
this
a
guy
lot
could
of
just
cash
sit there and earn 3%.
It's a lot of cash on the market.
Yeah, we're going to get out some more of Nvidia as, again, it's crossed the dollar club. We just got 77s. I'm sitting also at sitting at 83. We'll take it as well. I tried to offer 83, missed it, took 77s here, back up. And again, I have a lot of outs here, that is for sure. But this stock, I wasn't convinced, you know, obviously that this move was going to happen. But all we really did identify was, and again, like we got some notes before about trader psychology from Neil and then trading strategies and whatnot from myself. But it's this 50-period moving average that I was really just watching. And when we got dip buys, instead of me there of whatever it was, 5% or something, we should have bought that move. Like we were buying dip buys into the 50-period moving average. And that sort of gave us a little bit of an out. Let's adjust our out now as we have less and less of this name. 198.35, man, only 20 minutes until the imbalances. I now have about 10%, if not, yeah, about 10% left of this name. So I'm going to cancel now my current stop order. My stop order on the TQs is like, you know, we're nowhere. We had bought this down here, man. We were going to get stopped out if we sort of broke VWAP. This was like a 20 or 30 cent trade, giving us a buck and change, $1.50 right now. But let's put that Nvidia stop. Just, you know, we get credit for teaching, so I might as well let you guys know that the next time we come near this 50-period moving average, let's give it a breath. So let's go 198.25. I mean, by the time it finally gets down there, the 50-period will be much higher anyways. 198. Whoa, okay. I thought I pushed enter there. 198.25. If that breaks, we'll get out of all of it, which means the least we'll be able to make on this is 50 cents. So far, so good here on the day. And there goes Nvidia. Basically, my number one, it is P&L-wise, my number one stock today. Just trading it here with you guys in the afternoon because we had lost too much money trading TQs, making it back now, which is fine, but still Nvidia is going to be pretty clean. We lost on Apple really quick, one quick trade, although now Apple would be well in the money. But we shorted that on some, basically, I don't think it was bogus. I mean, no one came out and defended either way, but it was that the iPhone Air, I think next.
The problem is we don't know whether it's real or not.
But it was next year's iPhone Air. It's not this year's. They're just worrying that it didn't sell as much. So be either scrapping it or lowering expectations for it for next year. As far as I understood the story, could be completely wrong. SMR, we did think that we were pretty good buying this $30 level, and it was working out great until it didn't. So that'll wind up being a flat trade. So we're not going to, you know, ring the register on that one too much. Down another 6% today. We thought that was going well, and then obviously we already discussed the TQs. So only for me today, man. 4 symbols. I don't know how many you traded, but 4 symbols there today, and Nvidia is the one leading the way for me.
I actually had 9 today. Six out of 9. This was one of those mornings where they're mornings. It was one of those mornings. I should say it was one of those days where like the thing I liked the best to happen just didn't even happen. So you're all immediately like 1 or 2 like at the open, it's like, well, that's not going to get that dip buy, not going to get that dip buy. So you're sitting there looking for other opportunities. It's kind of like this Cation. Like it just kind of comes out of nowhere. Then silver was good. SMCI was good. Okay, Cation wants it all back. Somebody's pretty heavy on this. I had my order set. Like there was a topping tail at 1, and I had my order set, but it was also hands on the keys in case it triggered and missed. Take out this $1 breakdown. Ooh, okay, that was interesting. I just saw it go to the halt band, but I'd swear the stock went to the halt band and then did not. I saw it stack up, but I didn't actually see the limit up down. So we can throw it up there, but the halt band I think is at about $1.25 or so. I was looking for the breakdown underneath a buck. If it goes into a halt and it's past 350, be 5 minutes, it's automatically till 4 o'clock. That's always in the back of my mind. Just looking for one little fade. If it ends up going all the way into VWAP, then that might be the jam. That was the halt price at 44. But good volume here. I mean, it's only about 10 million shares, but you know, late in the day move here on Cation on nothing. And I don't know, I kind of tend to think that where there's smoke higher when a stock has done this, and someone might be trying to get out ahead of something. So I'm just looking for a secondary. Like it's already gone 30 cents to 120. But unless you're taking the up halt, you're not really long at 30 cents unless you just stood in front of a moving freight train. Like you could have 50 cents long, but to have 30 cents long, you basically were just praying that it was not going to halt down a second time. So this might have just been a topping tail, If I see it actually close with some kind of a lower high, then I'm short to that high, or I'm just going to take the breakdown of $1 if I'm able to. It is SSR, by the way, so my stop order is not guaranteed to get filled to $1.
I did want to thank David. I don't think we give him credit. I saw him drop a couple of super memberships before.
Oh, I didn't?
David. No, I missed it. It was well earlier. But I want to thank you for that. I did see it and I missed it. Thank you so much, David, obviously, for that. Giving you credit now, but I know you don't need it. Just I did see you give those, and I want to thank you for that one. I mean, do we see $200 today on Nvidia? Probably not. We don't have too much time left in the day to do that. I did know BMNR as another little bit. I don't actually have. I'm going to actually add Amex on here because what I have Amex as a little guy here as a nether imbalance locator with our P8 system or P Pro system. You can actually do multiple exchanges that do imbalances, right? There's the TSX does it, or TMX here in Toronto. We talked about Jeff was going to talk about doing. I don't think they're doing TC, but it was something when he visits, he talks to us about. And the closing is just a great opportunity to get liquidity. So I'm going to highlight Amex on here as well so that we can have a look at that market. So right now, so that's going to be listed as ARCA. So SGOV, you know, what is SGOV actually? I think it's a government bond.
I think
SGOV. Look it up right now. Yeah, it's iShares Treasury Bond ETF.
Yeah, it's useless.
Okay, so it doesn't really move too much. No, I knew it didn't move too much. But then I saw BMNR on here, I thought anyways. It
was there.
Yeah. GDX is on here. BMNR, there it is right there. A live quote, so 530. Here, if I sort it by market time, that's probably the best when we're looking at this live.
500.
So right into here, so there it is. Move it all the no, because again, they're all Amex. So if I do market time. But anyways, I want to add Amex on here and get that sorted for you. Wow, there goes that. I mean, Neil, Nvidia is now adult. Let's go, traders. It's a chicken dinner, big time winner. Maybe this is going to be good for the Packers. There it goes. Nice move higher there for Nvidia, man. Let's just take it at 26. Ain't nothing going to stop this stock right now. Nothing's going to stop me from celebrating it either. So there it goes, $1.50 for you guys. And again, it's just a reloaded position there. Thanks, Joe. Also, Joe was sitting here talking about it to me in chat. He liked that reload there. So that was a good one. So now it's almost $1. It is $1.50 and $1.80 on the futures as they get right back into those highs as well. So, hey, man, I was kind of just not joking, but I was talking about watching Nvidia get to 200. I didn't really think that was possible, but anything's possible in these markets. There goes Nvidia all the way upside. Thank you, Salvador, and thank you, Medical Marinara, for the comments on the trade.
Yeah, it's a great one in there. And yeah, Sean Drake. I mean, I went off of SMCI, which is continuing to pull back to try to get Cation in here. Because this one, if it goes, I don't want to get caught in a halt. So you can only, like this, you don't want to necessarily have your attention somewhere else. But SMCI did head down lower. And then BMNR, I'm not going to be a move on BMNR, but if I see it start to go, then I just want to be a participator after what we've seen the last couple of days, especially at the close. With 350, those are stocks that I'm going to have up. I think there's a chance at 200, but I look over, like I thought there was an open would go again. By the way, I've canceled my secondary breakout on Open Door. You can see it's not happening. It got to 810. Double topped up there, was pretty clean for a potential break, but now it's heading lower. So I think that opportunity is come and gone. That's why I went over to what I think can be a little bit more explosive. Like I feel as if this breaks $1, I'm wanted to halt down. Like if this doesn't halt down after breaking $1, it's almost even if it wins, because that's what the potential would be if this does go. So that's what I'm looking at right now, just jumping on over. And again, the only reason I'm looking at BMNR is what's happened the last couple of days. If it ends up a decent size imbalance, I'm just looking for something off of the low of the day, if it's to the buy side, where you can just throw the bid, stop underneath, take a breakout trade, and maybe you get something in the VWAP. Quick little scalp trade. We've seen it trend. Right now it's trending down. So I need more than a on it. I too, like Sean, I have multiple imbalance locators up, just to make sure. Like my main one does have Amex on it, but I try to find, like you want to have, sometimes you want to put one up that only has the stock you're looking at. We show you these, but every now and then I'll put one up that only has the stock that I'm focused on, and maybe like up here, so I'll probably put like BMNR on this and then only see BMNR when it comes out one way or the other. That's another hint for anyone that, if you're at real trading, just so you're not looking through all the mess for the one stock you want to see at 350. Because if it comes out as a nothing burger, I want to see that immediately. And right now, NCLH is 2.5 million, Pfizer's 4 million. I wouldn't worry about Pfizer. That tends to pair off like 99% of the time.
All right, yeah, I'm wait for this as well. So there's my imbalance locator. We've got it fixed off. BIL, again, these are just government little bond things happening right here into that close. But wow, I'm waiting at 50s now for Nvidia. I mean, I just got to keep doing that. I'll just keep on piecing it all the way to the upside. We now exactly have 10% left on Nvidia, now $1.70 to go along with our dollar. Okay. I didn't even realize the TQs were doing this either. So there. Oh, I missed it. Oh, we put an 89 and did not get filled there. Okay, okay. Oh, we did get filled. Okay, it just took a minute to, I was like, I thought we got, okay, so there it is, 89. Just took a second to get filled up on there as this continues to get new highs in the NASDAQ today. NASDAQ, wow, up 2.2%. What a crazy day. Again, like we thought that this move that we saw and we experienced into the close Friday on, volume started to pick up here as we got word. And we had this exact same trade. We also had Palantir on Friday. So we're on like a little bit of a heater here, a couple of days, going into the close on this closing show. But, just playing momentum to the upside, and having the ability to flip up your opinion, right? Like we were short early, right? And then we tried it there at VWAP and then hopefully a little bit, move there, flipping it back over to the other side, because I've before been like pretty stubborn and would wait for it to come back up here, short it again, but instead we just try to play with the momentum. Unique Trading Group, I don't know if you're here right now, but in the chat this morning you were like, it's hard to trade when you're fighting the trend, and you were telling me like, be careful fighting this trend, and eventually we found it. But at the end of the day, lost going there, made back going here, making now. So just watching out for that TQs. But we said that Nvidia was already the #1 stock. There it goes, man. And it just goes to show you, you basically don't need to do anything. C3AI is considering a sale right now. I might go long on this name.
Who actually wants to own them?
Who knows? But okay, so nice little bump up there for. I mean, if they're going to sell, I don't even sure what these guys do right now. I've already talked about that, but there goes C3AI right now. Yes, Nvidia, we get picked up there for $1.70 on that one. Wow, that is a banger for us on Nvidia. But there's C3AI on rumors of take private. I'll give you guys one guess what Adara is going to say. Let's go over to Adara.
Yeah, I mean, basically what I have here is just Reuters reporting here again that C3AI is considering a sale. We know their founder and CEO stepped aside earlier this year due to some health issues. Reuters now saying that after this CEO died, they are now considering a sale. So again, C3AI reportedly considering a sale, reported by Reuters. Back to Sean and Neil.
Shout out to Swamp Rat saying you called it out earlier on C3AI. Options flow doesn't lie, you say. Well, I can't say that I've looked at the options flow on C3AI, but sometimes,
Joe, I guess.
Sometimes you do see hints of that. I can tell you umpteen times you've seen that. Well, look at a buyout on day one, and it's like the options were saying that was going to happen well before, because big deals, somebody knows. What they do, like they do weeks and months of work, and someone usually blows it by, taking a shot at it. How they don't get caught is beyond me. Panic options trades, like, in the days leading up to like a massive deal that gets announced on a Monday. It should be easy to catch them. It's not really catching much of a bid at any prior highs here on C3AI. And ultimately, yeah, I guess it's cheap, but then who does want to buy them? I even speculate because I don't really understand well enough what they do. That's sort of the problem here. Like when we talk about things like Pinterest or Snapchat, you can make some educated guesses as to who might actually want to pick them, Peloton, but I don't know who'd even want C3AI. You guys let us know. I'm very curious.
Probably private.
Yeah, maybe you get some private, and then I don't know what pieces you'd have to sell off, though. That's usually what they want to do. Like, what do they have to sell? Nothing.
All right. No, what's up to Capital here? I can try to find it. He's asking if we have a position board for leading here. Oh, there it is. Here, I'll find it if I can. Do you have this thing always? Oh, you have it up there. Yeah, no. So all you can really do is ask us if we're positive or negative, or we talk about different shares and different stocks. Like we trade different shares. We trade individual stocks, not contracts. We don't do. I keep in my head CDRs, but that's Canadian Depository Receipts. What are some of those?
You're thinking about
people that don't trade actual stocks and they trade
CFDs.
CFDs. That's what I'm talking about. Doing that,
the thing about
we're actually trading stock, and we have the ability to trade Bitcoin and everything like that. So, as Neil said, he traded 9 or 10 names. He traded 4, and just reviewing, like there's Apple right there. There's Nvidia. I mean, I can tell you Nvidia's P&L number 1 for the whole show if you want to know that much. SMR right here. We traded that quickly here. $30, and then obviously the futures we were short and then into the long, right? And so the best thing to do is just kind of keep track yourself, you know, if you want to sort of know what's going on. But we never really discuss too much about P&L or who's leading that way, but it's a good question, and you know, just keep watching every day and you'll get a good idea of who's trading what and the styles and how it goes right now. But BMNR, I don't know, Abhishek, there about what's going on with BMNR. Well, we can have another look at it, but there's only 4 minutes now until balances come through. So just trying to get out of some of these positions here. We have a Big Bear AI possible coming in, that's 600,000 shares. So into earnings, there's a little bit of a boost up.
That's small, though.
Yeah. Trump said he's deal with India, we just heard in our ear. So be it. We're $2 right here. In the money here with the TQs, so that's going to be a good trade. Let me take out another piece. I mean, now is $200 pretty much. So to your point about the leaderboard and stuff like that, this is the thing, like $2 in the money for Nvidia and $2 for TQs. It's all about share sizing, right? And you could either have 5 shares or 5,000 shares or 500 shares. Just trade the setups that you believe in, and like instead of me getting out there, I should have rebought period, which is what we were doing. But there it goes. Nvidia, nice move up. TQ's nice move up. Both are $2 in the money. I'm going to take another piece out right now, even on the TQs, because we are now moments away from those imbalances. And you'll see them move. With us before, we have less than 10% left on Nvidia, and the same here on the TQs as we start to make new highs. Will Nvidia break $200 today? That's the question that I'm asking. I'm not sure about. Oh, there's David.
Oh, that's a good one, David. Appreciate it. You must have recently watched The Princess Bride to be dropping that one. If Jamie Dimon used rodents of unusual size versus cockroach analogy, I'd say, Jamie, sir, I don't think they. So again, it's a great, funny movie. Check it out if you haven't, but we appreciate you, David. Look, I'm watching BMNR for this close chance. It's the off chance. But like to the point, like Sean was making, the only thing that should matter to you, if you're trying money as a trader, if you are trying to get better, whatever trade you have your reason for getting in, your reason for getting out. Like it just, like some stocks gonna be different. Like to me, I saw a scalp trade at one point in Intel, like a breaking trend, pulling back into the higher low. I saw this wick. I'm gonna scalp here to that stop. Like a tight range trade on Intel. It doesn't really matter. And ultimately, there's a million things that you could trade. Like for some people, and I know traders that are like this. We had a guy that was like this before. Like he would have crushed. He liked halt trades. So he would try to get 50 cents on the halt up, and he would take almost all of it out on the reopen on the gap up. That was his hold gap to gap, and not try to get that all the way back into a buck. I've canceled my order for the breakdown at $1 on this one. It looks like it wants to only go to the upside. So whatever happened here, obviously, this stock went to 30 cents and back to $1.20. Well, I think it was worth for a breakdown because the risk reward is going to be good. Whether it happens or not, it doesn't really matter. But to your point, all you can really do is try to have a style that you're consistent on that allows you to be consistent. Try to build, be consistent weeks, months, like that kind of a thing. If you can be positive 3 or 4 days out of a week, then you should be green on the week, and then you just extrapolate that forward. And if you're positive 3 or 4 days of the week and are not positive on the week, then adjust your strategy a little bit. Got something to work off of. So that's my advice to anybody. But with 90 seconds to go or less than that, for myself, really just looking to see if we get anything on BMNR after what we saw last week.
I'm piecing more out of Nvidia. Nvidia, I was just kind of playing around with it possibly going to $200. $100. We're long at 179.80 on a reload. We have double, we don't have double the shares, but we did put on double the position. When we reloaded it back in, we got out of what, half, put it back on, and here only seconds now until those imbalances. And by the way, it's not just Nvidia, man, the whole market is starting to go HAM right now, ham, up to the upside. There's another out for us right there on the TQs as it just continues to climb higher here, man. Man, do I like trading. And yeah, hopefully my daughter does have hockey tonight, and then maybe I to that and just chill at home and relax. I'm pretty tired. Went to the gym, did all this, but I'll still probably go. I'm off tomorrow morning. You'll be here with Obi. My kids are performing, and one is an MC at the Veterans Day or Remembrance Day Assembly. So here we go, man. It looks like Nvidia might have got clapped to the downside a little bit right there. We have less than 5% left before all that is said and done, and here it goes right now. Intel with a nice buy. So that's probably shooting up, right? 4 million shares. Upside for Intel if the charts load. No, nothing's happening there. Yeah, Palantir with a sell. That's starting to hit. Oh, there's Nvidia. I glanced right over it. So again, a multiple outside less than 5%. Well, we have exactly 5% left. So that's coming back in a little bit. We were going to use the 50-period moving average. This will, let me get out of 6%. I put out 4% right there. Rivian with a buy, but that's not doing too much as well. So the market around right here. Not much going on. SMCI with a buy as well. But hey, man, just 4 names traded and well done here into the close. EQs, Nvidia, SMR, we'll see if that can hold out for tomorrow. And then into the close, I don't know, we can go over this vote again. Let's just see what you guys all voted for here. SMR, Rigetti, CoreWeave, or BBAI. It looks like people forgetting, not really too concerned about Rocket Labs right there. Which will have the biggest move tomorrow? Rigetti, CoreWeave, BBAI, Rocket Labs. So get that vote in right now. 1,100 of you have voted, and it's a 3-way tie. I mean, 35% CoreWeave is winning, but you do have Rigetti at 30 and then BBAI at 24%. So should be really exciting. And Dara and Neil, as they'll have all of that here for you on the close. I'm back in tomorrow for the closing shows. I just won't be here for the open. So that'll be Obi, and then I'll be back in for 2 p.m. And hopefully we can find some more bangers like this.
That's the idea. And Roger, Beyond Me probably will move the most, but you know, we kind of put the names up there that are the most interesting.
I don't think it'll move the most.
It's a penny stock. It doesn't have to do anything to move 15%, unfortunately. That's sort of the idea. MNR did not have an imbalance at all, so that's why no trade there. Literally thousands of shares, less than a couple thousand. But for too long, everybody, trading did mean risking your own money or not having enough to start out with. The fear of losing kept on the sidelines. That's all changing now because Trade the Pool is transforming how traders access the markets. With its limited risk trading model, traders use funded capital while Trade the Pool absorbs the downside. This allows traders to focus on what truly matters: discipline, consistency, and growth. When you hit the profit target, you keep 70% of those profits. No fear, no barriers, just real opportunity. This is the revolution of limited risk trading, powered by Trade the Pool. So visit tradethepool.com or scan the QR code now to get 10% off your first evaluation. I'm down with you on that. Discipline, consistency, and growth. Those are the things that you need as a trader. Just a quick update. Talked about the imbalances there. There was a big one on Intel. I wouldn't get too jazzed up about that. It tends to pair off pretty heavily, and usually an indication could be what it does when that imbalance comes. Pretty much no move on 4 million buy imbalance there for Intel. And AMCR, that's nothing WBD. So nothing burger. BMNR, pretty much nothing happened. But I think it's it's worthwhile. If a stock did it, sometimes that's like the easy bet that it could do something pretty spectacular at the close again. We did see a couple of years ago, I remember it was like 4 out of 5 days one week, and then 3 or 4 days the following week at 3 o'clock. It had a buy program on it. Sometimes you see things like that, and you want to take advantage when you do. I can tell you, for a lot of traders, it's like that kind of a pattern could make a month if you're able to catch on to it. And so certainly someone was doing that, we believe, with BMNR, and that's why the opportunity is going to be there. PMAC, there is no news on Meta. It is, hey, it's finally moving a little bit, but I think I'm disappointed in Meta today. It's a little bit weaker than the market. When the market broke out the highs, it still never broke out the highs. Look, I recently dip bought Meta, but I'm allowed to be disappointed in the relative move that it just put in. I don't want, if it's depressed this much, when the market goes up, I'm expecting that it would do more than the market because going down more than markets, which should have more volatility. Dara, news?
Just keep an eye here on these health insurance names. Trump is speaking. This was supposed to be a swearing in for the ambassador of India. That swearing in ended. Now he's taking questions. He approves the shutdown deal, and he said that he will abide by the deal if it passes. But he added once again about healthcare that these health insurance names, or I guess they shouldn't be. It should instead be, again, the people getting paid with regards to the care. Again, here, Donald Trump having some qualms with the health insurance system and expressing, saying that he's working with some individuals on that. Back to you.
Yeah, Oscar will close 17 down. Was down on this earlier.
Probably going lower on that news.
Oh, I would imagine so. They're the things that are at the low. Humana is down 5%. It's at its not 52-week lows. I'm just looking at the chart. It's at its local bottom and breaking it as we speak. So Humana breaking down. I would imagine UNH is probably getting destroyed. Oh.
No, it wasn't that.
Okay, that's a little weird. Why is UNH only down 1%? What makes them unique here? Nothing. It could, maybe there's buyers at the same area again on UNH. I've been waiting for a test to consider getting back in, but the reason I don't love getting back into this one for a swing is the difference before was the 300 was holding the 50-period moving average. Now it's under the 50-period moving average, which means it lost downtrend, failed the 200-period, and lost the 50-period. So I don't like it as much, but for whatever reason, it's only down 1 point. It's not bad. Might be worse. We'll look at it tomorrow, see how it rebounds. But I do think there's going to be a buying opportunity on those healthcare names, at least recently, at least soon. But you give them a minute to react or recover from this news. The president doesn't seem to be on board right now. You don't want to be against him. That's the sort of thing. Like it's.
We did take advantage of, so we have 1% left of each of these. TQ's just ripped up into there on the flip, so we got that. Now, well, you know what? This is actually breaking lower. I offered 77s. Okay, we're out. The same kind of ways, right? That's why I was like, holy shit, I don't know if you heard me, but there was a move at 55 up into 70, so we get out, and now we have 1% left. It's looking to break through, and once it does break this 199 area, then we will get out and just end the day, man. Exhausted here today. There's a lot of trading going through, and pretty happy to be doing it with you all live right now. Ethereum and BMNR still just, BMNR is having a great day. Ethereum's battling back, up 2.68%, down a little bit right now. Trump is talking about issuing that $2,000 over to everybody right now as a sort of a tariff check. We've seen those things happen obviously. Look at DraftKings. I think these could be a big beneficiary of putting more money into the people's hands. As like I said, you parlay that $2,000 into a bigger trade, and we can see if people go back to gambling. It is something that
they tend to
is very popular.
Just don't gamble on baseball.
Yeah, it'll be if court rule. I mean, he's talking about everything right now. So economic disaster if the court rules against.
Yeah, it's worth everything he said so far. He's already said either today or he said it yesterday on Truth Social. There is nothing breaking that he said yet.
Yeah, and the market's not really reacting.
We'll make a little bit of a topping, but you're up 2.25%. I think, if there's a little bit of profit taking at the end of this, not necessarily the end of the world. ETH did have an okay day, but I'm still gonna like BMNR, ETHA. That seem right to you? That's a problem, BMNR. Like ETH bounced and trended up, or trended to the downside. I'll let that one speak for itself. I don't own it. I have some ETH, but I'm more of a Bitcoin person. But you can't love that relationship. When Strategy started to do that, it was a problem for a while for them. We'll see if that ends up being true about BMNR. Just be careful if you happen to be in this. Anyways, that makes sense. Everyone do your own thing. I don't like these treasury plays. My opinion's known.
Yeah, they're dangerous.
They are. All right, good trading today.
Yeah, good, thanks.
I'll meet you guys at the desk. We've got a lot of earnings. You guys think that CoreWeave is going to be the biggest mover? I guess no one thinks Rocket Labs. We're going to find out in a few minutes.
We'll find out very, very soon with only 2 minutes left now. Yeah, Trump talking about 1.5% inflation is where we're headed. So does the Feds cut more in that situation? So that's good for what he's talking about. But the NASDAQ, everything will just wind up pretty high today, man. This is just the Q's, natural Q's. We're out of the TQQ trade. That was a pretty good trade. I mean, Nvidia tomorrow, I got my eyes on you for $2 bills, man. There's the NASDAQ. What a successful day for them, man. Up 2 and a bit percentage points as well. It's up 1.6%. Look, I don't know what everyone's doing tonight, but whatever you are doing, thanks for watching us. Make sure you do hit that like. And now we only have, let me see what percent of people are unsubscribed. 24. So right now, 1 of every 5 of you, make sure you do hit the subscribe button. Get into the chat here again today. So AMD, we have big earnings today. We talked about Rigetti. Let's see if what that's doing into the close here. Rigetti, CoreWeave. So Rigetti kind of making moves down. CoreWeave into the close with only 10. Now get your orders ready. Get flat if you are not. I better cancel some of my orders here as well okay, I'm good to go. Here we go, 5-4. This is brought to you by Origenics as we talked about the concussion market. Go find them, OGEN, O-G-E-N, on your NYSE marketplace. But okay, I got a little bit of a headache here. I just took another Tylenol. Thank you, Kenview, for that. Yeah, iHeartMedia reporting a bunch of different names coming out very, very soon. And right now, I'm excited to see Big Bear AI. We didn't buy this dip, but we're still in it. So we're going to wait to see what happens with Big Bear AI. CoreWeave, one. Nvidia probably breaks to, if CoreWeave talks positively, does Nvidia break $200 here in the after hours? Moments away from finding that all out. It's Adara, it's Neil, it's Cap Show, and it's starting right now. Check everyone tomorrow.
Thank you very much there. Whoa, for Sean. This chair literally sank.
It did. It was really weird to watch.
I didn't do anything. I'm just sitting here.
You did nothing, guys.
I didn't have any cookies yesterday. What are you talking about? I had like 9 or 10 cookies during the Buffalo Bills loss. It is what it is. So hopefully they were ginger snap cookies. I was eating away the pain. But it doesn't matter. Hopefully there is no pain for CoreWeave today. Power is supposed to be the first earnings name off of the bat here on our market recap show. It's already starting to slide to the downside. It is not the biggest name, however. It's CoreWeave that is a little bit bigger, probably, as Sean mentioned, going to be one that is going to be on the watch for all the chip makers out there. Bit of a rebound. Which one do you have? Plug is out, and it is slightly lower right now at their small move.
Yeah, so all I'm seeing here, their highlights, this is kind of a hilarious report, 177 million in quarterly revenue. Now, apparently, their Gen Eco electrolyzer revenue was roughly 65 million for the quarter. That represents a 46% quarter-over-quarter increase. Now, I wish this graphic showed up better on screen. It looked way cooler on my monitor, but this is the CoreWeave revenue infographic. Again, I'm sad that it looks this bad, truthfully, on the screen. But either way, here, CRWV, they are reporting earnings at 405. I have here on Plug Power too. Sales, 177.055 million. That's a slight miss compared to 179.536 million expected. But Plug Power deal with a slightly narrow expected loss per share, 12-cent loss versus 13-cent loss expected. So narrow EPS sales miss. And again, CoreWeave, this is going to be what we're really waiting for here in addition to Rigetti and Big Bear.
I would agree. That's a very small move to the downside, only a couple of points there for Plug, and probably losing out in terms of to CleanSpark's offering. So CleanSpark announced a private offering of 1 billion convertible notes. That would account for the dollar drop that it just did from the close, down 8% now on the session for them. Not looking very good for CleanSpark. That's on an offering, not on. Of course, we're going to be looking for CoreWeave. It's worth mentioning CoreWeave did not have the same pep in its step. When we saw at the end of the day, you had the Qs rally pretty much to the highs, closing almost adjacent to the highs. You had Nvidia rally, close very close to the top in that 200 level, pretty much upward trending the entirety of the day. And CoreWeave, who finds themselves adjacent to this space, although maybe not as fundamentally strong as some of the other AI names, it is going to be, I don't think it's a bellwether, but certainly you don't want it to fall all over itself. I tend to think like Nvidia should be wagging its tail and not this guy wagging Nvidia's tail, but it doesn't help the chip space if these guys absolutely get wrecked today. The percent move down we're expecting is 15. It did 21% last earnings, and it has not been that good of a go for CoreWeave recently. The recent bounce has only gotten it from like $100 into 110, which compared to a lot of other high-flying names or beaten-up names, they've done a lot better off the lows than CoreWeave has. So I think there's a stake for them. Obviously, a lot at stake for a name like a Rigetti you mentioned as well. The quantum name. It's not going to be about the numbers, I don't think, for
Only
Rigetti.
seeing plug yet. A lot of people
it's only plug
about names. I'm not seeing anything else.
Well, in terms of expectations, CoreWeave is expected 405. 405. BBAI is not expected till 415. ASTS and Rocket Lab both 415. So the first big names are expected to be at 405. That's why I mentioned you did have moving on an earnings move. You did have Plug Power slightly to the downside, but all eyes are going to be on CoreWeave here. And we have a lot of these earnings names that are coming out. They make a lot of money. So if there's going to be a theme here, you're not going to be blown away by revenues with anybody reporting tonight. You're certainly not going to be true of Rigetti. Nope. Certainly not going to be true of definitely not going to be true of ASTS or Rocket Labs. But it's about momentum for a lot of these stocks because they do have, most of them do have pretty decent short flow today.
Yeah, and tomorrow's big earnings day, which is Oklo, is also not revenue. So we've got a whole week where we really don't have a lot of related names. What are we seeing here? I'm seeing a whole bunch of names scroll through. People are saying to me that Rocket Lab is out. Rocket Lab literally just posted on their X. Yep. Stay tuned for their report. I don't see that one yet.
There was a small volume. There was a small volume spike in Rocket Lab. The earnings, there's no way the earnings are out. It barely moved. You can tell. I'm looking at the book right now. Rocket Lab barely even moving. You can see there was a small spike on the chart, but if the earnings were out, it would be going ham. My level 2 is doing absolutely nothing right now, as you can see here. It would be going absolutely crazy. CoreWeave's still waiting on them. They're expected to be first. They are probably the one with the most interest in here. So this is what we're going to follow most closely.
I have.
Oh, Rigetti's out?
Rigetti I do have, guys. So RGTI revenue, $1.9 million over the last 3 months. And guys, if you're wondering, hey, what were we expecting? What did they do last quarter? We have an infographic for that, as we often do on Trader TV Live or Trader TV Research. Smaller than expected loss per share, so slight beat there. They reported losses of 3 cents per share. I was seeing 5 cents, and analysts, I guess, are seeing 4 cents. Either way, better than expected loss per share. But you guys see that revenue estimate, right? 2.4 million. Apparently, Ben 2.17 million. It doesn't matter, Neil, because either way they missed estimates. 1.947 million. According to the actual report, it says 1.9 million. Either way, this is a pretty notable revenue miss, though a very mild EPS beat.
And people say a lot about Palantir's valuation. Rigetti, $0.9 million in revenue. It's only a $10 billion market cap. Yeah.
No.
Yo, yeah. So, well, I hope some people register on this one because we're losing the 50 period. It's actually only down a couple of points here. It's not like it's falling all over itself. That's the first thing to think about here. So, yeah, that does not seem like a big revenue. We've known this about the quantum names. They are a ridiculous long-term sort of upside play. There's a reason why this stock is almost cut in half from the highs and got a little bit frothy. But be real, people were betting on this for exponential growth in the future at some point when you get some breakthroughs. And clearly that has not happened yet because they still have only less than $2 million in revenue. I cannot see that holding up too well, but the fact that it's not even double digits down, I'd say is almost a win because the expected move on here was, we expect 13? 13% expected move, and it's absolutely nothing to the downside. We've still yet to do anything.
I'm not seeing any report,
nothing
guys.
On CoreWeave
sorry.
Yet.
And BYND, because a lot of people are asking me about it.
Oh, goodness.
Okay, so A, who knows if it's reporting? Because truthfully, I don't really trust BYND that much. They initially said November, announced it was confirmed. Then they said November 10th on their website. They randomly switched it on us, but they're still going to do the call tomorrow night, which is weird to report tonight and then do your call tomorrow night. But hey, that's just me. Either way, guys, because no matter what day they're reporting, they're set to report at 4:55 p.m. So the probabilities of us doing this before this show ends is unfortunately relatively low. I'm going to be honest with you. Trump talking about how travel will be much better when the government reopens. I'm going to be honest, a lot of what Trump is saying here today, and I can't even hear all of it perfectly, it's a lot of recycled sound bites. He just finished speaking. This India ambassador ceremony is now done, and they're kicking out the press.
Well, I can tell you, Adair, I saw this in the chat here, and I agree with Jay Lee in the chat. The real quantum plays are Alphabet and IBM, right? And when I say real, I mean they're actually doing. Hold on to the dream that there will be major breakthroughs. You actually have a company which is generating real income and generating real money. I say all that. It's one thing if you have these at the bottom. Like if you own Rigetti at, I don't know, $7 or something really cheap, or like QBTS at like $1 or something like that, that's a different story. But if you're buying up here, it's certainly very risky. CoreWeave is now out. Will they be a mover? So far, so good to the upside, trying to break out 110 here at Dara. Tell me the good news.
So it looks like here we had, apparently they delivered an exceptional Q3 according to their CEO, setting almost doubling their revenue backlog to over $55 billion. Looks like 1.364 for revenue, so that would be up significantly, like 1.364 billion. Nice year-over-year increase. Operating expenses, though, are $1.312 billion. So, yeah. Kind of yikesy. Operating income also is down year over year, which is also like maybe not the best.
No.
51. Yeah, sorry. Again, these are like in thousands, so I'm trying to mental math it. So it looks like we've got a roughly sorry, guys, my brain is broken right now. But either way, the point is operating income down year over year. That's not going to be a great look. Net loss, though, is year over year basis. These are really, really all over the place numbers. I'm just waiting for the official, like the highlights and lowlights. I'm literally reading through the report as we speak. And I don't love when they they translate, oh, this is going to be in thousands or hundreds of thousands. Just give me the millions or the billions. Either way here, they did beat on revenue. Q3 revenue, 1.36 bill above estimate. 29 bill. Loss per share was 22 cents per share. Apparently that's smaller than estimate. So it looks like double beat here for CoreWeave. Those I mentioned, operating income year over year, based on the report I just read through, does look a little bit shocking.
BBAI is also out. I was just putting up in the chat. BBAI with a bit of a break, trying to get through $6. Their earnings are up. But with CoreWeave, it seems a little bit mixed at least. But, you know, they beat top bottom. It's not gigantic beat on revenue, but a beat is a beat. It could not the high at 110, still has a 50 period to contend with. So it seems like I'll call it disappointing because you were expecting a 14.5% move. And we went from 105.5 to, at the absolute best, 110. So you got about 5% the upside and pulling back. That's disappointing. Actually, it's losing a bit as we speak. So we just broke through VWAP, just broke through the lows, at least the lows from the report. You're now at the low of the day there in CoreWeave. It's a little bit of a buyer, just came in at 103 at the actual intraday low. So CoreWeave with a big reversal. See, this is the problem. If you get that kind of a double beat here for CoreWeave, already beaten up, and it doesn't those gains, going to be a bit of a tipsy-turvy one. If this loses $100 tomorrow, that could be really, really nasty. But I did mention that I was also out, big bear, small spike. It tried to break through $6, really nothing doing just yet. See the numbers. I just saw the volume spike.
As far as I can tell, they didn't even report.
They didn't report?
As far as I can tell.
Okay.
It's not on Thinga, and nobody on X has anything on it. They're all saying they're just waiting and ready. So yeah, again, with CoreWeave, it does look like that double beat. BBAI, I quite literally do not have anything yet.
Sometimes people fat finger. You got to be, like, if you happen to be trading on earnings, then, you know, obviously you should be very, very careful. I can tell you, when waiting for a news event, one of the things you can do is get into position during the liquidity vacuum. That is earnings or an economic release. If you're waiting for that event to happen, I've seen that ruin traders. So be very, very careful doing it. BBAI was expected not until 4. I'm not surprised it's not out yet, but I think someone might have fat fingered that one. Just to recap here on Mom Spaghetti Rigetti, it is back now low, so it's still trading down. Not a disaster. We were expecting a much bigger move, 13% expected move on Rigetti. So the good news is a fraction of that to the downside, down 5.5%, 1.9. I think we heard 1.9 million in sales. It's not about that number. If your valuation is 10 billion, it doesn't really matter. PSKY, I believe that is the name our friend in a few minutes is interested in talking about, and that's headed to the upside.
Yeah, thank you, Rivian Millionaire, for mentioning this one to me. I wasn't seeing it was post-report until 7, but it looks like they came out early a couple of minutes ago. And it's not great. Let's be real. Q3 adjusted losses of, or sorry, not even adjusted, Q3 losses here of 12 cents per share versus expected earnings here of 34 cents. It looks like an unexpected loss per share. Sales, $6.7 billion versus estimates of $6.973 billion. Looks like a double miss. PSKY guiding Q4 sales $8.1 billion, $8.3 billion above estimates of $8 billion. That could be a bright spot. Their fiscal 2026 guidance of billion does miss estimates of $30.332 billion. And as I always say when we talk about Paramount, I really dislike the Paramount Plus. on apps, and I will continue to say that. Paramount, please get your life right.
Well, I know someone else who might have an opinion on it. Does or not, we're going to ask him because that's what we do. We've got our good friend, the NOS boss. It is a Monday, so let's bring him in for a little trader talk. Oh, my button didn't work. He is. I usually have my perfect lead in and everything, and then the trader talk button there, Michael. But welcome. I'm not going to try hitting it again. Let's get right into it. Hope you had a fantastic day. We talked to you this morning. Well, there's a lot of earnings going on in names that don't have a lot of earnings.
Yeah, and it's funny, we get the important stuff, and then it seems like we get everything else, and then we get Nvidia. So like a sandwich of things we care about, a whole bunch of junk, and then something we care about at the end. So I think we're all just waiting for that at this point.
Kind of into one of those things. I know junk is a harsh word, but I was just we were just talking about Rivian, which reported revenues of $1.9 million in a $10 billion company, and right now it's trading pretty much where it was before. So I think like a lot of times people try to have a hard time wrapping their fundamentals of something like that. I think that's where traders like yourself come in because you only look at the technicals. Is there anything on maybe in the quantum space in particular that you have seen recently? Because they've pulled back a lot, almost 50% from the highs.
Yeah, it's one of the moments that it's good to have a wide look at these. Now, they're speculative names, and it's one of those you can't really do a lot with looking at the movement of any company like this and try to make any sense of it, right? I have a buddy of mine who's a physicist. I sat down with him over beers and I talked to him about it, and his thing was basically, we don't even know if these are possible to exist, but if they are, it will be cool kind of thing. Which is why it makes sense to look at them very technically. And Rigetti actually looks interesting because this $32 area was the breakout point. We came back to that on Friday, put in a big hammer, and we're roughly there today. Now, what I will say is I don't like that the market was just screaming higher today with over 2% on the Qs, and Rigetti was down even before the open. So that worries me. That would, if I was a holder, that would kind of tell me that we might be rotating out of names like this into maybe more quality names. Maybe people are looking for something else. And again, at some point, you got to imagine there's going to be some kind of tax loss or some tax selling to take place in some of these names with just insane years. So not something to touch personally because they're just up too much. But if this 32 ended up holding for a couple days or a week, maybe it's a decent place to take a little bit of a shot with a really tight risk.
There's another one right here, and that's going to be BBAI numbers are out. So we're going to quickly have Adara throw those numbers, and I have a question specifically about an indicator for that one.
Yeah, guys, I have a lot of earnings. I'll drop them all in the chat and go over them after. BBAI, their revenue did decline % year over year. The gross margin also contracted on a year over year basis, but whatever you say about that year over year decline, their sales still did beat estimates. 33.43 million versus estimates of 31.821 million. So nice beat. Regardless, their losses here also narrower. Losses of 3 cents per share versus a 7-cent loss expected, and their guidance 125 to 140 million versus estimates of 133.527 million, more or less in line here for BBAI. We had JMI as well. I'll drop those in the earning. It looks like ASTS just dropped earnings, so guys, be patient with me. I'll drop everything in the chat.
Rocket Labs the upside. ASTS and Rocket Labs both out there.
Rocket Lab numbers.
I wanted to ask you this very specifically about BBAI because I'm a believer that if you're holding a technical level, then you should care about that indicator. This is now, and ultimately it doesn't matter beat or not, it didn't look like it was going to be, and it bounced clean off the 200 period, which it did all the way back in September, and it's been holding for the majority of this secondary move. I know you have some strategies that involve buying dips on upward trending stocks, but do you look at the moving averages as well in strategies that you're deploying right now?
Moving averages, I think, are the best proxy, not so much for me to look at support or resistance, but as line in the sand, which you just have to draw at some point for uptrend and what is a downtrend. So I was actually looking at this one, and the RSI is a great overbought, oversold indicator, again, used in conjunction with a lot of things, and it's getting to that oversold level. But yeah, I use especially 200 period moving average and the 50 period moving average quite a bit as just a simple line in the sand to say, if it's above this, you can consider an uptrend. If it's below it, you can consider it a down. And you would be shocked how well that works to filter out names that you probably don't want to be trading too much anyway, because you don't want to be buying dips and downtrends. So for example, one of my mean reversion setups is simply looking for an old short-term RSI, but then it has to be above a pretty intermediate term moving average, just to say, hey, I want to buy trends. When the uptrend goes away, then it's time to go. It's time to go do something else. So this one's interesting, again, above that 200-day moving average, but with this, short-term oversold rating, and just looking at the stock and seeing that this thing doesn't really run, to move kind of in waves. So this one might be a really good one to look at that, buying oversold, selling overbought kind of.
Yeah, speaking of those waves, I know Adara Rocket Labs is out 8%. This one is also out. This and ASTS are looking pretty good. If we can get those numbers quickly before jumping back to Michael.
Yeah, so Rocket Lab here is a double beat, losses of 3 cents per share, better than loss of 11 cents. Sales 155.05 million versus estimates of 151.745 million. Again, a double beat for RKLB. Sales are guiding between 170 and 180 million. The midpoint of that is going to beat estimates of $171.8 million. Now, yes, was a very different story completely across the board because they actually had a double miss, Neil. So RKLB, double beat. ASTS, losses of 45 cents per share, larger than the expected loss of 23 cents. Sales, 14.739 million versus estimates of 19.93 million expected. That's going to be, again, a double miss. They reaffirmed their second half revenue guidance, but I'm not seeing how that compares to.
Well, I'll be happy for my brother on this one. My brother is kind of your neighbor, and he owns Rocket Lab over ASTS, and we literally had this conversation. We had a friend of his out in Halifax actually liked ASTS overall, and my brother's in that one. I'm like, I think you got the better one. That was just my humble opinion. But both of those names, they have decent. This could be one where, look, RKLB, we've seen it rocket ship before, and it's only a 12% short float. But when you have a market like this where the dip gets kind of gobbled up, I just feel as if everyone that thought there was going to be a major correction, Michael, when we immediately find some buys and you get some fundamentals behind it, there's still enough shorts to cover on some of these names, but you have to sort of pick the wheat from the chaff for sure. Are there any, I know in your strategies you have back on upward trending stocks. Are there any short float type of names that are on your radar for exactly this time? I think Rocket Labs is capable of. Maybe like I know Rivian's been pretty strong the last couple of days. Anything stand out for you for a dip and a rip?
Yeah, Rivian is definitely interesting from a short float point of view. I think Open Door, I know that's another one. Again, kind of questionary, but this is an interesting one as well. I'm actually going to spend some time going in the healthcare space and trying to find some heavily short float names there as well, because it was interesting to me. We talk about it all the time, me and you, Neil. It's not the news, it's to the news. And we had all the news about, Trump being anti-healthcare companies this whole time. Some amazing moves, and like Lilly and UNH even held its low here. So I wonder if a lot of this is kind of baked in, and those to me are really interesting short squeeze plays, where when that turn happens, a beaten down stock that's just beaten down, the shorts have been right the entire time, and then just when it stops going down on bad news and starts reversing, that can sometimes be the moment in which it's like, okay, now everyone's on one side of the boat and they can no longer push. Maybe it's time for something else to go. So that's where I'm going to be spending a lot of my time, is what is heavily shorted in the name that I could potentially buy a little dip on here.
So I'm going to throw a name out for you there just to give you a little bit of a suggestion, because it's the one I was looking at today. I took a nibble at it, 20% short float on Oscar, and it was trying to hold a 200 period moving average. Now you have to remember though, there was truth or post by the president who kind of negatively spoke about some of the healthcare names and how much money they made since the ACA, or what their stock value since then. So the entire space took a bump to the downside, but that could give an opportunity. And again, 20% short. I don't know. It seems to have a pretty big cult following as well. I don't know if that one's come up in your examinations of the space.
It has. Now, ideally, I would like some relative strength, which is why I kind of mentioned UNH, even though it doesn't have a high float. But you can see I already have this marked up. I was actually looking at this one today, too, because it was hard not to miss it. I think it was down like 15% or something at some point. So a couple interesting points here. One of it is this is the anchored view app from the IPO price. So the idea is that we'll just remove this one for now, is this is the average price of everybody who's been dollar cost averaging into Oscar this entire time, from $30 down to $2 and back to $30. This is their average price. And it's really interesting to see how it's respected this level over and over and over again, from, you know, it being resistance back here to support just recently. And it came down like almost to the tick today, like within just a couple cents of this zone. So I am interesting. I'm not one that really is into catching these kind of falling knives unless I have an algorithm telling me to, just because, you know, 40% in roughly a month. But I totally see what you're looking at. If it's going to hold this anchored view app, it could get a pretty bounce here from there. That would be interesting. I know I brought this one to you guys because the long-term chart, I love it over 24. We're at 14 right now. So it may be a place for me to take a nibble if we can find some strength tomorrow and start wrapping. But for full position on this one to be, I need to see it all the way over 24, which looks like we might be weeks or months out, even if we decide to turn right here.
It's one you can put in your back pocket. And I think someone in the chat actually said, have a look at ACHC in healthcare. One, I'm not that familiar with Acadia Healthcare, but I'll throw that one out there for you, Michael, if you're going to be musing, because, hey, you never know. We'll throw you some names. We try, and then maybe you'll come on and have a great idea for us on one of those when you do your technical analysis. Before we get you out of here, here's some more earnings to talk about, but I wanted to make sure if there was a name that stuck out to you that we didn't have a chance to get to, you're like, ooh, I don't want to get out of here before talking about this. Is there something your interest this week?
I only got one trigger so far from the swing trading side of things, and it's completely algorithmic. Myself and the people over at Stats Edge, we know on Sunday what we could potentially trade, but obviously we don't know which ones will hit the trigger. And I'd say on average, usually we get 4 or 5 different plays to look at on Monday, and then maybe a couple sprinkled throughout the week. But we only had one today, and that's interesting, especially considering the big move in the overall market. So I figured I would highlight this one to you guys as well as I did on my YouTube channel. And this is as kind of nice and tight of a bull flag as you could possibly get. This is WCC. I have no idea what the company is or what the company does, but just to tell you, this algorithm's looking for is a big volume spike up, which is what we saw. This giant green candle was because of earnings, and then some sideways consolidation that doesn't give much back after that move higher. And that could be demonstration that there are buyers that are taking place in this name, and we simply are looking for a continuation breakout, a hold until next Monday. Definitely wrong if it gets back under 250, but this one looks really interesting, although I have no idea what it does. It says wholesale here, so probably not the most interesting stock in the world, but really, really nice bull flag there.
Well, that's all right, because traders trade the price action, not the name of the company. Investing is where you need to know the name. Well, you should know the name of the company anyways, but thank you for your insight on some of the movers that are moving on earnings tonight, but a couple of other names that we're able to throw at you, and we'll check back in at the end of the week on some of those names. Our good friend Michael Noss over at our resident CMT. Have a fantastic week, Michael.
You too. Talk to you guys soon.
Take care. Oh, my button's not working. We'll get out of here on that. But you know what is still moving, Adair? It's BBAI. Clean. Well, it was 15%, but clean move off the 200 period. It looks like they're going to win in terms of, I don't want to give it, but it seems like BBI is going to win on the percent move here. 13% for them to the upside. You've got CoreWeave doing literally nothing, everybody. It tried to go up, didn't. Tried to break the low, didn't. Now it's basically flat, maybe slightly to the downside for CoreWeave. Nothing too crazy. Plug was a little bit of a nothing burger as well in terms of movement.
TerraWolf was a double miss.
TerraWolf double miss. Yuck.
No BYD yet.
No, Rigetti's pretty. For 3% down for Rigetti, that bad. No. I think that was a little bit of a disappointing move. And then Rocket Lab tried its best to beat out the move that the upside on BBAI. It was double digits, now only 8% to the upside for Rocket Labs on their. ASTS was that double miss, as you had mentioned, and it was a good point made in the chat. As actually, ASTS is now back to green, so getting a lot of that move back. A good point got made in the chat. I'm messing around. Like when I talked about my brother owns Rocket Lab and he has a friend that owns ASTS, I'm like, Rocket Lab's. I happen to have a small preference between the two. But the thing about, that's the good thing about, investing or even trading. Like both of those are probably just fine in the long term and have a lot of upside potential. But when you're looking at a trade, sometimes one chart just looks a little better than the other. And that's sort of, a lot of times for a trader, that's where the mentality comes in. You might just prefer it because of the chart. ASTS, good look for it to get back green on that double miss. Something they must have liked about it, although the short float could also be a bit of the reason why it's bouncing here.
Yeah, ASTS, decent short float, lots of attention. This is what a lot of people in the chat were asking me about. But again, double miss. I do want to talk here about BBAI.
Yes.
This is Big Berry I CEO Kevin Michalinin, who I always like to mention. He's actually involved in Trump 1.0, like the administration. There are some potential ties there, and I think if you're going to be working with a company that has government deals that you want, that is not necessarily a bad connection to have. But yeah, again, BBAI, despite a 20% year-over-year decline in sales, still beat estimates 33.143 million versus 31.821 million expected. Again, sometimes the revenue estimates I have are going to be a little bit off from the ones the street runs with, but either way, we beat estimates. We also beat estimates here on losses per share and guidance relatively in line for fiscal 2025 sales. Plus, Neil, they announced a $250 million acquisition of Sage, or Ask Sage, apparently.
Okay, why not? And that is a $2.5 billion company with at least a few hundred million. Just to give you an idea, BAI is 1/4 the market cap of Rigetti, and their revenues are, what is that, like 60 times the revenue, 1/4 the size. And this is 15% to the upside, doing absolutely nothing. But it's a wild one here. I know you can't make that math work, but the quantum names are not about rationality. It was about momentum with those. And we've been over time, and I am going to repeat it. If you want to feel safe in quantum, then just buy Google. They make a bunch of money doing other stuff. And buy IBM. They make a bunch of money doing other stuff. And you will have some explosive upside. Maybe not the same thing as a pie in the sky dream, but a lot of people that are pumping some of these other quantum names are long when Rigetti was like $7, or long QBTS when it was like $1, right? And they don't necessarily, they've made so much money on it now, they don't have to chase it. You have to be a little bit careful when it comes to these. That's the theme for a lot of the earnings that we got today. As said, we get a lot of the big names, and then we're waiting for Nvidia. You get a little smaller ones here today. I would say it was a bit of a disappointment in terms of how much it moved, but ultimately it doesn't matter. Expectations. I was never particularly bullish on this name. I think you got to own Nvidia instead. CoreWeave now red on the session after a slight move to the side initially. It's seemingly going to be a small cap movers kind of day tomorrow, which we're lined up for, especially given the types of some of the names that were reported tonight. But before we even get to that, we got to get to the roll call, which is always super hot fire with Adara. Make sure you jump in the chat, give Adara a big shout out and say, get it, Adara, because when it's busy earnings, no one is busier than Adara. So whether you thank someone on the team, Fabian, Ramin, Andre, my man Sean, Brendo, the Midday boys, Joe, Sharif, Obi, who's filling in for Sean in the morning, make sure you drop a get it, Adara, because she's always killing it during earnings.
Yeah, thank you guys. Definitely check out X at TTV Research too. I posted really quick, brief earnings summaries for BB, RGTI, and CRWV already. Those are already out. I'm going to do larger recaps tomorrow. BYND, the elephant in the room, or I guess the fake elephant in the room. I don't have those earnings yet, but if I get them before the open tomorrow, I promise you all I will make an earnings recap. TTV Research, and yes, I will continue to plug the account because we do some cool stuff on there, and you guys check it out. We're going to take a moment to thank people here. Byron Hart, Big 40 Net. Chow, Vince Jane, we've got Mr. Easy Street Lee the Conductor, Roger Noonan, we've got D. Westermeyer, TJ Morty, Siesta Mike, Michael Spadafora, Eli 7721, we've got Dangerous, 1965 Vintage, Fresh Trades, Dinkelberg, David Treziak, Whatnot, Adrenaline Angles, Hinsey, JC, Calicat, One Life to Live Together, Joseph Schmo, Derek Thompson, Marie, Roadrunner, TJ Morty, Get Here, wow, we've got Marikey's 100, man, I want to thank Neil, Sean, Sharif, Joe, we've got Fabian, Ramin, Andre, Brendan. We have everybody here working behind the scenes. Rob, Mark, Russell, Randy, everybody you see, everybody you don't see, and also thank you people in the chat for validating me when I talk about the Paramount Plus problems exist. So thank you the people in the chat who did shout me out and say they've had the same problem. Appreciate it, and I'm always so grateful for this awesome community. I hope you guys had an awesome trading day and you're ready to tackle these markets tomorrow, because we certainly are.
That's what it's all about, Adair. We're tackling it every single day, not just the trades, but the live. And hey, guess what? If you're tired now because of all the action, well, it's going to be even crazier. It's just the start of the week. We got to get up bright and early tomorrow morning. We are Trader TV Live. This has been the Market Recap Show, brought to you by Beta Pro by GlobeX. We'll see you at 8:30 in the morning, where we'll go over even more earnings and more movement. See you then.
See you guys.
Oh, that's so cool. Oh, the desk is so